Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so Obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go. La
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panawata the wedding forget me.
Okay. Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panawata the wedding forget me.
Okay.
And Mama Musina Wabeto go kwa. Akana Mamu Telumba, Owe Butike. Akanilu Nebutilo Wanemo.
Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, àyẹ̀wò la ò jẹ́ rí. Tell them, let them know, say, wọ́n lè bá. Then they see us as they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Owó lọmọ gbàgbé òṣì. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on. Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú jayọba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Àyẹ̀wò la ò jẹ́ rí. Tell them, let them know, say, wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o.
It's my body, don't mess with me.
Maybe look on, don't turn, maybe look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi loco, OTB, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Emi power. Emi loco, OTB, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Ojetiwo.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún èyẹ, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà máa ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
And it is right there, Akambi. So there it is. I wonder if that is Tinubu's Oriki. So Oriki in Yoruba language is a praise song. You know, they evoke your family history to make you swell in the head. So that's Oriki in Yoruba language. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we start off with the greeting. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? Sorry if my voice sounds a bit croaky. I think I'm carrying a little bit of something that I'm still not yet shaken off. But nevertheless, we soldier on. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. So as I'm inviting you to do so, now do that. It's been a moment since we hit 100 likes, but we get on average thousands of views, both in the live stream and subsequent watch back. We get plenty of views, but that's not being reflected in the like button. So click on the like button. If you don't recoil viscerally from clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to do it. If it doesn't jar your senses to do it, then you have every reason to do it. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. We always, it's a numbers game, as you know, so we're forever chasing numbers. So click on like and then click on subscribe. So do those two things. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, we're especially canvassing for new voices. It's been a moment since we actually had a new voice. So it'd be a delight to have a new voice come join us. So if you've always listened, never been on before, promise yourself that one day you will join them. Make today that day. So that promise that you say, oh, one day I'll join them, to give it to them or to agree with them or whatever your intentions are, make today that day. We're forever looking for new talents. We want to harvest your brain. That's what it is. As crude and as crass as that. Let's harvest your brain in the Professor Frankenstein sort of manner. So all that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links in your social media spaces to help expand the space. Do all those things. And then the $ at the bottom of the screen as well. Click on that and super chat, super sticker towards the stream. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats in the course of every stream. It is very rare that we don't hit it. So be the first one to set us be the first person to set us on our way. So click on the $ but don't be derisory. Don't be a punk. If you are going to click on the $, then make sure you're doing it generously, or don't do it at all. Don't try and troll the space by acting like a punk. Don't be a punk. So do all those things. Let's just launch into it. Let's launch into it. I will link up one day to come and fight with you. Yes, link up, come and fight. It's not a boxing. It's not fight night though. It's not a boxing ring. That's one of the commentators right there. So let's actually kick it off with a clip. So let's kick it off with this clip. So this is a curious clip of Portable, of all people, meeting Peter Obi. And he met Peter Obi. You all know Portable, Zazo, of the Zazo fame. So he met Peter Obi, and this is what he had to report back. So let's kick it off with this.
How are you, my brother? How are you? How's everything?
Forever in the building. Visa.
God bless Nigeria. Ó ti lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ṣáà rí ogun bíṣọ̀bọ̀ bí. Ọ̀gá mi, ebi pa Nàìjíríà o. Ọlọ́ba tún Nàìjíríà ṣe o.
You're beginning for a show.
Yes.
Okay, all the best.
Hello, sir. I don't blow today. I kala with Obi. Hello, sir. Àwọn èèyàn bí kù bánà lélẹ́yìí o lórí àwọn olówó Ìgbò kwenu. Ebi pa Nàìjíríà o. Ọlọ́ba tún Nàìjíríà ṣe o. Hello, sir. Sórí fún àgbẹ̀lú Obi ṣòkòlò bí Obi. Hey, I'm Miami.
Portable, you don't tell us anything.
And the people
You're beginning for a show.
Yes.
Okay, all the best.
Hello, sir. I don't blow today. I kala with Obi. Hello, sir. Àwọn èèyàn bí kù bánà lélẹ́yìí o lórí àwọn olówó Ìgbò kwenu.
So there it is right there. So that is the curious mix of Portable and Peter Obi. So that was the curious mix of Portable and Peter Obi. So after that meeting, this is what Portable had to report back. We got nothing. Frustrated Portable laments after meeting Peter Obi. Controversial Nigerian singer Habib Okikiola, popularly known as Portable, has publicly expressed his disappointment after a brief encounter with Peter Obi, the Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 elections. The meeting took place at the airport in Benin City, Edo State, where the two exchanged pleasantries. In a video that quickly went viral on social media, Portable revealed his dissatisfaction with the encounter, claiming that Obi did not offer him any financial support. The singer remarked, "Obi cannot give us anything. Obi didn't give us anything." Portable, known for his outspoken nature, compared the situation to what he believed would have been a more favorable outcome had he met President Bola Tinubu. According to him, Tinubu would have been more generous. If it was Tinubu we met, he would have given us something, the singer stated before leaving the scene. The encounter has sparked discussions online, with fans sharing mixed reactions to Portable's comments. While some have sympathy with the singer's frustration, others criticized him for expecting financial handouts from political figures. So there it is right there. We know they give Shishi. He did the one thing that you have to concede to be is his consistency. He did tell you that he know they give Shishi, and Shishi he did not give. So there it is. But it speaks to the wider conversation about the expectations of, we complain that these people loot public coffers. It's not able now, so what has he been able? We complain about these people looting public coffers all the time. But then we have the expectation also that whenever we meet them, they give generously from their wallet. So how does the two equate? Somebody is your governor, you meet him and you expect him to hand over that 100,000, that's 500,000, etc. So if he hands you that 100,000, what does he then? And then the next 100 people he meets in the course of that day with a similar expectation. So where is that money coming from? It's certainly not coming from his salary. It's coming from your commonwealth. So you have the expectation that Portable had, but then you have the complaints that these people are looting you hand over face. So you have to make a decision. That's just what it is. You have to make a decision. Oh, so do I see you there? There is something I'd like to there's something I want to ask you, but I can't ask you there. If you're able to pop into the studio, you won't come on the screen. I can ask you in the private chat only if you have a moment. So that's Portable then. I mean, what expectation does he even have? I thought it was wealthy enough for him not to have that need. But still staying within Edo State, we go back to the infamous words. This is a throwback in time to why the Edo space resents Tinubu so much. Watch this.
I, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, want to appeal as a committed Democrat and a leader of all Democrats, regardless of political party, to our conscience and our commitment to democracy today on the forthcoming election in Edo State. I want to appeal to you to reject Godwin Obaseki in this coming election.
So if you've ever wondered where that I don't know the Lagos phrase came from, that's a throwback in time. Actually, this is not contemporaneous politics. This is politics. That singular 50-second clip was what secured Obaseki was set to lose that election. It was that singular clip that secured Obaseki his second term. So enraged were the Edolites, they call themselves, so enraged were the Edolites that this criminal from Lagos has the audacity to sit in his garden and give them instructions that they sent the word back that Edo no be Lagos. So that phrase, Edo no be Lagos, it's an offshoot of that clip. And that was what secured Obaseki that election. So that's just a throwback in time. So a throwback in time. So now I'm not sure that we've ever had a president of Nigeria do what Tinubu is doing now. This headline. Talk, have a look in the private chat and see if you can respond. I don't think we've ever had a president of Nigeria do what Tinubu is doing now. We certainly didn't have it under Buhari, that's for sure. But for a president to be so responsive as to go to a disaster area, something that we see commonplace in Western spaces, we've never yet experienced it. But here it is, flooding. President Tinubu departs Abuja for Borno State. So there it is right there. That was the expect. We should even be taking things like this for granted. It should be a matter of routine, but now a cause of celebration because the president deems to show that he cares about his people. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has departed Abuja to Borno State to express condolences and evaluate the impact of the recent floods in Maiduguri. Tinubu, who returned to the country last night after trips to UAE, China, and the United Kingdom, arrived at the Air Force Base in Borno at exactly 3:20 p.m. I wonder why they always feel the need to give us the exact time. Is this something that he arrived in the afternoon? So why exactly 3:20 p.m.? Is that what does that document, or what should that resonate that he arrived at 3:20 p.m.? Tinubu, who returns to the country last night after trips to the UAE, China, and the United Kingdom, arrived at the Air Force Base in Borno at exactly 3:20 p.m. Recall that Tinubu had dispatched Vice President Kashim Shettima to assess the situation and announce the federal government's donation of 30 billion naira. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has donated 100 million naira to Borno state government for flood victims. The 2023 PDP presidential candidate also promised to support the full rebuilding of Maiduguri and other parts of... what does this mean? Is that if he becomes president, or on what capacity? Listen to this. So the 2023 People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate also promised to support the full rebuilding of Maiduguri and other parts of Borno affected by the flood. So to rebuild that, we're talking about what? At least to rebuild a whole state, we're talking about what? A $7 billion spend. So what does that even mean? Totality of a nonsense, of course. Speaking to Governor Babagana Zulum on Sunday, Atiku said what happened, unless, of course, it means if he becomes president, he'll do that, which will never happen, of course. Speaking to Governor Babagana Zulum on Sunday, Atiku said what happened was a monumental disaster that required the assistance of everyone. He said, the purpose of our visit has already been announced by the master of ceremony. I want to let you know that whatever affects Borno, as he said, also affects me. It is in that capacity, therefore, the excellency, that we have come here with my delegation, as mentioned or announced, to commiserate with you, the government and the good people of Borno. This is a monumental disaster that has not been witnessed before in the history of the state. So what actually, is it a dam busting again? So I'm not sure that Borno State is in a water-dense area. So we know that we get it in a lot of those lowland areas in the plateaus. But I'm not sure. Remind me or educate me if we've ever had this sort of incident in Borno State. This is a monumental disaster that has not been witnessed before in the history of this state. Therefore, we want to let you know that you are not alone in this sad event, which led to the loss of thousands of lives. There is no record of thousands of lives being lost, by the way. So that's just hyperbole on behalf of the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. This is a monumental disaster that has not been witnessed before in the history of this state. Therefore, we want to let you know that you are not alone in this sad event, which led to the loss of thousands of lives. and to offer our deepest condolences to the door of those who have died. Of course, it is a time of rebuilding, because that is what follows immediately after such disasters. And you are not alone in that. We want to let you know that we are all partners, as well as the rebuilding of Maiduguri. So that's just our article talking nonsense as always. Just talking errant nonsense. INEC rejects PDP's request to remove Wike's cousin as Edo State REC ahead of Guba election. So this is the sort of thing that that we complain about in Nigeria. Actually, this is the all right. Let me capture that. So, all right. Thank you, Tokwe. This is the sort of thing that, remember when they put Loretta Onoche as a top functionary of INEC, a top party member being a top functionary of INEC. So these sort of things that we complain about. How can the cousin of Wike be the lead electoral person in Edo State election? The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has turned down the request of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to reassign the state's resident electoral commissioner, whatever his name is. Correspondence reports that the Edo State governorship election will be held on Saturday, September the 21st. The PDP's concerns stem from Onaha's family ties to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike. This development has sparked significant controversy, especially given the fallout between Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki and Wike, despite the latter's initial support for Obaseki's second-term bid under the PDP. It was actually Wike that drove Obaseki to power, wasn't it? Really? So that's that. So let's go on from that to another one. NNPC to sell Dangote's petrol at 1,019 naira in Borno, 950 in Lagos. So if you are just going off the back of that headline, you'll be alarmed somewhat that in terms of affordability, it should be the other way around. And why is there not uniformity in the price? But I think it's the cost of logistics that makes the difference, just off the back of that headline. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has revealed that petrol sourced from the Dangote refinery will be sold at varying prices across the country, with the highest. And by the way, I'm going to play you a clip in a moment that actually explains all of this. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has revealed that petrol sourced from the Dangote refinery will be sold at varying prices across the country, with the highest rate expected in the northern regions. In a statement released on Monday titled "NNPC Limited releases estimated pump price of PMS from Dangote refinery based on September 2024 pricing," NNPC spokesperson Olufemi Shoneye outlined the pricing structure. According to the statement, the price of petrol could reach 1,019 naira per liter in Borno State, whilst it will be priced at 999 naira in Abuja, Sokoto, Kano, and northern states. In contrast, consumers in the south will face somewhat lower prices, with petrol priced at 960 in Oyo, Rivers, and other southern regions. The lowest price of 950 naira per liter will be available in Lagos and its surrounding areas. This pricing disparity highlights like I said, this logistics. This pricing disparity highlights the logistical and distribution challenges faced by the NNPC, affecting fuel costs across different regions. He stated, the NNPC Limited has released estimated price of premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, obtained from Dangote refinery in its retail stations across the country. The NNPC Limited also wishes to state that, in line with the provision of the Petroleum Industry Act, PMS prices are not set by the government, but negotiated directly between parties at an arm's length. The NNPC can confirm that it is paying Dangote Refinery in USD for September 2024 PMS takeoff, as Naira transactions will only commence on October the 1st, 2024. The NNPC Limited assures that if the quoted price is disputed, it will be grateful for any discount from the Dangote Refinery, which will be passed 100% to the general public. He stated that the estimated pump price of PMS were obtained from Dangote Refinery and He stated that the estimated pump price of PMS were obtained from Dangote Refinery. So the price cannot be obtained by refinery because it is set by the government committee. He stated that the estimated pump price of PMS were obtained from the Dangote Refinery and will be across NNPC retail stations in the country based on September 2024 pricing. Recall that the Dangote Refinery had disagreed with NNPC on Sunday that it was selling PMS at 898 naira, but it failed to release its price list. So I think that's where the battle line is now. So the battle line has transmuted from scarcity to pricing. So that's the battle we're going to have now. I thought I had a clip on. Oh, all right. Yes, I have this clip on it that explains just how that pricing is worked out. Watch this.
Make una see, now this price Dangote and NNPC agreed. Dangote will be selling at this price to NNPC. Yesterday, Dangote cost sell for them for 897. The cost of wetin happen. Dangote say this one with the supply to you, so this first shipment, we got the crude oil from outside the country. We import them. No be NNPC supply us. When we buy the crude oil, we use dollar buy them. So now that we are selling to you, we look at the dollar equivalence. As we call check out, we call converter to naira. Now we dey sell to you so. Make una wait. When we dey refine the one where NNPC supply to us, then we cannot sell to you at this price. For now, the one we import never finish. What we call the refine, the one where NNPC supply to us, we cannot sell at this price to NNPC. It means for you where we expect cheaper fuel price. If NNPC buy from Dangote at this price, it means say you can't get fuel less than 900 naira for now. That is the meaning for now. We don't know tomorrow. The way they expect the fuel make it cheap, the fuel no go cheap. The way we are the same, so it no go ever cheap. The reason being because government need money. Okay? So if you are expecting them to supply Dangote the crude oil at a very cheap price, I'm not seeing that one coming. Because now this crude oil where they supply to Dangote, now there they won't get money to take run government. Also, they don't borrow plenty money, a lot of debts. Okay? Where Buhari don't pile up. Dash money to Afghanistan. Do road to Niger Republic. Minister looted. Emifele. Humanitarian minister. All of them. All the money where they borrow share. They service them. The interest. You understand? So they need money. So for this one, where they expect to cheap, it no go cheap because Nigerian government don't get any other source of income. Now only crude, they give them money. Okay? I know say, Mr. President, now accountant. Okay? As an accountant, what did they sabi do? 3 things. 1, now bookkeeping. Okay? When they arrive, nothing to keep. Another thing, now management. When they arrive, nothing to manage. What they call taxation. Now this thing they study for school. So the next thing now you go see na tax. This is the only source of income. Don't expect cheap fuel price. For me, the thing will continue to increase. Even IMF tell them say, make una know dey sell am cheap, una need money to build school, to build hospital, to do this, to do that. Bigay say.
So there it is right there. So that guy then helps you to get more sense out of it. So that guy helps you to get more sense out of it. Nigeria ranks 3rd in African countries with generous people. So out of the lack, Nigeria still are very much a generous country. Nigeria has been ranked 3rd in the list of countries with the most generous people in Africa, according to the World Giving Index 2024. In the list, Kenya ranks as number 1 in Africa and 2nd globally, whilst the Gambia and Liberia ranked 2nd and 4th. According to the World Giving Index by the Charity Aid Foundation, Kenya's position in the World Giving Index is both impressive and encouraging, considering the nation's battle with rising cost of living and growing unemployment. As a nation with a young population, the high ranking on volunteering and the willingness to help a stranger is a positive indicator of the Utu spirit, which signifies humanity. Kenya's actions around donating money also indicates how important it is to help with what one has, the report said. The report also revealed that 4.2 billion people gave money, time, or help someone they did not know in 2022. So that's the World Giving Index. In terms of generosity, Nigeria is number 3 in Africa, number 5 globally. So the poorer you are, the more you give, seems to be what data tells us. The poorer you are, the more you give. Let me send the link again. The room does need population. We always say that. Nigeria's inflation rate drops to 32.515%, second decline in 2024. So people make a lot of noise about the rising inflation, but always radio silence whenever they refer to good news. Good news doesn't sell in Nigeria, that's for sure. So good news does not sell in Nigeria. In fact, it rankles certain elements that something good will be happening in the country. So there it is right there. Much to the chagrin of the naysayers, Nigeria's inflation rate drops to 32.15%. So we leave that there. Let's go on to, so we've got that already. We've got that as well. What else do we have? NNPC replies Dangote 6 discount on disputed pricing. So we've done somewhat that. So let's go on to this one now. There's something in the offings amongst the people that own Nigeria. National security. IBB, OBJ, Abdusalami, other former military leaders meet in Minna. So we touched on this story somewhat yesterday. We expand on it today. So that's Obasanjo right there with Babangida and his children, who are growing rosy cheek of the largesse of the Niger Delta oil wealth. You look at that, and they've stolen everything. 3 of Nigeria's former military rulers are convened behind closed doors in Minna, Niger State yesterday to discuss the nation's current security situation and political climate. The high-profile meeting was held at the Hilltop residence of former military President General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. Those in attendance were former President Olusegun Obasanjo, General Abdusalami Abubakar, and former National Security Advisor Gusau. Sources revealed that Babangida and his fellow generals had been waiting on Obasanjo's arrival at IBB's mansion before the session commenced. Although specific details of the discussions were not officially disclosed, reports suggest that the talks centered around the rising security challenges across the country. Another key issue speculated to be on the agenda was the People's Democratic Party's refusal to sign a peace accord ahead of the hotly contested Edo governorship election slated for September 21st, 2024. The meeting, which reportedly lasted 2 hours, concluded with former President Obasanjo returning to Abuja. He arrived at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Airport. I didn't even know there was an airport named after Tinubu. Are we turning into some Arab state where they name everything after the oligarch? He arrived at the Bola, and is that the local airport in Abuja? Because of course the international airport in Abuja is the Nnamdi Kanu, not Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. He arrived at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Airport at approximately 4:30 p.m., etc., etc. After the closed-door discussions, Obasanjo departed Mina on the same aircraft, accompanied by protocol. So there it is. We did touch on this yesterday, as I said, but I still feel there's something in the offing for that sort of meeting to take place. Let's go on to the next one. Dangote Refinery plans seaport transport for 75% of local supplies, targeting Warri, Port Harcourt, and Calabar. So, of course, to move that petroleum round, they necessarily have to use the seaport. So there's that. So we just leave that at the headline, and then let's go on to let me send the link again. See if we can get the room somewhat populated. Let's play the clips that we have, and then we get the session flowing. So the the naira has dropped its value, but why? That's the question. So the naira has dropped its value, but why? So this guy now has an excellent explanation as to just why the naira has dropped its value. Watch this.
Why did the naira fall from 140 naira to $1 when Jonathan was president to 1,600 naira to $1 that it is now? I've gotten this question a lot, especially when I made this video, and I'm going to break it down for you now. Everybody should understand basic demand and supply, but I will buttress it with this example. Imagine you're at the bus stop on a Monday morning on your way to work, and there are a lot of people at the bus stop, and you'll be there for like 30 minutes and there's no bus. All of a sudden, you see one bus coming. What's going to happen? You people are going to rush to that bus. However, the bus driver has seen that a lot of you are stranded. A destination that used to take you 500, he's going to increase his fare to 1,000 because he knows you people are desperate, and you're going to pay it because you're in a hurry to get to work. However, if you're the only one at the bus stop, you just go to the bus stop, and then one bus comes and is telling you 1,000 for a destination of 500, and you're seeing another bus coming behind him. You're not going to enter. You allow him go because you know other options are coming until you get your preferred price. This is basic demand and supply. When the demand of something is high, the value of that thing goes up. When the supply of something is high, the value of that thing goes down. Now, how does this tie into the value of the naira? The very first problem the naira has is that nobody is demanding the naira because Nigeria and Nigerians are not productive enough. So imagine Americans want to drive innocent. Americans like innocent. What's going to happen? They're going to come to Nigeria, change their dollars to naira, and use that naira to buy the cars from innocent. Again, let's say iPhone was made in Nigeria and Indians want to buy it. They're going to come to Nigeria, change their rupee to naira, and use that naira to buy iPhone. And on and on. Just imagine Nigeria produces a lot of things. These people are going to come to Nigeria, change their foreign currency to naira, and then use that naira to buy our products. So as these people are demanding for naira, the value of the naira goes up. However, Nigeria is not producing enough that the world wants to buy. The major thing Nigeria sells is crude oil. However, when Jonathan was president, we used to produce 2.5 to 2.8 million barrels of crude oil every day. But today, we are struggling to do half of that, 1.3 to 1.5 million barrels of crude. So the major thing that we used to sell in the market, that was even sustaining us then, we are no longer producing it enough. So that is the first problem. They are not demanding for naira. The second problem is the supply of the naira. I want you to look at this chart. You will notice that at the beginning, it was stable. It didn't change much. But something happened around here, and then it flew to where it is now. If you click on the date here, you see that this year was in 2015. What happened in 2015? We elected one of the worst presidents in the history of this country. In the 8 years Buhari was president, he printed 22 trillion naira into the economy through a process called Ways and Means. Now, I wouldn't go into details of this because to make this video too long. However, I'm working on a YouTube video where I'll really break down what Buhari and even Tinubu did that has impacted this economy. But those are the two major reasons why the naira has fallen.
So there it is right there. So that makes infinite sense. So we still stay with that guy who goes on to make a comparison between the Nigerian currency and the Ghanaian cedis. I'll urge people to follow this guy because he seems to know what he's talking about.
So these Ghanaians were mocking Nigeria because they changed 200 cedis and see the quantity of naira they got. I went into the comment section and, as usual, Nigerians were just complaining without really understanding the situation on ground. In 2007, the value of the cedi depreciated so badly that $1 was equal to 10,000 cedis. So the president was like, see, we need to do something about this because it was an accounting problem. And let me break it down for you. So an iPhone sells for $1,000, right? Now, that same iPhone in Nigeria is going to cost 1.6 million. It's easy to write 1.6 million. It's easy to write it in a receipt in your accounting software. However, that same iPhone, at the original exchange rate of dollar to cedi, is supposed to cost 10 million cedis. So imagine you're selling phone and you have to be writing 10 million because of small iPhone. If you don't get it, let me give you another example. A Lamborghini sells for about $500,000. That same Lamborghini in Nigeria sells for about 800 million if you do the conversion. However, if a Ghanaian celebrity was to buy that same Lamborghini at $1 to 10,000 cedis, that Lamborghini was going to be 5 billion cedis. Are you getting the point? So you see how difficult it is. So the Ghanaian government says, see, it's going to be difficult for us to be calculating this, to be writing this, and we have to print plenty cedis to settle transaction. So what will happen? You see that time where $1 was equal to 10,000 cedis. Let us remove 4 zeros so that $1 will be equal to 1 cedi. So that is what they did. Let me give you another example to make it clear. So let's see these two cars. This is Gigi in Ghana and Gigi in Nigeria. The same 2018 Corolla, 2018 Corolla. Now, convert these two values to dollar according to their current exchange rate. Ghanaian cedis is changing for 15.7 cedis to a dollar, while naira is going for, let's call it 1,600 naira to a dollar. So do the conversion and tell me which one is cheaper.
So there it is right there. So that guy continues to give perspective to contemporaneous matters. So we leave it there. We'll play the Kegite music. Hopefully a panel turns up and then a conversation will ensue. So we'll play the Kegite music and I will take it from there. First, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrol sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrol sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Death have nothing to do with us. We've got a maker. So there it is. We go with the Mekos, and then we see how it goes from there. So Mekos, hopefully you are ready. It's you and I.
Yeah, woman, how's it going?
Adeo, how about it? It's been a moment.
Yeah, it's been a while, quite a while. Good evening. I'm surprised I'm the only one. Yeah,
No, they start turning off soon enough.
Oh, yeah. Let me trigger them. Let them start coming.
Yeah.
give me the news. I'll trigger them now. Someone like Morris, who is watching from
under the duvet. From under the duvet.
Once he hears one of my inputs, now he will throw off his clothes and I rush. Let me come and fight Emeka.
This Emeka is not an Igbo man. He's not an Igbo man.
No, I know. I've noticed each time I just Morris will throw away his duvet and he will log it straight. Or man of prestige will come. I came specifically for Emeka. I want to come and attack Emeka. I drag them out from where they are. I know man of prestige is listening. He will be busy laughing now. Well, let's go with it. Yeah, I saw a couple of few things. Obasanjo and the cronies gathering.
Yes. What do you think is in play? That's not just a meeting of old friends. So there's something in the offing, certainly.
No, but Obasanjo does not. He doesn't meet if it's not going to benefit him. Something is up in, and definitely we will get to know soon. It appears they are possibly discussing about certain security concerns in the country. But anyway, we hope things turns out right. That our country is not looking good security-wise. But I see that the president is trying to do something. He has moved the chief of defense staff, as well as all the military chiefs and also the minister of defense, to go to Sokoto and go and strategize about reducing the insecurity in the country. I do not enjoy such treaty.
They've been recording some successes lately, though.
Yeah. I saw some, high profile. How will I put this? Killings. But my view is, it appears that they are playing to the gallery. That's my own point of view. You understand? Get this thing at the border and eradicate insecurity issues in the country. We all know, at least we have our own one or two opinions about why insecurity is not looking like a distant past, but it's going like a slope, up, down, up, down, up, down. And when a lot of people cry, that's when they will rush to go and try to do something. Now, Buhari did the same thing. The military chiefs went to Meduguri. What did that one bring? Nothing. Now, it's like they're just acting a movie for us.
The military chiefs, really, they have no business in Abuja, do they? Abuja is not the theater of, be at the center of it, and if you get shot, you get shot.
The president doesn't even matter. They can even go to the moon. It doesn't matter. Just get the job done. They are still not the ones doing the job. Whatever they convey, it doesn't matter. So that's why I say it's up for theatrics. You are just doing it for showbiz. So it's about getting the job done or not getting the job done. I think what the president should have actually done was to put a performance plan for them. I want this resolved in 3 months. If there's still insecurity issues in 3 months, I'll sack you guys. As simple as short. I don't care how you guys want to do it. In 3 months, I want to.
I feel we need that. We need a public and a humiliating sacking of a minister for non-performance.
Well, that's how it should be done, from NSA to all of them. Anybody holding a security portfolio, 3 months, I want it to be resolved. If it's not going to be resolved, please just tender your resignation and go. And once you are leaving, there will still be a financial probe. So which means you are not going scot-free. There will still be a corruption probe on you to ensure that you did not steal money or you did not misallocate funds or you do not misuse funds or divert funds in any corner. So that's the best way to do it. To be even kind, you can give them in 6 months. Get your house cleaned up and go and do it. We have seen multiple military personnel, low-ranking soldiers who are saying, Give us the tools that we need to work. We will go and finish these guys. Now they are now being called, those bandits are called TikTok bandits, showing us money that they get from ransom. And it's quite a bit embarrassing if you ask me. So my view there is the president just putting up that date. If they don't do it, sack them and promote the next batch of individuals who are willing. And I will tell you, you will get to the point you would employ professional military individuals who are there mainly to go and solve that insecurity problem. Or else others they will have a different views, so it will be clash of interest, clash of opinions, clash of views, and that's not what Nigeria needs now. We need to stop insecurity and get it out of the way and focus on more priority. We have more issues that needs to be addressed, especially the economy. I saw today that the inflation rate is down by it came down to 32.19%.
It's only a marginal decrease, but the trajectory has gone somewhat in a positive direction. Because it was 33 point something, so it's not as though it's a leap.
Exactly right. At some point on the platform, we were looking at 27.5, we were looking at 28, we were looking at 30, then we looked at 33. Now it's coming down. It's not going up, it's coming down. That's a good positive outlook. But again, 32.19 is still high. It's still high. You would look at it and you say the people in Nigeria currently they are trying. If imagine a 32.19% inflation rate in the UK or in the United States, I think the entire world will feel it. In short, all these noises they are making in the election, they would have kicked somebody out since. So that's the viewpoint. 32.19 is high and mostly from food. So they need to address that condition so quickly. And we can see that the president and his team are trying their best on how to address the food inflation and trying to bring the prices of commodities down, especially food commodities. But again, it needs to be addressed quickly. Then comparing it with the price of fuel, you see, the country is faced with a lot of challenges. Let's be realistic. And at this point, we need to begin to scream at the president to begin to do something. The country is faced with a lot of challenges. NNPC and Dangote, both of them, I don't know what is going on between the two of them. They are playing games.
The game they are playing is how much to squeeze the Nigerian populace by.
No, if you ask me, I think the games is coming more from NNPC, right? Because there was an initial agreement between NNPC and the Presidential Task Force and Dangote, the Dangote team. This was completely agreed. So it completely shows, like which I've said on the platform, the inefficiencies, the operational inefficiencies in NNPC. So it appears like there is a communication gap ongoing in that what would I call that company? Conglomerate. People don't talk to each other. Either the GMD does not talk to his team or to his divisional MDs. He doesn't carry them along. He doesn't communicate, on the timely basis. Because when you hear spokesmen, they speak differently. So that's how someone went to speak and said the prices, created a lot of confusion. But now we can tell, we did the rough math, and I think myself and what was his name, Tunanja, is roughly the same thing. And Dangote is saying, I got my crude for my stock in dollars. I have to offload those ones before we talk about the Naira stock that I got from NNPC. Then maybe the price would come down marginally. The price of crude is not going to.
My fear is that once they've established somewhat of a price and the Nigerian populace makes an adjustment to that price, is not really going to come down in any significant manner.
The price of we all know this, and I think maybe a lot of Nigerians have not been told the truth. And then again, I've seen the GMD of NNPC communicating to the public and letting the public know that the price of crude is reflective of international price. So any Nigerian who is looking at, we need to sell PMS lower. I think that Nigerian needs to get his head out of his ass. Except you want subsidy, which the president has said we are not doing subsidy anymore. Except that if the president is saying we want to do subsidy, that is the only way. But if the president is still insisting on the removal of subsidy, then the price of PMS cannot come down and will not come down. And even with what is going on in geopolitics, the price of crude oil is anticipated to go up due to shortage of supply. With Russia and Ukraine now preparing somewhat in the next couple of months for a full onslaught, full on-scale war, that's going to affect crude prices. So, and invariably, it's going to impact on PMS sales. So, you know, there are other alternatives that have been being promoted in the country. Convert your PMS tank to CNG, which is a bit cheaper, a lot more cheaper than the price of fuel. So, it's to encourage people to look at alternative energy that they can use for transportation. Then again, our view, you know, we keep calling out the governors of each state. They're actually our problem. They need now to begin to provide infrastructure for their states, public transportation, improve public transportation, improve road network, ensure that the public transportation is going around every corner and every local government in their state so that people can move, the mobility of people. I see Lagos governor now saying that, okay, they're looking at having more workers work from home, work remotely from home in order to elevate.
Yes, I think they are actually doing 2 days at home in Lagos State now, depending on your grade
level. So it's a welcome development.
Both for the cost of transportation and just the logistics of it as well.
Exactly.
You know, if you can work,
it saves whatever kobo you can save. It matters a lot, right? So to reduce that transportation or mobility costs that Lagos State civil servants would incur coming to the office from their various locations where they live, you know, they can save that, and go to the office 3 times in a week, which is fair. So it continues to show the progressive thinking of the Lagos State government and how they are trying to address these challenges. What other states can do is, come up with plans. Public transportation, number one, to be able so that they can move people from point A to point B. I'm not saying they should go all slot because that's another way they want to loot funds. But start with buses, CNG buses that can convey people from one point to another point. And that, people will look at it and say, okay, there might be no need for me to use my vehicle, or there might be no need for me to go patronize a keke napep that might be a lot more expensive than the public bus transportation that I can use to get to the same location. That can save me an extra kobo in my pocket. So state governors and their administration needs to step up to the plate and begin to give people what they need to what they promise the people to do. So all the time
if we look at some of the state governors, there is nothing to vest. If you look at the Osun state governor, for instance, for however long he's in the driving seat of that state, there will not be anything like progress. You know,
you are picking up one particular governor. I think many of them are failing. They're all a majority of them are all
if you
failing.
go outside of Lagos State, I cannot see who and DMC Wike in their city. I cannot see who else you can say is doing anything that's like a performance.
I share your opinion on that. Honestly, I do share your opinion. They are specialists in road repairs. That's what they just do. And when they repair a small pothole, they gather all their family members and extended families to tie ribbon on that road and begin to cut it left, right, and center, as if they are doing a lot of things. And it's a shame. You understand? It's completely a shame. Even my own state governor, he's doing a great job in laundering his image and portraying that he's doing something very nice. He has ballooned the budget, and we are now running in a deficit with little to show for it. You understand? So, but you will find a lot of people say, "Oh, what the hell is he doing there? Nothing. Even the road? How many road has he fixed? Public transportation, is it visible? No. Are people living of standard? Has it improved in Abia State? None. But what these governors try to do, they hide behind the president and they will point at Aso Rock and say Aso Rock is the problem. But each month they get paid. I think the last time they released monthly allocation for the month of May. I think that should be coming up more frequently so that people can see how much their states are receiving. Not just the states alone, the local governments too. The money is going to local government. So what is your local government chairman doing? Local government should be also providing buses that can convey people from one place to another. Then another point again is I was on a show on food security, and we are really lacking behind in terms of agriculture. You see, one of the challenges Nigerians are having in the country currently now is food. So when we are not producing what we eat, that is a huge challenge for us in the country. And that is why our inflation is going up, because the things we eat, we import them. And once we import them, we're importing them at a high cost. So we need to really go back to the basics of agriculture, and we need to ensure that states are doing what they are supposed to do. For me, the Ministry of Agriculture does not make sense. It should be just a commission, not a full-blown ministry. We have reviewed their budget here and we saw so many repetitive things that does not make sense. It should be a commission that would support states that want to invest in agriculture. And these states will begin to put in funds where it matters a lot, support farmers so that they can produce food that can meet Nigeria local needs and demand. So we have a lot of challenges in that country that I hope God would help us out. Some of our leaders are not proactive enough. Some of them are not visionary enough. Some of them are lousy. Some of them are there for their own interests. We'll talk about those.
Just on that food security, I saw in glance, maybe I'll look for it again, that Nigeria has started to take that Bill Gates GM seeds. You know, they are calling it a GMO. It's GM seeds that we've started now to take it. So that's what's been distributed to the farmers now.
Yeah, right. Apparently, let's be very realistic. I'm thinking maybe I can call that guy who on that food security show, so he could come present or discuss with us here. That was a very eye-opening for me. I learned a lot. You understand? For a start, the GMO seeds are cheaper than organic grains. So, well, but I don't want to go into some of the drawbacks that people have complained about. What we need now is food, and lots of it. Supply of food everywhere before we begin to, because according to the he owns one of the biggest farm in Nigeria anyway. So it was like Nigerians at this point in time cannot choose. Even if they can choose, where is the money? If you put a module of GMO germinated produce and as well as organic, the price of it is quite different. So people will prefer to patronize what is cheaper than going for the one that they say, oh, this would improve your health, this would improve your, give you less, organic. We don't have that lifestyle choice at the moment now. That's a huge, different, complete challenge. We need to produce lots of food, flood the market with food so that the prices of things can come down. And then those who are now into that lifestyle, that food or health lifestyle, that want to look at, okay, I want to eat healthy, I want to live healthy, I want to be able to monitor the input of food I take into my body, can make that choice with their pockets. But for now, I think Nigerians just want food and they want it at a cheaper rate. So apparently that is not the case. Food has gone up. The cost of transportation has also gone up. And things are not looking so good. Things are not looking so good. for the president who has taken up the responsibility of saying he's making tough choices and tough decisions to make things better, he needs to begin to sit down and hold, his ministers responsible for their KPIs and their output. Then again, you see, like I just wanted to go back to insecurity on because it's a huge challenge. We cannot continue to have multifaceted problems in that country. We must know where they pain us most. We can't have poverty, we can't have unemployment, we can't have insecurity, we can't have poor road transportation, all in the same bucket. It's just about you want to kill everybody. So I saw on social media a boy of 16 or 14 who went to kill a young boy of 4, remove the intestine, remove the heart.
There's a lot of that. I saw a similar story. Yes, I saw a similar story. Some boy of 19 that lured a girl into the woods to harvest.
I saw that one last week. There was another one last week. It's not turning out to become a recurring trend. And once this becomes a trend in Nigeria, before it's been abated, it's going to take a different turn. So, why is it happening? It's because of the hardship in the country, because of the non-availability of basic things, needs, food, that people can put in their stomach, right? So, the president needs to sit up.
Nigeria seems to have reverted to a state of nature, sort of, where we're just cannibalizing each other.
Apparently. But I don't think the president alone can do this. The governors, too, in the states should also push for the drive. They can't keep sitting down, taking money, putting it in their pockets, enjoying themselves, and ignoring their responsibility. So, because they are the ones closest to the people, and again, that's by that same extension to the local government chairman, they need to sit up to their responsibility and see how they can drive down these changes.
I've always felt that it is the citizenry that really needs to, as much as I love her, there's one thing that Aisha Yesufu always says that resonates with the truth, that the office of the citizen is the most important. These people don't hold these people to, everybody knows if you make the effort, you know how much your governor is receiving at FEC, every month, how much is coming into that state. And then if you make the effort, you want to know how it's prioritized. So what is he using those monies for?
But then again, they released it was just last week. They released the report last week for May, the amount they received in May. So if Nigerians can extrapolate, well, not all Nigerians anyway, but Nigerians who are well read can extrapolate and estimate what they would have received in August and what they will receive in September. You understand, and see, okay, where are they putting this money, and begin to make the necessary calls and to their state government and to their local government to find out, okay, what are you using these funds for? But I think, yes, you have a point there, but coming from that lady, Aisha,
No, I agree with you. She's just a nonsense. She's a nuisance. She should go and account for the money she stole first.
She's clearly a nuisance. She's just playing to the galleries, those who play on the emotions of Nigerians and exploit the situation and the hardship in the country for their own personal gains and pockets. Those people are very terrible individuals, right? Those are the kind of individuals that you should throw to the dogs quickly, so that we can have sane people around to see how we can solve our problems. You can't keep saying things and then you are doing something else. I see her rushing to Edo, and now that's how she's beginning to tell everybody, "Oh, I'm from Edo, I'm from Edo, I'm from Edo, and Apata will do the work." Then you say, okay, when they head that to the tax, okay, those ones who already going through power and they don't do anything, say, we go call her down, we go call her that. It clearly shows the lack of knowledge of our politicians, and where these people stand. You are pushing for a product that has not been tested. You are pushing for a man that has not been known. You are pushing for someone, and you are vouching for him. You don't even know this man, just because he's a Labour Party member and he has given you a couple of coins. You are pushing for him, and then when they ask you, what of if he doesn't deliver? You say, we go. What we go? By then, everybody is already in the quagmire. Everybody is suffering by then. So tell us what has Apata done that would make people to want to vote for them. This is not, you see, this is the same rhetoric we get to hear from politicians. I will. When they get into power, they don't do anything. All our governors, they use the same claim. She was talking, and then I was like, what about Abia State? That was what you people said. What is the man doing there? This is a man who became a CEO of a bank, and then with that leadership privilege, you still cannot deliver in your states. Anyway, I just don't get it. So I don't take Obi and those people from that space seriously, because they are just, like, now we hear what Obi is saying. Oh, I'm not desperate to be president. Oh, I will accept to be vice president. And when they confronted him again, he will change his mind.
Yes, I think
my problem with he will change his mind. He cannot answer questions correctly. He cannot answer he cannot be consistent with his answers. He's always deviating from point A to point B, and then in short, rather to trust such kind of individual who you have to go and bring up a tape. You have to bring up tapes of him, and he has actually said it. You know, his children. When he tells his children certain things and then he renegates on them, his children will bring tape for him where he has confirmed, because that it comes with his nature. So you don't trust such kind of individuals. They're playing to the gallery. They're playing with the emotions of Nigerians. They're playing with the sufferings of Nigerians just to tell Nigerians what they can hear. And Nigerians, because of the desperation for a change, the desperation to want something different, and we want it in the short term, they will think these people are going to be any good. But you can't manage your political party. You didn't do anything in your state. Those are signs, and still yet Nigerians can't see that these individuals, given the opportunity, if they've been given the privilege to go into office, they will make a lot of mess, because they have never demonstrated any point of excellence in their life in governance. They've never done it. So let's exclude so my viewpoint is, we need a collective a sense of reasoning, especially from the top down to everybody. All our leaders need to see that things are not looking that good. Things are not looking that good in the country. Everybody needs to see that, especially if you are a public office holder, begin to exemplify excellence where you are, do what is expected, so that Nigeria can that suffering can reduce. We need a clear reduction of that suffering, so that things can look better, maybe possibly at the end of the year to the next election cycle, and Nigerians can decide who they want to choose to become their next leader again.
All right, let me take you to one more headline, and then we go on from there to Baba. So Tinubu arrives in Nigeria only to hop on the plane again to go to Borno. They flooding there. But by my recollection, I've never yet known a Nigerian president to actually go to the scene of a disaster to go and commiserate with the people. So what are you making of that?
No, that's not true. I think I remember the Ikeja bombing, right? Obasanjo came. He came to Lagos. He came to Ikeja. I think he also went to Ojota, where there were a lot of victims there, close to the Ojota side that was close to Ikeja. My recollection or my memory might not be able to capture things properly, but I knew Obasanjo came.
But certainly, Buhari did not visit any. There was one that really rankled me. There was a flooding, I think, in Plateau State, that a lot of people died, and he hopped on the plane and he went to Korea or something on that same day.
No, I don't want to use that to begin to assess the performance of the president. The reason being that it's not like or assess the performance of Buhari, comparing it with that of Tinubu. It's not the sense of I don't care. It might be the need to do certain things at some point. Prioritization of things. If he needed to fly, he would have flown, right? Some presidents or some leaders will want to do it for the optics, like when the flooding took place. The president would have done it for the optics. You possibly would have left China, come to Borno to commiserate with them, and everybody will say, "Oh, the president is really a caring one." It looks good on paper or on screen. It definitely looks good. It shows the president who expresses empathy and shows cares and sympathizes with the situation in the country, which is good. I call for it, but you look at the value proposition of your activities at a certain point in time as a leader. What do you intend to achieve with where you are currently and what is going on? But if you ask me, if a president is currently in the country and there's a disaster, natural disaster, or an act of God, I would expect that president to hop up in the next plane to go commiserate with the individuals, the victims, and ensure that things are going to get better. And but again, we saw that the vice president was there. Now the president has gone because he's back. It clearly shows, yes, this current administration empathizes with specific situations in the country. But regardless, I don't want to use whether former President Buhari visited during an emergency or not as an assessment of their performance. No, that's how will I put it? The itineraries of these individuals and the prioritization of their itineraries may differ. It doesn't clearly indicate that they don't care. No, I don't want to use that. But if I want to assess the performance of Buhari, the results are there. We obviously we've done that. We've criticized him on specific policy decisions that he didn't do, and that are now impacting the country. And if you ask, if we're all going to be fair, notwithstanding, the goal is not just to go there for the optics, for the pictures, for the cameras, or for the tape to roll, but to see how to get Maiduguri back and better, because it's changing a lot of people's. That flooding is going to change a lot of people's life. Life may not be the same for them anymore. Destruction of properties, and if not loss of lives. So the view is not just going there for the politics, but to go there to see how to make things get better. I saw on social media a lot of people saying, "Oh, everything is rice. Every problem is rice. Every problem is rice," and apparently it's appearing to become so. It now shows what I said a few seconds ago, a few minutes ago, that our leaders are not that pragmatic enough, and they are not proactive enough for thinking straight properly to see how to address problems with the right solutions. That there's an emergency doesn't mean that you need to provide them with rice. You need to see how to address those specific issues with tailor-made, custom-made solutions that will address those problems. Our leaders need to transcend beyond mediocrity and see how to, make things get better by bringing better solutions to address problems. And that's one of the challenges we are facing. Many of them are too fixated on politics. Many of them are too driven by the power to get and retain power, are driven by the idea to obtain and retain power, that they don't think about solutions to address their people's problems. So when they fought for power, they used 3 years to think about how to get power, and finally they not get the power. They just don't know what to do with it anymore. And before you know it, time is gone. A lot of things have gone under the water. A lot of problems is creeping up left, right, and center, or they are the ones even, spearheading the problems, like darling Obasanjo in Edo State, who says Edo will burn. Let's see how it goes this Saturday anyway. I wish them all the best of luck in the election. Hope Edo votes wisely. and hope they do the right thing for themselves and for their children too, because the way the politics is going on there in that state, I don't know if they might be able to get it right.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I still want to expand on that Edo space more, but let me go to Baba and then Ajan Lekoko, and then we loop round again. Baba, you're up next. So we're talking about still the confusion around how much was sold how much Dangote sold the petrol to NNPC. They're establishing price points now. 950 naira in Lagos, 1019 in Borno, which will be probably the most expensive. And that will be for reasons of logistics. Because if you think about transporting petroleum all the way from Lagos to Borno, then you have to embed the logistics in the final price. So what are you making of this price point that's been released by NNPC?
Yes, one man, a very fine evening to you, the co-panelists, and then my people of the comment section. Keep shooting, and esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button. So if you've done that, just share and subscribe also. But most importantly, please click the like button. I know you like the platform. Yes, for this, I think this confusion, now that the president is on the ground, and I think it will, in the matter of 2 days, I think they will sort it out. Yesterday, I postulated that fair pricing will be around 900, which will be the fair price. That is, if we start selling to Dangote refinery at in Naira, and we buy also in Naira. So I think this price will stay, because Dangote is claiming that he bought all this stock he's having presently in dollars, which is true anyway, because 30 million barrels supplied by NNPC so far were all paid for in dollars. But I think, like Deva Kumar has said, this transport thing also, I think, will help to also bring down the price more, in the sense that if, like I said yesterday or 2 days ago too, that if they bridge the ones for the southern part of the country through the rivers along the southern road, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, River State, and all the rest, using the inner waters, using self-propelled barges or barges with tugboats directing them, it will make it cheaper, and it will be less stress on asphalt roads. And for the Lagos one, for instance, if they can also, that is even a faster one, because Atlas Cove is there opposite Apapa Bat 1112 Apapa Port. They can also bridge through boats to Atlas Cove. That will be even faster, because they can pump directly to the Ogun State depot. Also, the depot they have in Ikeja can also be bridged through the Atlas Cove pumping. But the ultimate, actually, in Apapa Port, we have rail tracks that go straight from Apapa Port straight to the northern part of the country. And we used to have rail tanks. I don't know if those are still available or if they are serviceable. I think that's something government should also look into, because if the railway can do that, the trains can come to Apapa Port, and through piping, they can pump into those wagons, the tank wagons. They can also bridge from Apapa Port straight to the northern part of the country. That will be cheaper, and there will be less traffic or pressure on our roads for bridging through just 33,000 liters tankers. Imagine those tankers on our roads, which roads we don't even have much of them that are in good condition. So I'm optimistic about this, and I know definitely the prices will come down. Particularly, they said 1st October will be selling in. They'll be the first time they'll be selling in Naira to Dangote refinery. So fair enough, it's just 2 weeks away, and let's see how the pricing will go. This is prices for the dollar products Dangote bought.
Baba,
So
when you say prices will come down, please be clear and concise so that Nigerians watching will not think it's going to come down to 197.
No. When I say come down, I'm not saying that. I say between. I've said 900 yesterday, and I think maybe 850, 900, because all of these things I've said are just about reducing it 10 naira here, 20 naira here, and it sums up. You understand?
I agree.
Yeah.
So the other Nigerians will not think, oh, things are going to return
No,
back
that era
to.
is gone, Emeka. That era is gone. It's not going to come back again. And it's not going to come back again. The Dangote refinery is not charity. Even if our own refineries were to be working today, the prices will not still go to 300 or 400 because maintenance of the refinery is not something that is cheap. And we shouldn't forget that the components for refining crude oil too contains some elements of other chemicals, not just the crude that you just put and fire it alone. There are other additives you have to add. Those additives, they import them too. They pay for them. So a lot of things they have to pay expatriate workers and things like that. So the crude does not mean PMS or AGO or polypropylene or naphtha or urea or anything. It's just crude, raw material, pure raw material that has to be fired. So that's the essence. So when we say we have crude, we have crude, we have crude. We don't have PMS. Crude is not PMS. It's refined crude that is PMS. It's refined crude that is AGO and other auxiliary products, byproducts that comes with it. So that is it. I think 850, 900, like I said yesterday, will be the fair price when we start. Because I suspect the Dangote himself, he has an arrangement directly with the president. And I think eventually they may not announce it to us. They will peg the exchange rates for that particular transaction to about maybe 1,500. They will peg it. That's another sure way of getting it a bit lower from this 950, 1,000 plus. Because if they don't peg it, then they can't even subject it to the vagaries of fluctuations of the value of the naira. They have to peg it. I'm sure of that. So I'm very optimistic. So let me go to security situation. The security situation, like I've always said, but like it happens mostly in the north. We have the southeast though, and we know why that is like that. But the northern one is just like an invasion, as far as I'm concerned. And I think a week and a half ago, I can't remember that particular governor. He said something very, very pointed. He said he went to a village that is about a remote village, 2 hours. It took him to get to that village. When he got there, and the way he met, I think they were just raided before the government went there, and he was sympathetic with them, and he was wondering that, look, if it took me 2 hours to get to this village through rough terrain, imagine when this same village or other villages around are being invaded, and they call for help from the military authorities. How long is going to take them to get there? But it might take them even more than 2 hours because they have to prepare their logistics. And by the time they get there, the damage has been done. And also he's talked about the collaboration between some of the traditional rulers and these invaders, this terrorist group. And in particularly mentioned an instance where the emir, or whatever they call them, ruling a certain village in his state, collected 700,000 naira and allowed the village to be invaded. And about 30 people or so were just slaughtered. The governor said it. I'll search for that publication. So you would be in the same vein, the Fulani young man was talking about the Obas in the southwest, that they pay some kind of dues to them anytime they come to graze their cattle, that they don't just come there for nothing. So you can see the complicitness of most of our traditional rulers in all of this. And that's why I always go back to the police jingles in those days, that armed robber not be ghosts. You get wife, you get friend, you get landlord. So these are the things. If a country is secure, then the people are vigilant. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. So the people, if you are not vigilant, of course, you will be raided. So these are the challenges we are facing in our country. We have each and everyone has to wake up to their responsibility. It's not just a governmental thing. If you don't report, how did they know? How did they know? So that is my take on the security issue. It's not the responsibility of the government alone. And for the OBJ going to talk about security and everything in Mina. Mina has become the headquarters of ex-military rulers, coup plotters, and stuff like that. Okay, fine. I don't know how they can repair the country when they didn't do it in their own time or put us on a sound footing. The hen has finally come home to roost in 2023. And there is nothing anybody can do. We need an economic reform in whatever shape it will take. We can't continue to do the same thing over and over and over and over and expect the same result. That's a classic definition of madness. We've been paying all subsidy since the 70s. Our refineries have not been working for about 28 years. It has been a lot. And a lot of things, everybody, during IBB time, there was a time, there are two prices of oil, one for PMS and diesel then, because diesel has not been deregulated then. Commercial vehicles buy at a certain price, and private vehicle buy at a certain price. And they designated some even fuel stations. And what did we all do? Everybody became no more private vehicle. We all are now using the privilege to say commercial. Commercial. And I remember a joke I used to do. I think I was one of the fuel station around Think, and then I just packed one day I wanted to buy, and the attendant didn't come to me, and I was looking at him, tapping my horn, and say commercial. So what is commercial? And I realized, he meant, that station is for commercial. So I had to drive off. You understand? We've been through all of this. There was a time, I think it's got to do with the pressure on the Lagos road and also fuel then. And we have this odd number and even number vehicles. You can't go out except if your number is for that day, your starting number. If your number is 2, that is even number. There are certain days you can hit the road in Lagos. If it's even odd, starting from like 3 or 1, there are certain days you can. So we've been through a lot in that country. Through mechanics of making life so cheap or affordable for everybody while we are borrowing. So when it doesn't work, then let's just drop all that ideas and let's pay the right prices for things. But it comes also that the government also have to find a way to pay the right wages, the proper wages, living wages, and give to those who actually need help, not just for all comers, the poor of the poor that really needs the help should be also taken care of properly, adequately, because we are not equal. We are all not equally endowed. Even in heaven, there is hierarchy of angels, and fingers are not equal. So these are the things, the reforms we have to go through. And who says any reform will come easy? Reforms don't come easy. When you have to even reform your life and you visit your primary doctor and they say you have to go on special diets.
Baba,
That is not, yes, sir.
Baba, it's not about we've been talking about reforms, the president encouraging every one of us to exercise some bit of patience. But then again, we've seen some reforms not hitting the end mark, right? So if Nigeria is expected to be patient and these reforms do not meet the desired objective, have we not lost a lot?
That is the danger of the now. If I may put it that way, the danger of now is if this reform fails, then Nigeria has failed entirely, and there may be no Nigeria, in the sense that the country as it stands today has no money. Has no money. Good a thing you are a financial person. If you have 27 trillion outstanding, 23 trillion outstanding in ways and means, which was something done in the last 5-6 years, and you've not properly addressed that, there is no way there can be a balance. You have to balance your books, not the budget now, because no country can balance their budget. I think only Bill Clinton did that, and it was like it didn't serve any purpose, because the government that took over from him overran the budget. They go back to deficit. But when you have a standing like ways and means like that, you have to address that. And I don't even know how they're going to address that in the circumstances we find ourselves. There is too much money in private hands in circulation in our country. If you take notes, the old notes is even more in circulation than the Emefiele new notes. It's more. That means those who hid the old notes in their farms, in the cesspits.
Has it not been discontinued? Is the Emefiele notes, are they still in circulation? Are they still in use?
It's in circulation. But what we have now is you even find the old notes, brand new, more than the new Emefiele notes. So
what's the position of the government? I mean, what currency are we using? I mean, we can't be using 2 tiers of currencies.
Yeah,
what's the position? Are they phasing the Emefiele notes out, or are they phasing the old? What's being phased out?
This is the situation now. Nobody is talking about this. But if you are very observant, you can just come up. You can see if you are discerning. I mean, what's going on with those notes? Because if you check, we have too much money in circulation. And the reason why they tried to introduce a new currency was to stop those excesses of people who stock the old naira, using it. And this is another form of a security threat to the nation, for anybody to have that kind of money in their farms, in their cesspits, in their wardrobe, or in their ceiling, and things like that. It has to be addressed. And they are causing mayhem in our financial circle in the country. Too many things has to be addressed all at once, because we are not easy people. We are honed in our ways.
But back to my question again. My fear, is we can see the negative impact of those two policies the president made towards his on his inauguration day. But again, we are yet to see custom-made solutions for those problems. Yes, the CBN governor is trying on the supply side, the monetary part, but we are not seeing feasible solutions. The main problem is food security. We are not doing anything there. We are not doing anything there. And as long as we are not doing anything to address...
What do you mean we are not doing anything there? They are giving them fertilizers, seedlings, etc., etc. Maybe there's not a holistic strategy. It's probably
that's what I'm saying. That's what is the blueprint. It appears we are whatever. I don't know if I could call him the minister. For me, I think he's not doing a good job. They are chasing things. They are chasing too many shadows, right? What is the strategy? What's the plan? We are not producing enough food for the country. As a matter of fact, the food supply is so terrible, and that's why we are having food shortages and high prices of food in the country. And as a result, the inflationary pressure is there. So if the president does not narrow down to the very basics, which is food, I think currently now we are still in the planting season, or we are harvesting. No, I think this is the planting season. So if the president does not get his team together to begin to address food shortages and food production, whatever he's trying to do when he's saying, oh, economic policies, it's not going to work. 3 years down the line, 2027, the problem may be more. Yes, we may have now. Okay, I looked at the latest report. We have trade surplus because of we are no more importing so much fuel into the country anymore. That's why our importation is going down and our exportation is going up.
No, the exportation. Look, Emeka, that's another fallacy. The statistics, the office of this brought out, I think hidden. If you look at it, we have trade surplus.
Yes.
But if you look at the exports, about 85% is on gas and oil and gas.
Correct. Because we have increased.
You understand?
We've increased.
So the remaining 15% is just what it takes of about produce and products, finished products being exported. So nobody should get carried away and think, oh, we've started production or we are hitting the max.
No, not at all. That's clearly a significant of we not importing PMS again into the country or other petroleum byproducts. But the thing there is we have not been able to address our local issues, which we must do, so that the problem at least must go down. You see, my fear, which I shared, I think one man was also saying it. This behavior where people are now kidnapping each other, cutting each other, taking organs of one another to go and sell. That fear, we don't want that to be a trend. It will now be a destruction in our social construct, which means you can no longer trust who you live with, who you see, and who you
marry.
Who you marry. Yes, because now if your neighbor can
or even who you employ, there's another spate of house helps killing their employers in order just to steal, and they're usually just young girls. They will poison the madam and then run off with their gold and run back to their village. A lot of that seems to be going on.
Yeah, so we don't want that, you know, a basic destruction of normalcy in the society just because things are getting bad. And why are things getting bad? The prices of food are not affordable any longer. So the president must sit up. It is now. It is something he should be calling a national issue on, to see how we can go back to the basis of agriculture and try as much as possible to begin to produce the food that we need to eat in that country.
You know, Emeka, I've never believed in, you mentioned something that I said, in this year of our Lord 2024, planting season, the food should, every month should be planting season. Every day should be planting season.
That's the blueprint, though, because what Tinubu came out with was that he wanted a year-round farming cycle.
Exactly.
And it was saying that the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Water should work with the Ministry of Land, so that they can come up with a structure, you know, that enables a year-round. Like you, there should be no, in this age of technology, there should be no such thing as a farming season. What does that even mean?
It sounds so archaic when I hear was talking about planting season.
When you have irrigation, you have mechanization.
Do we have eating season? We don't have eating season. We have to eat 3 square meters every day, so we have to plant morning, noon, and night.
The topography of some of the states makes it very challenging, especially in the north, right? You made mention of the fact where a governor had to navigate his way for 2 hours to get to a particular place in the north. So we have to also take cognizance of those challenges. But then again, not discounting or ruling out the important point that both you and Woman has actually highlighted. We must produce all year round. We have to. You see, it's a problem for us now. And if we don't seize this opportunity to begin to produce our local foods to the point that we now produce excess that we can export to other African countries, we will miss out this situation. And if we miss it out, I think everybody will resort to a different kind of way of living, and Nigeria will become a very
and you know what? I don't even believe there is anything one state or is the food basket. Everywhere we have terra firma, we have Mother Earth, we have soil. It is possible to grow something.
Yeah, but what Emeka was saying about that topography, it actually lends itself to specialism, because you are saying, you know, we have when there is land, then, but there are certain topographies that are suited to certain sort of crops. So maybe what we should have is specialism, you know. So we concede maybe cattle rearing are likely to the north, yam farming likely to wherever it is that's the topography. So you have these hubs of specialisms that specialize in what we feed on the most, you know.
I think we've missed a lot of. I remember when Saraki was the governor of Akwara, when the Zimbabwean
when they brought the Zimbabweans,
they brought a lot of cow from Australia and from Canada, and things were rolling. What happened to that project?
Well, you know, maybe like most other projects that come to the country, where everybody wants to see how they will benefit individually rather than the collective good of the country. It is a sad one, right?
It is.
We're heading to the rocks. As it is, we're heading to the rocks.
Yeah, why we want to blame the federal government, you understand? But I want to put more emphasis on the governors, because they are not doing anything. Because even as small a state as Lagos State, the Lagos State government has a tomato farm in Badagry. At least they are trying. Apart from that, I've not seen any governor rolling up their sleeve of talking about agriculture. It's all roads, bus stop, and things like that I just hear. But food is more important. to man, because we have to eat, feed well, and survive before we can even put fire to our car and start driving somewhere. A man that has not eaten cannot think straight.
Honestly speaking, our governors are still playing politics. That's what they are doing. They are not taking their jobs seriously. They are not taking their people seriously. We cannot, if you look at Edo states, it's just a microscope of what Nigeria is, especially in the states. And even the electorate are not taking their state governors seriously too. That's why you see them not demanding, making specific demands for what they want from their state governors. I remember one of the governors from the Southeast who said he was going to send 4,000 people to abroad for a job. He has won the election now, and everybody was shouting when he was saying that. Yay! He has won election now. What was about that?
Is that full anime? Is that full anime?
Eh?
No, it's on in Imo State.
The Imo State governor now. They said he was going to send 4,000 Imolites to abroad for a job, and
go sit down and everybody leave that team.
And everybody shouted, hey, even though it sounded ridiculous, they still shouted, right? It sounded very ridiculous, but they still shouted. Then again, now he has won the election. Is he delivering? So these are the things. Sorry, Baba, I'm taking a bit of your time.
No, go ahead. We are not many, just three of us with Ajanle Koko.
These are the things that I say, in our politics, that we are not quite serious enough. I think after the presidential election, everybody just goes home and begin to mind their business. We hear a lot of governors coming to say ridiculous statements and not fulfilling those statements. You hear them trying to, they are not even over-promising. It's not like you're over-promising and then you are underachieving. They are making statements that are very mundane and they are still not delivering on those mundane promises. You can imagine a governor who is not interested in providing job employment to his state and will only continue to maintain the civil servants that he inherited from his predecessor, and we still not pay them salary. We still not pay them the normal minimum wage. We complain about the minimum wage even when FAC has increased. Then the question is, what are you using the money for? Let us know what you are using the money for. If you cannot pay your civil servant, you have not increased the number of civil service. And even if you have only appointed SSAs, right? They will not pay minimum wage. They will not provide job employment in their states. They will not do anything productive. Then they will look for one road that is spoiled and go repair it and call their family members, and all their family members' wives to come around, and they will tie that road, that small place that they've tied, with so many ribbons. Spend money to tie that place with ribbons, and spend money to buy scissors. Just like Aisha Yusufu told the entire world that she spent 26 million for campaign materials and to buy nylon bag. They will spend that kind of money. And then they will now cut that nylon bag for how many millions and tell Nigerians that they've done road. They are specialists in road construction or road repairs, not even construction, road repairs. I think our people, that's what our people need to wake up, right? And begin to hold governors responsible for their welfare, for their own survival. Everybody keep looking. We look at Lagos, we envy Lagos, we're jealous of Lagos, we want to emulate Lagos, but yet we don't want to do what Lagos is doing. And the quick thing they will tell you is that, oh, Lagos was once a former capital, or Lagos is generating enough money. But Lagos didn't start like that. And it's because they've been some governors who are more responsible, who think more progressively, and want to do something for their citizens or residents. That is why Lagos is trying to move forward.
You see, I even saw a spectacle in Mecca today when some Abia State Polytechnic workers received their backlog of arrears for about 1.5 years or 1 year. And
they were dancing all over the place.
Your own money being owed you and belatedly being paid. And you are happy, dancing as if you've been done a favor.
It's sad. It's sad.
What has happened to our brain? I don't know.
No, it's sad. It's completely sad. It's the deceit that is going on in the country, right? We keep thinking yes, I would agree to some extent that the ball stops at the president's court. Is the one that would devise the design the policy programs that needs to go, and those holistic changes that would come through. But the governors themselves, they need to devise strategies for their specific states on what the plans, the programs they have. I know for a fact that healthcare, public infrastructure, and to some point, food security, it should be the responsibility of each state governor. But when you go there, they do not even provide employment, basic employment, employ people, increase the number of civil servants in your state, at least by one individual. They don't do it. They maintain the same structure. They hand over to the next individual that is coming and they move on. Increase that number. That is one way you can improve the standard of living in your state. But what they will do is they will increase the number of special assistants and special assistants, and also go as far as going to go and be giving special assistance to celebrities.
The one thing that I've always thought state governors should do is to open the rural areas into their main cities. We're mainly an agrarian society, and a lot of that agriculture goes on in the deep hinterlands. But if you look at the roads that actually leads to those farms, there are all these rickety roads, mainly mud roads, etc., etc. So if you can build that infrastructure to funnel the hinterlands into the main cities. So let's say, for instance, Onitsha is the capital city of whichever state, then build good roads into those farming interiors, so that they can get those goods out. So then that builds the economy by itself. It's always about infrastructure, nothing else.
Our governors, go ahead. Sorry.
Most of the governors are wigged. Like the guy in Imo State, uses governor. The guy in Imo State, useless governor. The guy in Imo State uses a governor.
It's not just the guy in Imo State. Basically, many of them are very useless. Many of them, I would say rather 98% of them are useless, with the exception of that individual that is doing a lot in agriculture, who has sat down and said, this is how I want to contribute to Nigeria by making sure that my state produces. I think the Jigawa governor, right? But the rest are basically doing that. They are so fixated on politics. They focus too much on their opponents. For 3.5 years, they gather funds, all the funds that, especially security votes, they keep it for the next election cycle. They fight their opponents from left, right, and center. They are fixated on their opponents to the point that when election comes, they're now trying to block everywhere. So even if you follow the politics of each state, and most states especially, you will find that they even create problems in the state, because they know that once they create those problems, it makes their opponents weaker. So you are creating issues in your state just because you don't want your opposition to appear to be strong. For instance, I don't want to call names, but what's happening in Southern Kaduna now? Are we seeing any form of insecurity in Southern Kaduna at the moment? That place has gone quiet. So, but at one point in time, there were so many excuses being floated in the media about what is going on in Southern Kaduna, about so many excuses were disseminated on that space, and people were losing their lives, people were losing properties, people were running away from Southern Kaduna and not being able to sleep at night just because of politics. It clearly shows the selfishness and the wickedness of most of our, I would say most, because it's more than 75% of them, most of our state governors. They don't want to work. They don't want to do what they are elected to do. They don't want to provide the basic infrastructures that is needed in the state. They don't want to elevate the poverty in the state at any point in time. Then one man mentioned about opening up the rural areas where agricultural products can move into the urban side. Look at Ekpoma, for instance. Ekpoma, if I stand to be corrected anyway, is the place where it has the highest cash crop in terms of palm oil, palm trees, where we can be able to convert this as an important cash crop in the country. You see, which country? As a matter of fact, we are importing palm oil in the country, where we have so many palm trees in Ekpoma. The road to Ekpoma from Benin, in short, if you need to, you pump your tires like how many
We have
times?
in Imo State now, they pump about 2 large palm farm in Imo, dating back even to colonial days.
Exactly. This is how many years now? This is 23 years of democracy. How many governors have been in Edo State? None of them has seen it wise enough to say, okay, we have a cash crop that is existing in our states that we can be able to use to improve at least the standard of living of people within that environment alone. The least we can do, let's do the road so that those who are interested in wanting to come and invest in this cash crop can come in and invest in it, and we can see how to get better. No, all of them, but currently as we speak, the election is next month. When you ask the governors, what will you do? Some will tell you they want to bring insecurity into the state. Some will tell you that they want to bring they want to bring peace in the state. The same peace that they will not allow to come to that state because they are fighting themselves. When they say they should sign peace accord, they refuse to sign. The same peace they don't want to bring to that state. Now, each state, if the governors are very pragmatic and proactive and they want to work, and not just for selective few, but they want to contribute to the larger society and the progress of that country. Each state is sitting on specific gold mines. I don't mean gold itself. We are sitting on things that can help the country become better. We are sitting on things that can help the country become better.
And the governors are investing a lot of money.
Baba, let me play this clip. This is the narrative of the son of the former DSS director or leader, Yusuf Bichi. So he's the character in this clip. So watch this.
They find DSS, they don't get internet, or they don't get social media. DSS, DSS, they don't even know, say I know they Nigeria like this. I use fake passport, come out the country. I don't go do surgery, change my face because of $2 million. I don't change my face like this. See, even if they come, even if they come Germany like this, if they come Germany like this, where are they like this? They go there and say, I don't change my passport. Say that name, bitch, you know that. Even this my account. Wait, the name never. I think say Instagram.
I didn't know they come out verify badge.
I think say Instagram not this badge where they there since 2020. You they play.
Where some of their celebrity never get. Junior, you if I catch you
$2 million. Like this for Germany, are they Hamburg? See, if you need where they currently say and generator hostels, that's where they currently like this.
Next to the train station.
Next to the train station. So you know, if you're looking for me,
they don't spoil my party where I go today. Today be this thing. Will be Friday.
So if you're looking for me at the moment, you're looking for your $2 million, you can come to Germany, come to Hamburg. You can contact the German embassy or Interpol. I mean, these people say what they I don't even understand. Say if you define person, so you now not get system in place.
And I better help me search his account.
So that was Yusuf Bichi's son, who went into the father's safe, stole $2 million and ran away. So and you can hear him boasting and bragging there, telling us that the DSS is of no use. So first, what is $2 million doing in the safe of Yusuf Bichi? You know, so sometimes when you hear some of these sums, so many people are stealing so much from that country, you cannot even begin to account for it. And now the thieves are stealing from the thieves now.
Look, that too many of these funny stories. I will tell you even one. It's not an anecdote. Desiani, in her early days in Jonathan, before she became a minister, she rented a house to a pastor of one of those big congregation, and they paid in advance, I think about 2 years. At that moment, she became a minister. And when it was overdue to renew the rent, she was not reachable easily. It took the pastor about almost 2 years because he didn't want to give the money to anybody before the pastor could gain access to her. Do you know this woman didn't remember the pastor or the property anymore? The pastor has to explain and explain and explain. She was just looking in askance because she couldn't remember. She had so much money. She's confused. That is how our people are. Too much money. The kids, this is not during this regime, during the military regime, the Abdul Salam regime, corridors of military administrators, you will see Ghana must go bags. Their children will invite their friends from school to come and carry Ghana must go. They were buying 505 cars and lodging in hotels, big hotels, secondary school children. Our country is peculiar. We Nigerians are peculiar. It's strange. Too many things I've seen, too many things I know, I can't even say. And at times I just open my mouth and say, and at times I ask myself, what's money without enterprise? Wealth, real wealth. I mean, can you imagine the other minister? Is it Derrier or who a cleaner in a London hotel saw how many hundreds of thousands of British pounds under the bed in an hotel, and she had to report? I mean, if you can put that kind of heavy sum under your bed in an hotel room, then you don't need it. It's not important to you. So why did you take it? In the words of Farida, EFCC chairperson, why do they even take what they don't need? Our greed is excessive, like every other thing we do. We have the knack of using hyperbole all the time in wealth making, in dressing. We just go to the extreme. We even need reorientation as a people. Honestly, we need reorientation as a people. Because I do not understand. What is that young man? Look, what does he know? What does he want to do with $2 million? $2 million? Even
it's just going to blow that money away on women and drugs, and then he'll go back home and the father will forgive him and he'll steal some more. It's just
it's funny. And he comes to catch cruise on the cyberspace, talking about it. Everything has become fun. People harvesting organ of we are harvesting organ of one another for what? At times I get confused at what is going on, and when we don't even have many churches in Nigeria, things were very okay. Now no street in Nigeria, no street does not have 2 or 3 churches.
No, but morality, when there's hunger, morality ceases to exist, right? It is only when people are full in the belly that you will have a civilized society. But when there's no food, you will see the cannibalism in people and the wars of people. Nobody will care about your state of faith anymore. They will all go out to see how to survive. It's not going to be the basic level of survival, right? The war. That's my actual fear. You know, I sat down and I was thinking about it, and I'm just hoping. You see, the president, when you hear him speak, you see him as someone who actually means well. We hope he means well, but then again, is he surrounded by people who share in that same belief and that same objective, or are these individuals just there for what they can benefit for themselves? And it's showing the examples. We can see the examples all over, featuring everywhere in the country. You see a DSS, a head of DSS, who is not interested in going after security issues, but to stash money at home. You see insecurity. Nobody is interested in that. You find Chinese nationals coming in to steal our mineral resources, collaborating with local chiefs, and even specifically some politicians to do so.
You know, there are more and more arrest of these Chinese nationals. I saw some being arrested in Ibadan, then I saw some being arrested in some state in the east, and then I saw some being arrested in some northern state. So those people, they through geo mapping, they know where all of our resources are, and then they just get the mapping structures from their country, come in there. What they are looting at the moment is lithium. They're just harvesting lithium from Nigeria, like
I still find it strange that illegals, right? Illegal migrants. We can call them illegal migrants. Well, yes, we can call them that. We come into the country, and you know, it doesn't occur if they don't have the backing of possibly a powerful individual or a powerful group mining is not just coming to steal sand and to steal stone and you just jump, or you just steal, maybe you steal pure water. It's an intensive operational is very operational intensive. You bring in tools. So these illegal aliens coming in, they come with the tools. So where are they coming from? Are they dropping from the sky?
But is it not the thief in the house that will invite the thief outside to come in and show them?
That's what I'm saying, because you just don't come and start mining like that. It doesn't happen. You have to come with explosive.
You see, America, that's why Africa don't want saving. We're backward into Africa don't want saving. We're dumb. We're the dumbest ways. We don't want saving. We're backwards. We don't want saving. We don't want saving. We don't want to change. We don't want saving. Africa don't want saving. We're dumb.
I'm not sure too many people will disagree with you on that. You know, we have to be dumb to be the way we are. But back to you, Baba.
At times I come to conclude that too, but also I always say that every Nigerian is a study in hope. What I mean by every Nigerian is a study in hope. No, I've not met a Nigerian that has given up on himself or herself. Every Nigerian believes in the possibility of making it big. So maybe that is what is keeping us alive, the belief that if this other person can make it, well, I can make it even better. But we could direct that kind of energy into something more productive that will elevate our national discourse, pride, and then production. Because I can see every Nigerian you see, there is this fire in his or her eyes. And I think it's something very peculiar to Nigerians. whether north, east, or west.
The way the Nigerian mind is built is different from any other type of human type. I think we have a uniquely peculiar outlook that can only be Nigeria. It's a result of the hardship, the hustling, the entrepreneurship, the never say die, the victim, all of that, the way we view the world and the way we interact with the world is and everybody will claim that they're unique, but it's almost like a Nigerian mindset and then the rest of the world.
Yeah, and that is the funny thing, because we are not directing that energy properly. I could compare ourselves, like in private discussion, I always tell people that we are the Americans of Africa, because you can see the same fire in the eyes of every American, and they put it into positive energy, and that has helped their country to grow. But ours, rather, we misdirect it into consumerism, because averagely, if you take, for instance, this is going to be controversial, Adama, I hail you, Adama, a Nigerian and an American, and please pardon me for saying this, a Caucasian American, just for only this discourse, not because I am I believe in white supremacy or not, okay? A white Nigerian and a black Nigerian, give them maybe $5,000 each, and tell them that, okay, I will come back in 30 days to visit you, and I want to see what you've done with this money. 30 days. Go to the Nigerian. What will you find? What do you think you will find?
You would have spent it on Owambe.
Good shoes, good neck chain, good glasses, good wristwatch, living the life. But check out the other one. You'll find a computer set, goldfish in a bowl, doing one program or the other, and wearing his normal t-shirt and khaki pants. That's the difference. We are very wasteful. Yes, it's good for me to say this now, maybe in my approaching my twilight years. We've all been through it before. You understand? We've all been. It's about competition. If my bosom friend can buy this, I can do this. I can build a bigger house. I can do this. A friend will visit you and say, this your place. This is exactly the size of my boys' quarters. And you become fired that, oh, this is the size of your boys' quarter, something you are proud of. And the next moment, you want to do something bigger. And that is why a man will end up in Nigeria with a house of maybe 17 bedrooms and 2 swimming pools. I've seen a lot of that, 2 swimming pools. One for the wife and the children, one for the baba of the house and his guests. What do you need that for? You are not a royalty and things like that. These are the money the Americans, the Ford, Henry Ford, the Carnegies, and the Rockefellers use to put their country on a sound footing that is helping the poor today. There's money in our country, yes, but we are very wasteful people, and we are misdirecting the use of the monies, the fortunes God has bestowed us with. Every Nigeria has a drive. I've been in some couple of African countries, and those that are running the country in terms of the economy are Nigerians. Some countries don't want to accept it. They make policies to mitigate against it. But if you find out under this successful person who is a national, there is a Nigerian, maybe the legislation of that country is not allowing them. We are everywhere. But then look at our country. Individually, people are rich. How many Africans you find on Forbes list? And when you look at the Forbes list, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Because there are, for every 1 billionaire you find on the Forbes list, there are 3-4 others that have the dark wealth that cannot go on Forbes. What do you want to do with all of that? So at times I'm even thinking that maybe government should do a legislation, amnesty on surplus funds or wanted funds. Just bring it. No prosecution, nothing. If you have 10 billion in your hidden somewhere in your house, bring 5. The remaining 5, take it into the banks. Government will approve it. Nobody will ask you any question. So the government can harvest some of these funds, because some of them you can't even take it into the bank because they will ask you through legislation. There is just no way. Wealth without enterprise. How did you get it? Maybe there should be a form of amnesty program for that kind of money. Because the country really needs money. The politicians have
I wonder how that boy was able to get $2 million out of it's playing on my mind. How was able to get $2 million out of the country?
Look, woman, a lot of house help stewards have stolen from ministers. They can't talk. If they can catch, they will take them to DSS, torture them, do this, do that, nearly kill them. And these boys will not say anything. At the end of the day, they will let them go.
Probably he used private jets, diplomatic passports. That's what.
Yes,
diplomatic.
He would have a diplomatic
passport. I know a minister recently, $3 million stolen by stewards.
Woman is talking about how did they take the cash out of Nigeria to, it's not
That's
just only leaving Nigeria.
Come on.
How about coming to Germany airport, right? You still need to you'll be caught. So the only way you can escape the border patrol individuals is through your diplomatic passport, so they don't get to search your bags. You can't come in with $2 million.
Do you know whether he has diplomatic passports?
That's what I'm saying, right?
He will have now. That's
what they do.
They just hand it out to themselves, like even their girlfriends.
Yeah, Woman, do you remember when was it? I think it was during Buhari's administration when they were saying if you have that their diplomatic passports for still being held by previous office holders and their associates, that they should return them back. That's once you've left, you are no more in office. There's no need for you to carry the.
Will you return it if it were you? Unless it expired, that's all. That's the only time you will return it. If it's not expired, no Nigeria will return it. You utilize it. You utilize it. So these are the main problem. And I think the governors in our country has to be held accountable. A lot of them are getting away with murder. Look at the money. We just look at FAC alone. Besides FAC, they collect much more money close to FAC on VAT, on security, ecological funds, 13% derivation funds, and a host of other hidden monies they give to them. So if FAC says this government has received 30 billion naira for this month, know that it's gotten another 30 billion extra that is not reflecting. And yet nothing is being done. Because now we are talking about CNG buses. I'm yet to see one governor that will say, look, I imported from Germany or from America or from from China, 1,000 buses. They have the capacity to do it. But look at none of them. It's just trickle. 10 buses, 20 buses. All they are waiting for again is for federal government, because everybody is focused on federal government. All the citizenry are abusing the federal government. So federal government should provide the CNG buses. What about you, the governor? What are you doing for your people? Absent local government, you are the nearest to the people. What are you doing whilst waiting for federal government to come up with something? You are not doing anything. These buses, even if you dedicate just 10 billion to buy buses on your own, it's more than that. So, but nobody, they play politics with everything and they just walk it away. These are the same people. This is their governors forum. They have their own headquarters, governors forum. They have even DG, director general. They are funding it. Where is that money coming from to fund their own agency? Or is it Parasita who call the Nigerian Governors Forum office, where they have director general and they have coterie of accountants working? What are they working on? Money? They depleted our sovereign wealth funds, the oil reserve funds, excess crude oil accounts. Too many things going on in that country. At times, I get frustrated and even ask, why are we a country after in the first place even? It's crazy what's going on in our country. It's crazy. At times you don't even know who to hold.
You see, Baba, that's why I don't mind. That's why I don't mind those who are calling for resource control, right? But my fear with that resource control is, with these governors, if you give them the ability to control their resources and contribute to the center, these guys, they will sell everything off. They are so selfish. They will sell everything off. It's not about contributing to the center, but they will not contribute even to their own state. They would eat up all the mineral resources that they have. If they can finish everything in one day, they will do it. Because if a governor who is willing to do something, if you give that governor 1 million naira, that governor will do something with 1 million naira. But regardless of the increment of fact that they are giving to them, they are still doing nothing.
I think this is where the president, I can see what he's trying to do, because he himself coming from that constituency, let me put it that way. Yeah, you can put, coming from that constituency, he feels that, okay, if we can do exactly like all revenues, no more cash transaction, you want to pay for duty, you want to pay for taxes, you want to do this thing, go to the portal once you access and pay your money directly to the coffer. So when there is less money floating around, there will be less corruption and there will be more monies in the coffers of the government. Because that's why maybe I think he doesn't want to confront anybody, because nothing will come out of it. Because you grab a man that has stolen $1 billion, he will take 60 SAN and come to court. Saraki did it the other time when they are having problem when he was Senate president. He went to court with, I think, 65 SAN. And for them to register their presence according to court procedure, it took them almost 3 hours. I'm chief, this SAN. I stand, how they talk for court? And it took about 3 hours alone. The judge was tired. The judge was tired.
Let's see if we can bring Ajale Koko into the conversation. It's been so quiet. It's either busy or
maybe he's driving. Call him up. Let's see.
Yeah, I've been listening to everybody. I'm just enjoying the conversation. I see it's so interesting. So
yeah, carry on now. I yield to you so far. And we kept
I think it's just an open. It's one of those that's turned it just into gisting. We were talking about NNPC coming out with a price point for the pump petrol 950 naira in Lagos State, 1019 naira in Borno, and they are giving logistics as the reason for that. And then this one, a quirky little one. Nigeria ranks third in African countries with most generous people. So even in the midst of lack, Nigerians still are somewhat parting. Nigerians, Nigerians have a good heart and a big heart. That's the one thing we know. And Nigeria would never see anybody suffer if they can do anything about it. Nigeria's inflation rate drops. So that's somewhat good news right there. And this one also a quirky little one. Portable meets Peter Obi complaining that he didn't give him any money. Tinubu on his way to Tinubu on his way to Borno State to have a first-hand assessment of what's going on there. INEC rejects PDP's request to remove Wike's cousin as Edo rec ahead of Guba elections. So all of those sort of naughty behaviors are so either that or just we just gist, sometimes the gisting is even better than all these talking points.
Well, let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, I think this NNPC price and of petrol, I think we treated it yesterday. The price of per liter in Borno State, I don't know how people in that part of the country will be able to buy it. I mean, that country, I mean, that state is already the economy is battered. I can even say is a begging state because all they do there is just a humanitarian. It's an humanitarian job, or how do I describe it? Everything is on humanitarian ground there. Food distribution, cash distribution, rebuilding of property. It's just a state that is going through reconstruction. The state going through rehabilitation, or how do I say it? So I don't know the economy in Borno State that people will be able to. People can. I mean, I don't know how it's going to be affordable to people. I know that the transport cost is what is responsible for that high price. But it's really going to. I mean, for them, people will take the hit for that because if transporter bought it for 1,000 plus, definitely it's going to increase the fear, and the cost of living will go high, and standard of living will go low. So they'll be badly hit in the north with the price of this petrol. Even in Lagos, that is the financial capital where we can say we have a concentration of the middle class, upper middle class, and people that are, better off than any other part of the country economically. They are complaining as well. So, don't know how this. I don't know what. I know that is the suffering, the hardship is going to everything will double up. I mean, it's going to everything will increase. But that price, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's just it's anti-progress price, and it's a price that
I think it's for reasons of logistics. This particular batch of petrol coming out, it was bought and paid for in dollars, so they are using a dollar rate. But from the 1st of October, the naira element kicks in, and they're expecting it to drop to about 600 and something. But at the 1,019 per liter in Borno, it's for reasons of logistics. So transporting fuel from Lekki to Borno, it incurs a cost. And of course, that cost has to be passed on to the end user.
well, I think I won't believe them that when they start buying it in naira, the price is going to drop. I think the government should have worked out something to drop the price now. Pay the difference between the naira price and
but they are determined not to subsidize anymore.
Subsidy. Giving subsidy is not illegal. It's not a sin. It's not going to kill the country. Even all this why they should have done that conversion before they start rolling out this thing. They should have worked out, the difference and pay off Dangote and make the price cheaper than what it is now. Not that we have it at 900 plus, and you say when it is naira, and then what is going to go down? What kind of kajo is that? That is government magic right there. What is going to go down? What is going to make it go down? I don't get it. So it's not a good arrangement as far as I'm concerned. They should have done better than this. So this price is anti-economic progress price. It's not going to yield. It's not going to yield any. It's productivity will suffer too. A lot of people, economic activity will have a setback with this price. It's not a good price. And now, what is the essence of what we can see here? The only thing that we can be guarantee of is steady supply. But when there's steady supply and it's not affordable to people, then what is the economic benefits? What benefit are we getting on that? It's going to come to a useless product, a product that is not good for people because it's scary. The price is scary. Let's wait and see how they're gonna do it. They are saying it okay, October. We'll see how they're gonna do it in October. We have all this time to have done all this crap, but they failed to do it. They even talking about the situation in Nigeria. Sometimes you just want to say, well, you'll be short of words. Sometimes you don't even want to know what to say. So, but we keep on watching and see what we're going to see next month. It's going to be another story, a complete another story. When we were importing, it was cheaper. Now we are producing. This is a product that we did not source for the raw material from outside the country. Everything in Nigeria, the raw material, which is the crude, the processing, which is the refinery, and then the final product, everything made in Nigeria, and then is what do you call it? It's now higher than the price is higher than when we were importing it. It's just it doesn't make economic sense to me. So, yeah, but let's wait and see. Let's see what is going to happen. But if we continue like this, I don't see how Tinubu is going to. I don't see his re-election in 2024, 2027. It's going to be very hard. people will be strangulated economically, financially in that country, and they will carry that to vote against him. I don't know what is going to turn around the economy when the singular product that activate and propel and drive economic activity is very high now. So I don't see.
You know, people keep saying that the state of the nation will be reflected in 2027. But you know, in that 2027, whoever is going to replace Tinubu has to come up with a better plan. You know, so what are they going to say? Are they going to say they are going to reintroduce subsidy, which I haven't suffered through? That wouldn't rhyme with sense. You know, so there is, I cannot say an argument that replaces him. You know, I cannot say an argument that replaces him unless somebody comes up with an economic good blueprint that actually makes sense. So people can't just say, oh, because we suffered, then we kick him out, to be replaced by what and who to do what. You know, so that's the thing, isn't it? So I mean, is it Peter Obi or that we just be talking gibberish, or article that tells you he wants to hand the country to Arabs? You know, so there's no argument that defeats him. That's just the thing.
Well, what I'm telling you, one man, when people are angry, they can do anything. There's not going to be all these economic activities. I mean, sorry, all this analysis you are making it's not relevant to people.
No. I agree that people are hungry, people are hungry, people are suffering, and all of that. So who is going to come and tell them what that will make them vote for that person as opposed to Tinubu? Because even if they are going to vote Tinubu out, they have to vote in an argument that betters their lives. So what is that argument?
Well, let me tell you, argument will surely come up from some candidate.
Yes.
Yeah. That we tell you that we told you people that this politician, they don't mean well for you. We told you that removal of petrol subsidy will destroy you people, will destroy the economic activity of the country, and will put you people into poverty. You didn't listen. You have seen it yourself now. If we get to power, we will reverse this thing. We will make sure.
So they will reintroduce. You see that argument loses immediately. They will reintroduce petroleum subsidy.
But to you, it looked like this is the only solution to the way forward, removal of petroleum subsidy. That is the way you see. You think that is the way forward. Also, some other people will say, no, that is not the way forward. There's another way forward. And people that are angry, that have been battered by the policy of this country, of this government, they just want to do away with the government. They don't want to listen to any argument. And people that vote in the poor place, the majority of people that vote don't listen to this economic analysis that you people are doing or we are doing here. They don't. People that I can reason the way you are putting it, that are educated, don't even vote. It's a few one of them that vote. The majority of them don't vote. The poor people, the artisan, all these people with that menial job, those are the people that stay on the line, on the queue for several hours to vote for their candidate. And then the argument is going to be, you people that want to vote for these people, are you going to take money again this time to vote for them and they continue to impoverish you? Is that what you people want to do this time again? So there's going to be a lot of problem. What the administration, if the situation continues, if the hardship continues, the argument of how will the administration, how would they be able, how would they explain themselves to Nigerian people that we have make your life?
That's easily done, you know. What they would do is to tell you how we got to where we got to. You know, because it's pretty clear now. What is going on here is not the result of bad policies by Tinubu. No, it is the result of the excesses of decades and decades and decades of mismanagement, of excess, of an over subsidized life that country has lived, which now crescendos into where we are now, where it is no longer sustainable. So what is going on is nothing to do with Tinubu now. He's just picking up the bag for the Babangida administration, the Shagari administration, the Tafawa Balewa, all of them, all these things that they've done that's led us here. So he's picking up the bag for that. Good luck Jonathan not being able to remove the subsidy when it was easier to do all of these things. This is what has culminated into where we are now. So and he has to make difficult decisions, and that is the argument. So if you want to take us back into that space, and then we bury our head in the sand, like we're some millionaire country, which we are not, you know, so that's the argument. So anybody that wants to revert back to where we were, then that guy is an enemy of the state.
And the people will tell him, let's just say, this is the policy of Tinubu that, impoverish Nigerian people. And the Nigerian people will tell him that this is what we are, this is where we are economically before you came in, and this is where we are today. Are we better off today? No. Must you implement policy that will effect hardship on us? So, in an effort to fix Nigeria, is that the way to fix problem? You don't fix problem by putting people through suffering and pains. You go to the problem. The source of the problem is the corruption around that.
The source of the problem is not the corruption.
Is the corruption around
the subsidy?
The corruption. Hold on, woman. Yeah. Is the corruption around the subsidy, not the subsidy? Why do you have to fail to fight the corruption around it, but removing it is totally an incompetent effort by him? It lacked the capacity to fight. It lacked the capacity to, fix the problem.
You know that he didn't remove it. It was removed by Buhari.
Okay.
The subsidy was removed by Buhari.
It was removed.
And
must it continue?
In law.
Must it continue?
It was embedded in the constitution before Buhari left.
He can change it as the president of.
It will change the petroleum industry bill.
It is not. Hold on. So, the petroleum industry bill, is it the petroleum industry bill that says that subsidy should be removed? Or
yes.
Budget?
Yes.
He could change it if he want to.
It would change an act of parliament.
Hold on. He did one before. He did one on that educational, what do you call this, student loan. He reintroduced another bill to cancel the first one. So he could do it if he want to do it, if it really meant well.
And then if he did that, where would he get the money to continue the subsidy?
What we are saying is that it's not the subsidy
they will go and borrow. No, yes, but
he's
not going to fight corruption in one swoop, is he? So before he's able to fight the corruption, he still has to maintain the subsidy first. So where will he get the money?
Look, where did they get the money
To buy private jet,
to buy private jet and the
of
vehicle
course.
and everything for
Uh-huh.
themselves. Now, it's a question. Is it not a legitimate question?
All right.
Where did they get the money to
Do you know how much goes into
to
subsidy?
make all those things
We're talking
affordable,
about
to live comfortable?
a 3 billion a month spend. $3
It is
billion
the
a month.
corruption they were stolen. It is the money being stolen. It is not the subsidy. It is the corruption around it that make that bill look so high. And he and others and Buhari them failed to tackle the problem, but rather the benefit of the people is what they remove and then put people in hardship, in darkness. So look, these incompetent people, we should not allow them to cajole us. So why do we have refinery that could not work in the first place? Why? Why did they promise refinery is going to work? And over, at every time that the promise is going to work, it will not work, and they will have to postpone it. Why is it? That is best way. That is the best way to describe incompetency. You promise, you must fulfill, because money was committed into this. If money was not committed, it's a different ballgame. Billions of dollars have been committed into it. Why could it not work? So are they telling us that the engineer that were fixing it don't have the time frame to fix it? They didn't calculate it well, or they just usually blanket time that, oh, okay, we finished, and it's also time. And how can we run a country like this? We can't run a country like this. So what I'm saying is that I don't know how Tinubu is going to market himself and come up with an argument that he has made life better for Nigerian people better today than before he came into government. So Nigerian people are not better off today. We are worse off, the worst of the worst economic.
I'm not even sure why you're saying this, Ajanle Koko. How would you not be worse off when you've been living beyond your means for decades and decades, and now you don't even have the capacity to do that anymore? There has to be a structural. It was always going to be the case that the way that country has lived, it was always going to be the case that at some point we have to go through a pain period. No matter who the president is, at some point we have to go through a pain period, and that is that point now. So that's that point now. Heavily subsidized food is subsidized, education subsidized, petroleum subsidized, even the naira subsidized, everything subsidized. At some point, it's no longer sustainable, and that is that point now. So I'm not quite sure. People keep saying as though they don't know the realities on the ground.
Let me tell you this: if you have a product that you are expected to have a comparative advantage over others, but instead of making use of that product to your advantage, you fail to use it to your advantage, but rather to your disadvantage and disadvantage of your people. What would you call that? That is incompetency, and that is what people have voted for, as far as Tinubu is concerned. Leaders tackle problem not to the detriment of the people, well-being of the people, but rather to the positive well-being of the people. It's not to the detriment of the people, but rather to the,
Let me ask you a question.
It is incompetence as far as I'm concerned.
You said that, but yes. I don't agree, but that's not even where I want to. Do you believe that country has been living beyond its means for decades?
When you say the nation has been living beyond its means for decades, who are those people been living beyond the means? Are the people of Nigerians, or
yes,
incompetent leadership?
All of them.
That is not the people of Nigeria. The incompetent leadership that have mismanaged the resources of the country, that should be held responsible for the problem. And the reason why we're having this problem is because we allow incompetent people to be in position of power over and over. At every election cycle, they are the ones that get to power. So, and that's the reason why we are saying that Tinubu, that been portrayed by some of you, is the best man ever in the whole world. Oh, he managed, he transformed Lagos State, he did this, he did that. Here we are today. What have we done good since he came in that Nigerian people can say they have felt the impact, positive impact of his government? No, none. If you know any, you can tell me. None.
I can tell you several.
Tell me several.
It removed the fuel subsidy, which ultimately will be to the benefit of. Well, it didn't even, but he stood by that policy, which will ultimately be to the benefit of Nigerians. In the medium to long term, it will ultimately.
When will that benefit come?
Yes, in the medium to long term.
When will Nigeria feel that benefit? When?
I just said in the medium to long
so
term.
Even you cannot use just a medium. Well, that's you. Well, let's keep on telling me.
You know, Nigerians have to make a lifestyle adjustment to the economic realities of the times that we live in. So there has to be a lifestyle adjustment. You know, in a lot of countries wealthier than ours, they don't drive cars. You know, because they price the car complete out of affordability. They price it. If you go to a lot of these Asian countries, they ride scooters and bikes, you know, and motorbikes. So there's a lot of lifestyle readaptation that Nigeria has to go through. Now it cannot be business as usual because of the excesses of the past.
Suffering, lifestyle of suffering, lifestyle of how do I describe it? From grass to grass. Is that the lifestyle that we have to embark upon? From grass to grass?
No.
Yeah.
You know, when the country it's a process of recalibration, isn't it? What we're essentially seeing is the country recalibrating. And when that recalibration, you know, what Tinubu is doing is probably the most significant thing that's ever been done in that country. Is throwing the country up in the air and letting it find its own balance. And once that balance has been found, then the country can function organically, fluidly, automatedly, without it's being weaned off life support from the state. So the Naira has been floated. Once the Naira establishes its value, then we know that that's where we're working from. Once we've already removed fuel scarcity, once we establish fuel price, then we know that is where that's what we're working from. So the country then readapts to these realities, this new economic realities, you know, that is more in line with sustainability than being dependent on states, you know, for a subsidized life. You know, so that to me is a far better plan than to subsidize this. We're not in a socialist system. We're not a welfare state. You know, we're a free market enterprise.
Yeah, don't look, woman. You cannot have economy when a singular product that drives economic activity is not affordable to the people of the country. It's not affordable to individual. It's not affordable to businesses. So how would you achieve economic growth? How would you achieve productivity? You don't have you can't have productivity. You don't have economic base. You don't have that foundation that you can sit on as a nation. You don't have that economic base. You are throwing off your currency. You are removing the product that drives economic activity. I think it's just senseless. It's just a total miscalculation, total, economic theory that is bound to fail. It's going to fail. It's failing the nation already. We are seeing it. People cannot eat anymore. Is that the progress? Is that what we have to sacrifice? People cannot even pay the school fees of their children. People cannot even travel to wherever they want to go for business activity. People are hopeless. People cannot even buy drugs because the currency is, have lost value. This has been devalued, with such a margin that we never seen before. People cannot buy drugs. People cannot buy food. And you say this is the best policy that ever been made ever. This is not a good policy. This is a policy that will wreck the economy of the country. And what you are going to see is your people are going to be economically enslaved. Some other people from other parts of the world with hard currency will move in, enslave your people economically, take your resources, and then continue to, impoverish your people. This is what we are going to see. This is what we're going to continue to see. Is that good for the future of the country? No, you are building criminality. You're going to build criminality the more, which is going to be very, 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 very detrimental to the economic growth, to the a survivor of the country itself. A medical doctor, the middle class is crushed already. The upper middle class, they're running out of the country in their thousands. We can't continue to run the country. We must run the country in such a way that the economic prosperity, people can see that yes, the country is on the right path economically, and the future is bright. But what is the future now to Nigerian people? So this price of this gas, I'm sorry. What we are buying $600, 600 naira some few months ago, and people were complaining so bad about the price. Now you have about 50% increase when now we are producing it in Nigeria. This is a killer price. This will further suppress people and continue and impoverish Nigerian people, and it is not good for the development. When your people are being pushed into poverty day by day, you are killing the country. The potentials of the country is being killed when that happens to your country, and that is what is happening to Nigerian state. to Nigerian people today. We've been crushed every day. Look at, I know that, yes, because of this. Do you think people will be able to buy that oil in Borno State for 1,000 plus? Already in Lagos, they are buying it 1,000 today already, because a friend of mine told me that it's 1,001. He bought it yesterday or a day before yesterday.
But how significant is the need for petrol in Borno State anyway?
People don't live there.
It's not the hub of enterprise. What's the need for petrol in? What's the need for petrol in Borno State?
Assad is not going to travel from one place to the other. So I hope Tinubu can look. Let me tell you one man. Dangote's Dangote's refinery is a private owned for profit purposes. It's not for it's not for charity. It's for profit. So we are not going to get anything good from that place, as far as I'm concerned. The state-owned refinery, if they can get it back on stream, that could be the savior of the country. They start rolling out petrol at a very affordable price for the people, then maybe we can start having, what do you call this thing? At affordable price. Maybe, that can help, But for this price, one man, with the cost of living, with the salary that people earn, it's for transporters to move goods from one place to the other and vehicular movement of people. Nigerian people are very, very poor now. Very, very poor.
Let me give you information about the refineries, the Nigerian-owned refineries. The four refineries combined together cannot give us beyond about optimal production level, about 16 million liters every day. So if they're even working at all, they cannot produce enough for the country. Two, the only one now they are giving us hope that is going to work is the first refinery, the old one. That's the one they used $1.5 billion to
the one that the colonial master built.
No, not the I think it was built in the 60s. And you know the capacity for PMS? 2 million only per day at optimal production. So they are just deceiving us. With 2 million capacity, the rest are even almost dead. But
that's the one that the colonial people built that was upgraded.
This one that they are promising us now, so they spend 1.5 billion and it's just 2 million capacity. If working at full this thing production level, 2 million, and we are said to be using 33 million a day. So there is no way out of this quagmire.
How many do we use a day?
32, 33. That's the figure everybody is banding around.
We are in for it. It's going to be very tough. So, but I don't know.
It's a problem, honestly.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem.
How can you spend? And that refinery didn't cost even 1 billion to build. You are using you use 1.5 to resuscitate it. It's old, it's outdated, outmoded. You refitted it. Why? The other one is there that has more capacity in the same premises. You did not even touch that one. They didn't touch that one. It's the old one, the first one. No, I beg. We need special courts. That's my take.
So, well, I don't know. We see one man. We see what Tinubu is going to campaign on for him to win re-election. It's going to be very, very hard. It cannot continue like this, except something is done that can give Nigerian people hope. Nigerians are hopeless now, except we are deceiving ourselves. You could be looking at the economic aspect of it and analyzing it as a well-educated person, but ordinary people there don't care about this analysis you are talking about. They care about their bread and butter and their food on the table. How were they eating before compared to how they are eating now? Could they afford to eat the way they used to eat 2 years ago? They cannot. The school fees of the children increased, everything increased. Salary did not increase. Cost of living going high. I don't know. They should have done. It should have done better than this. It is not. I don't know. The complaint is just too high from everybody you talk to in Nigeria. The complaint is just too high, and medication people cannot buy. It's very expensive now and stuff. Particularly aged people. That
is the medication I'm bothered about actually.
Yes.
Because even when they buy it at a very high cost,
there are some medication.
You are not too sure you are buying the real thing.
Some medication are not even available anymore.
You are not sure. How can you spend so much money, 19,000, 30,000, to buy a medicine that is fake?
Yes, some medication are not available anymore. You go to some pharmacies that are, original, this not roadside, that are this thing. Some medication that they used to get that of high quality medication that they used to buy source from overseas, they can't do it anymore because it's going to be too expensive for them to sell.
Let's bring Folly B into the conversation.
Folly B, Folly B.
Take it back, movement and all that. So we're back in. He's in your political space as well, of course.
Folly B.
Folly B. Cabo, Aluta. Oh yeah, you work with Baba.
Bàbá ẹ dín fóun jábọ́ kí ló dé òun ìdílé jù.
Mo ti jábọ́, mo máa tó jábọ́.
Ẹyin Tinubu ti jábọ́.
Tó bá tún yọjú máa jábọ́.
Ó ní bí padà wá o. Má jẹ́ káwọn Tinubu dẹ́rù bá o, má jẹ́ ó dẹ́rù bá o.
Igi tí máa fi rí ẹ bọ́ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi.
So, what are you making of Sowore making his way back to Nigeria? I don't think you've spoken on that yet.
I spoke a little bit yesterday. Look, Sowore is just showing to us that he's more reliable than any one of these people, and he's not a coward, and it's a person that will, do what he said he's going to do. He said he's going to come back, and he came back. He said whatever they're going to do for him, let them do for him. And he came back. He said nobody can, nobody can threaten him out of his father's land. That is a bold man. That is a courageous man. We need bold and courageous person to lead us in that country, and not politicians that promises and will never fulfill the promise. So it just shows that is reliable, is stable, is forthright. He will stand by what he believes in. He never, he never run away when it is time, to face, say the truth to power. He will say it, and he will stand by what he said. So all this threatening, Sowore will be do this, will be pick up, and those videos we saw that immigration officer bragging, He came back, and what happened? But like I said, look, Tinubu administration or the people, I don't know, maybe it's Attorney General that is doing this. I think the Attorney General warned them, never arrest this guy, leave this guy alone. He has not done anything against the law. Arresting him going to bring, you know, more attention on him, and going to bring, the name of the administration is going to drag the name into the mud. The administration is facing a very serious problem now. We don't want more problem from the Aluta people. We don't want problem. We don't want to picture that. We don't want to send an image that we are anti, voices of opposition. We don't want to send an image that we oppressive administration. So I think whoever that advised them or told them that, look, leave this guy. I'm suspecting it's the Attorney General. I have said it earlier. So I'm suspecting it's him. I think he has done a good job because it will have been watched out. Showre will have dominated the news today, and a lot of activities will have been speaking. Falana would have been, everybody will have been speaking. People all over the world, Nigeria will have been speaking that this is oppressive administration. That will bring a serious hit on the administration, and that will cause a distraction. I think they did well. They calculated well, and let's see what they are going to do. And Showre have promised that October 1st, we are coming out to demonstrate. That again shows that it's a very, very courageous and it's a very patriotic Nigerian. It is the time for Nigerians to stand up and speak out. If we don't speak out, we can't get solution to the problem. Look, politicians are the same all over the world, even in the United States. People stand up against them here all the time. In Britain, protests everywhere. Protest pushes the politicians to do the right thing. So as long as they don't carry arms, they don't do this thing, they don't go violent. Yeah, but so he has promised them that we are coming again on the 1st of October. We'll be out on demonstration again. He target one name. I can't remember what the name he target. He target October something. I can't remember now.
No,
So
October Rage or something.
He just said what they show with his acronym for every move we want to make. I said, well, but I think I just give kudos to the administration that they didn't keep him in detention, and they released his passport. I think they did very well. I really give kudos to whoever that advised them. I believe it's the Attorney General because the Attorney General, when he came in, he released his passport. The passport had been held by Buhari for over 4 years or over 3 years. To release it to him, the charges against him, he dropped him at the court. I believe because the Attorney General is a man of law, and I don't think he want to get involved in all this shenanigan of using the law to oppress the people. I think that is why he's doing that. He's doing the right thing. Following the constitution to the letter, following it well, not to violate the right of Nigerian people. So he did well. If he's the one in charge or whoever that advised that Showre should not be kept in detention. So that's the way I see that 1 month. So, but 27, I think it's going to be tough. I look, 1 month. My fear is that this price will keep increasing as long as we have our currency, devaluing. The price of the gas will continue to increase. That's the. I don't know what they're going to work out with Dangote. Yesterday, I was suggesting, why can't they do swap, crude swap, where they were doing it before now with outside the country. Why can't they do it with Dangote? Swap crude with him. Don't take money. Let them process it and let's sell cheap gas for our people. I mean, even if you are going to pay subsidy, that it can be minimized. It can be minimized and be well managed than what we used to have in the past. And then we will have economic activity will pick up again. That petrol is the power of economic activity in that country. When it's not affordable, the economy will suffer a very, very big, serious setback. I don't get it. Maybe I'm not getting. Maybe they know better, but I don't know.
All right, let's bring Rational Mind into the conversation. I was just about to shut it down. Rational Mind, when you just
let me restart this device. This device is I can hardly hear you guys. Let me restart it. I will join you.
All right. So that's Rational Mind to come and put
Pepe.
Yes, to come and put a dampener on everything. You see, I've always told you, no good will ever come out of this.
If you refuse to beg me, I will pin him down. That device will not work. It won't work. Unless he pledged that he's going to be moderate.
Rational Mind, boy.
Multi-peg.
Kí yàn lọ ṣọ́ra fáwọn àwọn agbára Tinubu ti pọ̀ o.
Ó yá Rational Mind má bọ̀ náà tó bá tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
On
struggle.
No, adjust the device.
Come adjust it. Irọ́ ló ń pa.
I especially wanted to hear from Foley, because he's the secretary of the AAC movement. So Coco Afuane Chore, something or the other.
It's a good thing, actually. I mean, the fact we made the AG.
I think is the one there.
He came to just help the president. Actually, he's a man of means and is knowledgeable, and he's the only moderating voice in that room anytime they are having their fake meeting and everything so far. But what I think, the president is not being served by his appointees, and maybe he should have borrowed a leaf from OBJ's regime or administration by making all these ministers sign a blank letter of resignation. It will be like a sword of Damocles on all of them when it's hanging on your head, knowing full well that they can just type something into it and kick you out. Because how many? We can, out of the 48 or so, I don't think there are more than 5 that are performing at the moment, and that is below 15%. And that's a failure anywhere in the world. Because I don't even see reason, maybe now that he's back and he's going to sit down, though he's talking of an American trip. I don't know whether it's the time of the United Nations General Assembly meeting. I will check that out. But he has to stay in the country and then do the work he is being paid to do. He has to do that work. We need him around so that he can really supervise his ministers, because absence, the frequent absence from the country, I think is making the ministers also to sit back. And I blame the chief of staff for all of this. Baja is not working at optimal level. I wish a Fashola is a person that is there.
Is it that he's not working at optimal level, or is not capacitated for the job? A lot of people will say that his skill set is not. That's even if he has any. He's just there to, I think Badabi Amila and I see them as one and the same person. They want a title so that they can use it to do fine boy and have designer beards and all this silly they're just there to look pretty now. They're not there to work. It's but they're being there to work or just to look pretty.
Yeah, it's not. It's not capable. I think the office is too big. It's bigger than him. The office is bigger than him because he's a man that has no administrative experience other than being a House of Rep member. And no. We need somebody like Fashola who is big enough for people not to control. Tinubu cannot suggest anything.
He won't even go near. He won't even go near his office.
Exactly.
Now.
That is the point.
So I was there when he was born. So,
neither Madame too. You know. Neither Madame too, because Fashola will know how to fence them off. And that's the kind of person we need, particularly in this time.
I feel there are two characters crucial to the success of Tinubu's administration that are missing. One you've already mentioned, Fashola, and the other one I would suggest is El Rufai. If those two people were yes, they would drive things. Fashola would drive things aggressively because we know he's more success-oriented.
Yeah, and he will put no nonsense from anybody.
No nonsense now. Just get the job done, do it, and get out of my office, you know. And El Rufai also, he is a bit of a bruiser.
Do you know El Rufai? Yeah. They promised him the energy ministry, and he already has a program, a prepared book. What he wanted to do is he spent his time. He knows what to do with that energy, and they just burst his bubble. Just like that.
Look at who they put there instead. Who can even remember who the Minister of Power is?
Your man.
Some Amala Mountain guy from Ibadan.
Amala guy. I mean, too much politics.
A lot of people are crying for that tariff. Removal of tariff, I mean the increase of tariff on electricity now. You see that guy, you played the video raking yesterday.
I'm sure that one has used his air conditioner because of the heat, and the thing has showed him pepper. But the meter is running more than a Ferrari. So he's crying yesterday. I was looking at him. He thinks when you're on band A, now water, he has to be very careful.
The guys said they forced them on band A. They did ask for a band A, and the band A is eating their money like crazy.
When he's enjoying 24 hours light now. Now he doesn't want 24 hours light anymore.
Only at 10,000.
I was looking at it that you don't know. You come and ask people that in the West or in Europe how they live. I think there has to be a change of ministers. The constitution
they've been promising that for a long. Look, if those ministers stay in situation till the end of this year or the first quarter of next year, then there's no point, because then we're approaching elections. So it doesn't even matter who's going to. It should have changed them a long time ago, at least 4 months ago. If it doesn't change them,
it's still not too late. November, it's still not too late this year. From now to December, he has to change the ministers. Honestly, he has to change them, all of them. Even Mr. Wale Edun has to go.
Okay, is he not performing?
No, look, the fiscal and the policy, they have to work in synergy. There must be a syntax. And this policy of import duty waiver removal totally for pharmaceutical companies, it's not been effected. 3 months ago, the president pronounced it. Up till now, the customs said they've not received the memo, so they can't do anything. And you said you are the senior prefect of the whole ministers. You are in charge of the economy. What is this? What is delaying for 3 months? Or they are trying to use a kind of tactics, that thing at times we use in our individual offices or home.
You see, for me,
Kotiji, right? National. Yeah. More miss skinny. Okay, carry on. Carry on. No, but ikiloreo warning. If you go beyond it, I'll peg you. I will peg you.
Am I audible or am I don't know, because this device is not even.
Make I answer you. Make I answer you.
Okay, yeah, Shelly, got me.
Me, I not hear. I don't block my ear.
Okay.
Mungbe. You are clear, loud and clear.
So the point I'm trying to make is that, see, what they're doing is overhyped, just like Tinubu is overhyped. Even Cardoso. So I don't know all these things you people are talking. I know before the election, I said it. So if you're talking about Tinubu of those years when Tinubu was Tinubu, probably is those is crookedry and all those kind of when he was younger, maybe he could at least perform. I said it all before the election. I said this guy that you people are bringing into this office is not capable of that office. And all these whole cargoes that he brought. I mean, you people need to understand the context when that Tinubu functioned. That I mean, it's seemingly, even to me, it's not that's not a success. His administration was not a success by any standard. But you need to understand the context when he was a governor. He was a governor at the time when Nigeria was just coming out from military rule, and there was this yearning for a better Nigeria. And the person of Obasanjo came in, being someone who has been there before, who knows, who has the idea about statecraft, how to govern states, because from his previous experience as a head of state, military head of state. So, and then during those time, we're moving into the Y2K, that is year 2000, also period, when the whole world was this buzz about globalization and everything. And he rode on that euphoria, and he seemingly kind of like have some kind of success. I mean, I won't put that success to him, because Obasanjo, who created an atmosphere where the likes of the kind of banks we saw that time, Intercontinental Bank, Standard, this guy that owns UBA now, he has his own bank that time. I mean, we saw so many banks came up on board, and the kind of people that work with
Standard Trust.
Standard Trust, yeah. So all those things, and then we saw how there was this banking revolution at that time, and so many things. We're just coming out of from what we used to know as a military era, and we're going to the first time we're experimenting. Well, no, not really the first time, but technically first time at the time when we're ushering in a new millennium and all of that. So it seemingly seemed like he had success. I mean, it's not a success. I don't say by any standard, it wasn't a success. But my point is that all these guys he's bringing, they were just people who were just chancers, who just saw opportunity and rode on that opportunity at that time. And they seemingly they performed because he increased the IGR of Lagos State. I mean, how did that translate into the life of an individual Lagos negotiator? So you see, for me, I don't know why he's keeping these guys. These guys, they just have old ideas. You saw when the Kojo Iwala was there, how this woman was trying to rejig the economy. How he was trying to reposition the economy. I'm not saying this guy. This guy always just go to conference and come on there and start speaking Dogon to Renchi that we don't even understand. It's not even coherent. He go speak one thing here, and then he go another, he go digress, go another thing, and talk another thing. And you can't even pin him to one thing. These are the people that are working with these guys. The same guy that himself is even a dollar himself. He even was past Buhari. Buhari himself knew all of this, that he was not supposed to.
It was quite clear on his position, though.
You said what?
I said he's quite clear. Are you talking about Wale Edun, Abi?
Oh my God! I mean, I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you guys. Okay, go on, please. Let me put you guys on my ear here.
No, I said it's quite clear on his position. It's philosophy. It's a free market enterprise sort of philosophy that he's running Wale Edun. And he's told us that he's willing buyer, willing seller.
One man. Tinubu is a bookkeeper. He's a bookkeeper. It's not a technical that you people are just hyping. He's a bookkeeper. He just ordinary accountant, last on. He doesn't know anything. Forget that. I mean, people will just overhype this guy like he's some kind of genius. What is genius about this guy? I mean, like I said before the election, I said maybe when he was younger, maybe that is Ogologo kind of style of Ogoju and all those kind of things that he used to. I mean, it's even worse, even in their propaganda. I mean, this one will talk one thing, another person will talk another thing. They will talk one thing. And we have released, we are bringing in. I mean, Tinubu that I know back in those era, he's a guy that is very good at propaganda, and he will see that propaganda that very airtight. You'll be very, very difficult for you to even poke holes into his propaganda. But these days, look at all this. It's to tell you that this guy is just a relic of himself. It's not that same Tinubu that we know back then. I mean, I know his propaganda by those years we were working. That was why a lot of Lagos saw him as the only alternative to any other thing that has ever happened in Lagos. But I mean, in the reality of it, by every standard, Lagos is not even a standard of what. Let me go into those things. So for me, Edu can also let them go. But will you ever let them go? Never now. They are his eyes now. They are all into the whole scheme of it's their turn now to eat. They want to become trillionaires or billionaire in Naira, as case will be. So, man, for me, I don't even know who is so-called Minister of Coordinating Economy. He don't coordinate. What is he coordinating? What is Edun doing? That guy, have you heard that guy speak? Have you heard that guy speak? That guy doesn't speak like somebody who is sound, who don't even know what the economy is all about. Just want to be in that force because Tinubu put him there so that he can be the eye of Tinubu. They can start covering the part budget and start covering all the old shenanigans and the looting and everything. That's what the guy is. He's not a technocrat. I don't know if people have ever had this guy. I mean, I'm also English because I don't even know how you use some jargon English and then try to cover up some shenanigans and some kind of crap. Their incompetence. So for me,
look, the fact that it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. You know, we are all we are
how we saying? What are we saying? Is it not
yes, the fact that what he's saying doesn't make sense to you, it doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. You know, we are all constrained by the confines of our limitations. Yeah.
I mean, you see, here you go with this this critical English I always speak it. I'm so English school.
Money, we are all constrained by the confines of our limitation. Ibi tó yé wa dé ló yé wa dé now. Ibi tí ò dẹ̀ yé wa dé kò yé wa dé bẹ́ẹ̀. So you don't understand the intricacies of complex economics as Wale Cardoso does.
But the problem actually is, Rational Mind talked about technocrats. If I remember very well, I think Rational Mind or Aja, you remember our once finance minister. I'll mention two of them, brilliant men, recognized internationally. You remember Chu Okogu? Do you remember Chu Okogu? Shu Okogu. And then Kalu Idika Kalu. Oh, Idika Kalu, okay. He took over from Shu Okogu. These are technocrats of their world-renowned, but they also failed during Babangida's era. So the economy actually, I think, is you or a finance minister is good as the president wants him to be, because you can't do things on your own outside the purview of what the president or in the direction the president wants to go. You might only suggest. He owns the administration. And I think the honorable thing to do in that regard, if you think he's failing and the president, you don't have his ears anymore, tender your resignation, because I don't see any reason why the president will pronounce to the hearing of the whole country that I've removed this, and you allow that thing to be in abeyance for more than 90 days. I mean, then you are not a competent coordinating minister of the economy. I can't imagine an Okunjo-Iweala tolerating that kind of thing. Within 1 week, I'm sure she will bring out the memo that will give meat to that boon the president threw at the nation. So, because the drugs are becoming more and more expensive, and people are cutting corners with the efficacy of ingredients they put into those drugs to make them, and you think you are taking a Panadol or 100 mg or 500 mg, and you think your headache will go away. Your head will just burst because you are just swallowing ordinary chalk. And these are the things he should wake up to. I think now he should just sit down and do the needful and just do away with most of these ministers, appoint fresh people, and look for somebody with international renown. We have this, what's his name now? The man who just sold his holding in the British airports, the billionaire. And if he can help to steer the economic ship of the country for maybe the next 24 months, it will serve us better because he has no political.
Are you saying the guy that owns B? Is it B or B? Is it Virgin? That the guy you're talking about?
No, who runs the airport, Gatwick Airport also. Yeah, I've forgotten his name.
Is it Oyedapo or something?
No. These sophisticated people in Lagos.
It's from Ogun State, isn't it? No,
Ijebu.
Yeah.
I remember his name. People like that, I mean, who have run successful business of $1 billion. Ogunusi. Yeah, Ogunusi. Is it Ogunusi I'm talking about? Ogunlesi. Not Ogunlesi. I mean,
I think so, maybe Ogunlesi. I think, yeah.
No, Ogunlesi. It should be persuaded one way or the other to come help us, because a man who has built on foreign ground $1 billion business, I mean, he can do something for us.
Baba, can I say something? You know why that kind of a man would never want to serve in Tinubu's government? You see, the people in Tinubu's government, they are just all there. Okay, forget all these things that a lot of people call me on this one-man platform. Everybody's just looking for where they're asking. I mean, they're looking for where they call them, they can chop. So when they get there, they want to do their own. They want to do their own shenanigans and look for how to stuff money into their pockets. You see, you cannot. I mean, you people. I heard you earlier when you were talking about Fashola. Why is it that Fashola could not really? Why is that Fashola is out of the picture? I think the guy needs to stay out of the picture, because if there's any reputation he even have left for me, I think this is his time for him to just save it. Don't be part of Tinubu's government, because it will bring you down more than what you are already finding yourself. But association with Tinubu and Bubu. So for me, I think no reasonable person that wants to maintain his not really maybe Tinubu per se, but the people around Tinubu, they are hawkish. They are criminals. They all want to they're all looking for a way of, their own way of wanting to make money. And somebody like those kind of that guy's name, because he says no, he wants to. Oh yeah, let's see. He wants to say no. I want to do something, because people like this, they are disciplined. See, the problem with Nigerians is that our leaders are not disciplined. Those people who lead us, those people who are holding office, they are not disciplined. They believe it is their turn to enrich themselves at the detriment of the people. So my point is this: is that let's see that is selling to people. You can't be buying these presidential debts. Let us keep the accounts. Let us balance let us balance the sheet first before we start doing all of this. Let us see that our people are seeing the dividend of whatever you promised them. That is if he really is that kind of a person that I'm trying to portray him to be, because for him to have to have that kind of what was I'm looking for? For him to be able to manage big infrastructures like what we're talking about. Do you know the kind of background check he must have had to go through for him to for a whole country to allow him to manage not even our reputation as people that are known as criminals around the world. I mean, he must have built over the years some kind of trust in this government. So you didn't think he would just go and throw it down to the dogs like that because he wants to become a finance minister or whatever.
He will just give me his condition that if you are just like exactly what Iweala did, he gave them condition. This is on condition we are at work. And when she had problem with the government and they said okay, go to foreign ministry or go to the, she said that's not my expertise. I can't do it. I'm going, and she left.
Okay, is that Kemi? You're talking about Kemi now. That Kemi girl.
No, I'm talking of Iweala.
Yeah. So my point is this: is that even Kemi, that was forced out of the office because of NYC crap that they said she had. I mean, that lady too. I heard that. I mean, she had problems with Wari and his people, the Kabas and Asoro. Get it? So the point is that when people who have discipline, who have reputations, who know that their reputation is important to them, more than what the money they are going to steal. I mean, they will never. I mean, I don't think people like Okulesi or whatever his name is wants to be on your list. Wants to put his stake his reputation with these criminals. In Tinubu's government, he himself being a criminal himself. Our own estimation. So for me, Baba, you see, Nigeria. I said Nigeria has gone to the dogs. Just need that rescue to take it back from this one. Because I don't know. Even though if Tinubu is not the criminal, the people in his government, they are all. I mean, what do you think all this was all about? Not because they like Tinubu. It's because these people wants to come and steal. They see it as their own time to come and steal. Look at what is going. I mean, tell me what one tangible thing that these people they've done that Nigerian people can benefit from. The only lasting Nigerian people benefit from, which is this subsidy. We don't have lights. We don't depend. Everybody, apart my neighbor, we depend on just going buy 1 gallon of. Maybe 5 liters of petrol. Put a point inside your my neighbor. In a country that does not have energy, other alternative energy apart from their petrol, our electricity is not working. Everybody depends. That's why you see this. I tell you, they fix that electricity in that country. The rate at which we make. You see that all these people all these filling stations, they will all fold up. All these people everybody that is becoming marketer, everybody now is now marketer in Nigeria now. All of them, they will fold up. They'll go into another business. But because they don't want that electricity to work, so that people can continue depending on PMS and diesel and buying generator. You see, I don't know. If he still alive, maybe I'll not back, because if we don't I mean, the cause that is on that country, I don't even know where we're going to start. Because some people have hold that country, they hold it down. Because if they don't hold it down, they will not continue having their field day like they are having currently. So if the issue is not even Tinubu alone, the people around Tinubu, for me, they are the issue. What is Tinubu doing with this guy calling himself coordinating minister of economy? No, what is he doing? Other than speaking DANGOTE every time on the TV, whenever he comes from any conference.
I think what is troubling most of them is like when you have too much respect. Once you have too much respect for your boss, and how do I put it? You know, there are some staff you have that they just only can take directive from you. They don't want to cause any offense or anything. So, or they always wait for you. They can't take initiative. There are stuff like that. And you, of course, they don't serve you for anything, because at times when you get irritated, you shout at them that if I'm not around, can't you do this? And you start to recoil and say, if I did it last time, I caused offense. So maybe you won't say that to your boss, but you will have it at the back of your mind. Now you are saying I should go solo with it. But they should be confident. If they say you are the minister, the buck does not stop at your desk, it stops at the president's desk. But take some initiative, you understand? And when the president pronounced in the public, force his hand by executing. Don't wait for him now to put anything in writing. He's spoken. because that's where the physical doesn't meet the policy.
All right, Baba. Mike is here, so let me bail out. I'm not sure how much longer the session is going to last, but however long it does last, Mike takes charge of it. That's Ayo right there. That's still Ayo. I think we only had the one super chatter today, Ayo. So that's Ayo still, and that's still Ayo. And that's still Ayo, and that is still Ayo. And guess what? This is still Ayo still. So well done, Ayo. So Ayo kept the lights on here today. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. If you want the conversation to carry on, then hop on and come and join Mike, or otherwise, however long it lasts that long. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
So, Baba, for me, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't know where Tinubu is going to start from with this. All this crap people that he puts in the government. So where's he going to start from? Does he have to remove what's his name? This guy first. Who's he going to replace him with? Is Fashola even willing to even accept that?
He's not willing. He's not willing. He's using rest as excuse, but I know he doesn't want to work. Rest is resting. He said he has served 21 years as a public servant.
For me too, what I think again is that you know that Fashola had issues with Tinubu before, after the election in 2015, when Buhari was trying to was shopping for minister. He said Fashola was not part of the ministers that Tinubu gave to Buhari.
He was not. He was not. It was Buhari that drafted him.
So, but then against the will of Tinubu, some people say that beef is there. I mean, that's
I think so too.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that could be one of the reasons too, probably. So there's a host of things that could be. But for me, I think Fashola, if he wants to keep any of his little whatever prestige or reputation that remains, to just not serve in this guy's government
because the office of the chief of staff is the engine room of any administration, and this engine room is just jacking. It's not functioning properly.
I don't even understand what this guy. I'm not saying he should be frontal. Everybody should have to know him as the chief of staff, like we know Abba Kyari back then. That's not what we're saying. But in the way you coordinate the presidency, look at this media, this 70-something years old man, he was former PM editor. What's his name? That man.
Adenuga.
Bayo Onanuga.
He will say something.
Ajuri don't go, leave Ajuri alone.
Another one. You see, that's the problem. That's the problem. When they're not coordinated. You see, I don't understand what is he learning on the job? Is that what it is for him now? Is he learning on the job? Apparently,
it's too much politics with him. Everything he thinks he's still in the National Assembly, and he's doing the omolating. No, that office is not for that kind of nonsense. You have to be very strict. Because Wike said something, I don't know, maybe people didn't hear him well when he was complaining in his recent interview. He said, despite what they are doing in that office, in the presidency, or he put it in a way as that they think I don't know, but I don't have time for them. I'm quoting him now. And what he didn't say is that, after all, I have the ears of the president. So that means they are not even working with him, or they are not listening to him, or they are doing something that's against what he wants. So and I can see that's the kind of thing that is playing out in that office, not being direct. Because if you don't want Wike, or you want to support Fubara as a chief of staff, you are more than a minister, because you are the keeper, the defense for the presidency. Anybody that wants to go into the office of the president must go through you. So you tell them as it is. Hey, Wike, what you are doing is wrong. Hey, Fubara, don't ever come here. All that kind of thing. Let them people know you that you don't dilly-dally. You are pointed and very strict. But I don't think he's doing that. He wants to be the friend of everybody. You cannot do that in a presidential office.
That tells us it's a feedback to us, the kind of person Tinubu is, in selection of kind of people. See, not the kind of person you people are hyping that he's the best. He has eyes for the best. And this is people that we're talking about, like the best. That tells you about his judgment. And his judgment it's flawed. Why should we trust him to want to lead us again? If these are the people that he can shop around. I mean, and after just giving us a context of when he became a governor, what happened back then? You can't actually put all the whole thing to him. Whatever happened that day, whatever success, and some people are hyping back then. It was because, okay, let me not go into all the story anymore. But I think some of what was about. But my point is that Tinubu, I mean, and like I said it, the only way I will forgive you for all this sin is that I feel that he has committed against the people of Nigeria. The people of Lagos, standing from Lagos, and by extension, all Nigerians, is if you can work for the people. But with the kind of people that are walking around, forget it. Everybody wants to chop. Look at this one. Look at that. What's that lady? That lady name? Obiani Jew. The lady, Minister of as a lawyer.
Women Affairs.
Huh?
Women Affairs Minister.
Women Affairs. I think that lady. Pancake, 5 pounds, 5 pound pancakes.
Look, that's another thing I wonder, because all the female ministers, it's like they're doing competition every day. They come painted every day to the office as if they are going to a party. And I know when a woman sits down to be painted like that, it takes hours. So is it 5 a.m. you wake up to spend
when will it have time to even read memo? In fact, my people
they all come to the office painted every day. Every day.
Don't 5 hours. 5 pound
Isha Kawalara now. All of them is like
want to say nail. Eh?
They come as if they are going to a party every day. All of them. Competition. Wolo Mataya.
Taba feed the rational mind here. I'm a social supportive because this rational mind.
Tọ́lọ́mbà máa mú kó fail bí oṣù mẹ́ta. Kọ́ wá gbé lọ sí court.
Rational mind, how many child support ló sọ?
No, Shoma, you are getting it wrong. I mean, as a woman, if you for weekend, fine, but for ordinary day for work, the makeup should be very light. It shows seriousness. Look at Okonjo Iweala. She doesn't wear makeup. I know even those small eyebrow they do for her, they force her to do it. But does that make her not presentable? She is always presentable and looking very sharp, decent, and respectable.
Ekwesele too. They don't wear too much makeup.
Yeah, exactly. But to sit down and paint, put rouge here, thick eyebrow, paint your this thing, and looking as if you are something out of magazine page. I mean,
that's one at the that labor minister. That one doesn't wear too much makeup.
No, she does. Maybe at the time they were negotiating with the NLC, so he's doing it for Adero. I don't know, but she's always look as if she's not a happy camper.
But the one in trade, she doesn't do too much makeup.
She don't they do.
You know they do, yeah. And
I think she don't they do. She don't they do now.
She don't they do now.
What's that her first name? You know, I don't know that thing. If they spend 2 hours or 3 hours to sit down.
I want your rational mind in the
end. I take 5 hours. I mean, £5 is 5
every day.
Like, what kind of a human being are these ladies? I mean, like, and I said they should
not make but it look like, it look like we are not fair to them. Even when you look at our men too, the senators and the ministers, you see the way they dress too. They dress like they are going to big occasion too. They wear big agbada, they
Look,
wear this thing.
Aja, I
The
have
only difference
bias.
is
When
that
I
we
see a
men,
man,
we don't wear makeup. When you look
Aja,
at
when I
the
see a man and you trim your beards with care, everything. Musorio, I'm always wrong. I don't take you serious. But what do I want to sit and start trimming beards like an artist and carving the sideburns? Kilo de. Oja grease sára mo ń lọ mi nìyẹn. Kilo de.
àwọn tó ti wà lóde láti ṣe gbogbo intention ẹ̀ those àwọn young guys that are still shopping around, they have to trim and look good too now.
I don't have time for that. Everything I put on will be sharp and neat. But that kind of carving beards, manicure, I have a bad habit. I tear my nail with my teeth. And I know how to do it neat.
We live in a different world now.
Let us leave their appearance. Let's talk about the substance of what the ideas. Now look at this lady. That's Obiani Joe. What again? Lady that's why pancakes.
Kennedy, Obiani Joe.
So let me address about that name, Kennedy. So, anyways, the point is, I mean, did you listen to one of our conference? Was it a conference, a woman conference she had recently? Don't chastise on certain people. Don't check well. Where I didn't say she not eat. I didn't say she not at least. Oh my goodness!
Have you seen that woman when she went to the House of Representatives to harass them in that panel? Look, all her hands with rings, heavy makeup.
Like a gangster.
Look at what is going on here.
Where did Tinubu go and see all this?
All of the makeup, Sheruba one.
If you punch somebody with that ring for a hand, the person face go tear.
My goodness. As a hero when you're only laying to the law.
It's the constitution. When they say bring one from each state and they all have to nominate, you have to pick.
What happened to Ben Ayade? Ben Ayade of Calabar, of Cross River.
Cross River.
Ben Ayade now, we thought that Ben Ayade was going to make his ministerial list now. We didn't see him. Do you remember Ben Ayade now?
I think he can't allow this to go beyond this year. All the ministers generally, those he wants to keep, maybe he should reshuffle those ones and then he do away with most of others and bring new people.
But Tinubu to reset Nigeria, even though he wants to reset Nigeria, I tell you, it's too time, but it's not enough because that guy was highly informed from that decision he took. He should have. We're not saying you should not take. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we should not take away that fuel subsidy, but at least you need to understand what you are getting. What are people going to set the trap for me?
For me, that's where I differ with you. Look, for that subsidy, we are litigious people. If he refused to remove it that first day or shock everybody with it, people will go to court and stop it. Nigerians have a way, we go to court, file frivolous motions and all these things. But what I think mostly rational mind is the foreign exchange. The Forex, in my own, I've thought, how would they have done that Forex thing? Not to have two windows. I'm thinking now that maybe with benefit of hindsight, maybe he should just have pegged the Naira at a certain stage, just like Abacha did, at least for the first year or thereabout, or first 15 months, so that it can stabilize a little bit, so that everybody will know exactly how much they are buying and what they will buy next time when they import. But when he allows it to flow without anything to wedge it, and the whole thing started going up and down like yo-yo, I think that's where the commotion actually came. That's where I put it more than the subsidy thing. Because if the Forex is stable, you understand, we can be able at least to determine exactly how much fuel will cost for a certain period of time. And I think they've tried all possible means to juggle ideas on the forex window. But so far, everything they've applied has failed. Maybe the only one they've not tried now is to peg it. Maybe that's where they will go next. At least let them do it for maybe another 1 year. Because that one will need actually maybe you spend $1 billion every month or 500 million every month to support it, to keep it maybe at 900 or 1,000, so that everybody can breathe a little bit. That's the way I look at it, guys, and the solution I see. But to say to reverse the subsidy policy, I don't see the possibility. Yeah, rational mind. Oh. Hello, Mike, Aja.
I agree. I totally agree with you. The way he floats that currency, I think yes, and the removal of subsidy at the same time is just
no minister, nothing in place, and you unilaterally did that.
Is that not what we were saying here? Don't book it to one by way. So that more politics, more economic. Is it not what all of you are now saying now? That he was ill-informed. You were getting into some
benefit of hindsight now.
You see, the thing is, it's just a rush. It's a rush to the head. I mean, is it blood rush to the head? Like
rush of blood to the head.
Yeah, so I think maybe the election that I'm now a president. I've been sworn in. You see, you don't make policy. You don't make statement of policy like that. But I say this guy is not fit for that office. And my people, I hate him for no reason. That guy is not fit. I mean, it's just overhyped, man. Overhyped. It's just this is a strategy. In strategy to land. So you more as a bookkeeper. To share accounting. At least joke no. Pronouncements. What you call at least one left. I mean, you look at what is on ground for you before you start saying, oh, okay, this account no balance. So no, you did not do that. You just feel because you are now a president or whatever you think, or people are hyping you as a master strategist, and then you don't have ministers like you said, Baba. He doesn't have ministers. You don't even know what the book is all about. I mean, you just come on. And now his ego will not let him to reverse it back, which I don't think is even reversible. Because if he tries to reverse it now, I mean, because
exactly.
all the whatever antidote now, whatever antidote is trying to use now to rescue the economy now, I think it's not helping, because we need production. The country is not productive. A lot of the companies that are hiring, that are employing Nigerians, a lot of them they've exited. So a lot of small businesses are folding up because they can't even keep up with interest rates anymore. So you see, these are all the multipliers. I mean, we call it multipliers. This is our English in Nigeria. Multipliers effect. For me, I just believe that this guy, he has done a lot of wrong that I don't know how we're going to get out of it. So for me now, just I know say it is what he has started with and what is on ground for him when he came in. So it's Oshiloma backroom man. He will just do another Buhari, even worse than Buhari, and our people's life.
It might reverse or change the policy, because
policy?
The way it's going, at the second, so this is first year in office, Abi. Has he done 1 year in office?
He's on the second one now. He's there now.
It's like yesterday to me, sir.
15 months.
We're in 2027 again,
Already 15 going 16 months now.
So
Totomani, it was 2023 May. We are in 2024. Wow. So
we're approaching a year and a half already.
So I think at the end of his two years in office, I think he has to reassess, do the assessment of his policy, and if they are not, he has to do something about it. Otherwise, he can't go into the third year with this policy, or this, particularly the price of this crude petroleum.
That's why I think there will be policy shake-up. I'm very optimistic about
there
that.
must be. There must be. Into the third year, after the end of into the third year, because it is that third year that will determine his future his re-election. If he
Exactly.
fail the third year, if you still have the same situation, could see in the fourth year.
That's why I'm optimistic that there will be a redirection of policy one way or the other. Not the type you are expecting or agitating for, but there will be something in the positive direction that will give us an indication that we are going somewhere. Particularly when it changed now, those that will be at the driving seats, because these ministers are not working. I don't know what they are doing. Honestly, I do not know. Up till now, they've not started executing the minimum wage. Up till now, nobody has received that minimum wage. And the implication here is if they start paying today, they have to pay arrears of about 4 months, because that thing starts from April, May, June, July, August, 4 months arrears. That if they manage to even pay that has an implication on inflation, because you have so much money at once in the hands of the workers and be chasing few goods.
Even that 70,000 is meaningless now, because the cost of living has even gone higher than than the time when they negotiated for 70,000. So because of the price of the petrol now, that has overrun that cost of living that on which the basis they agree on that 70,000. It's I don't know. There must be policy redirection, as you said. Baba, and going into the third year in service. If he failed to do that, that be his the end of his political career, because he'll be surprised. The worst of the worst, the worst pushback will come from even Yoruba land.
No. You are making will come. It's here already, because every 80% of the agitation is coming from the Yorubas. I'm not surprised though, because that's how we are. How do I put it? I'm surprised. The Yorubas are the ones. But the funny thing, Aja, if today the whole of the other nationalities gang up against him, it is this same Yorubas that is bringing him down that will rise up for him again. So I don't know why we are like that. Is it flip-flopping, or is it unstableness? I don't know. Because even in OBJ time, we didn't vote for him, we didn't support him. And when the not wanted to use that as an excuse to make him serve only one term, it was the same Yorubas that rose up and said, no, you can't do that. He has a constitutional right to do 2 terms. But you didn't vote for him, you don't like him, and we didn't vote for him, it's not your concern. But that which is his right, let him be. And they were surprised. And that's the Yoruba for you. Because people I see that oppose him today is unbelievable. 80% are Yorubas. Who are the people that coined the word Ebin Power? The Yorubas. They are the ones that started Ebin Power. Until date,
Ebin Power people.
till date, they don't stop saying that. And if in the one moment now they say, okay, you say you don't like him, we will remove him. You can't. You can't. That's what Yorubas will come to say, because I know our people. I know our people. But then the president should not take advantage of that. He has to do the needful. He has to do the needful, because the problem, I know he has good intentions, but the cemetery is filled with people with good intentions. You have to manifest it. Let everybody know. Let us see. The world only believe what they can see. Whether it's a graduate or not, let them see something. Show them shadow of success. Because all we are seeing right now is you guys are not. I don't know why he doesn't want to do that anyway. I'm surprised. I know even if he has to look as if he's contrived, the citizenry are easily deceived. Show us something. Ride in modest cars. Cut your own salary. Even say you don't want salary. You just want to serve the country. You are bigger than that. After an alpha beta alone, I mean, you rake in nothing less than billions every month.
Baba.
Yeah.
You remember when they were having that court case? You know what Remy said? He said, we have our money.
It's true. They have. It is.
They have it, and then so why are they spending our money like as if?
That's why I told you I don't understand, because with that kind of look, alpha beta alone till tomorrow. I mean, it was Emefiele who went after alpha beta, and what did Emefiele say? Because they are collecting through the first tax man, that guy that got he worked in Lagos. Is it Glover? I can't remember his name. He brought alpha beta into the federal this thing too, and they were collecting 1%. But Emefiele came back. This is the genesis of where his problem with Emefiele started. A lot of people don't know. It goes ways back, but if Emefiele played into his hands, Emefiele said no, nowhere in the world a collector can take 1%. It's always 0.01%. That's what Emefiele said. And that's what he persuaded Buhari to do before they canceled the contract entirely. The alpha beta was earning 1%.
Are you saying alpha beta was supposed to be collecting tax or the Nigerian FRS? Is that what you're saying?
You people don't know. He was collecting. In the beginning of the Buhari regime, yes, alpha beta was in the works, in the mix.
Is that why I sent this guy? What was his name? Mani, that worked on that was the FRS.
That's the man I'm trying to remember his name, who had a scandal about his PhD.
Yeah. I think they
Fowler.
Yeah, Fowler.
Oh, I've just dropped that one for you. Go begin wrong with that one. You don't know anything.
So
mo ti gbára mi lẹ́nu ṣùgbọ́n mo ti gbára mi lẹ́nu.
Kí ni Fowler ṣe?
Mi ò mọ ajá àjọ gbàgbé pé mo.
Okay. Ṣé Fowler ṣe ìkọ̀kọ̀ tí kìíní fi lé ní?
Have you forgotten? They frustrated him out of FRS now. Wọ́n ní kó kówó jẹ náà. Wọ́n ní kó kówó jẹ pé owó kan wà to report. I think that was when.
But he was breaking a lot of money in for the FRS that time.
I don't know. That I don't know. But then all I know was that he was disgracefully removed from there. But they did it in a covert way, so that maybe I think that was when this guy was still alive. Not Komani, Abakiari. That was when they frustrated him out of that place.
I thought it was the politics of bitterness between.
Well, that's what they tell us. But they said, well, maybe it is true or not. But they said there's some money that he never reported, and then he was involved in some scandal too. That's what they said. So I mean, I remember that story. You can Google it.
So he has the money.
He was performing very well, though. He was actually making a lot of raking in a lot of revenue.
So I don't understand this thing.
Performing.
If he had come out to say, look, I'm not interested in the salary, the National Assembly will have been encouraged also to curtail their excesses in terms of expenses.
Baba, do you know how much this guy spent to become president? Do you think he is here for that Christmas? So, and all those people that he call all the people that are working with, all those people
Rational mind. Rational mind. The money Tinubu has. Not Owotagba no can enter inside or Ajay will chop it. The Ajay teeth will break if they put their teeth in the.
Abiola had the same.
Look, Abiola, look, this is like a pastor's money that people are contributing every day. This is on tax collection.
Story.
No. Àfọlọ́run eléyìí kì í ṣe owó tá jẹ́ fún tó bá fẹ́ if which put their teeth inside this one their teeth could break.
Abacha ṣé kò loot jù báyìí lọ.
Abacha when they look at Dangote then and say God will not allow us to be poor as you are. Even them Dangote was a low level billionaire.
Táyé bá kọlù yàn tó bá kọlù yàn ẹ bá ká rogun ayé tí bá mi ká ayé kò bí àwọn ayé yìí àwọn ayé tẹ even àwọn èèyàn tó bá kọlù yàn if you one crazy person enters now suddenly enter one call audit Tinubu and all this thing and this person is very powerful. They can collect all those things that Tinubu has. Maybe it might not be totally become a poor person. But I'm saying he will lose substantial amount of his money if it's found out that most of those wealth that he acquired were just illegally acquired. They can do it. So they might just getting auditors, real auditors, on my Joko, on my audit yet. I mean, Abacha
but in the interim, it doesn't need. How much is he paid? How much? Honestly, I think he should. Some people are like that anyway. They don't know.
He's a greedy person. Tinubu is a greedy person. He's an
at that age,
full of avarice.
At that age, I don't. I mean, what if he had bought his own car and say, "Look, this is my own car. How much is the Escalade? Maximum." Are fully armored, $600 million. I mean, $600,000 fully armored. Is that what he cannot afford? When Sheyi Tinubu alone has properties worth millions of pounds in UK.
So Yahweh we don't need Nigeria's money. Is that not what he said? And yet again, we saw she had a conference recently, and they were budgeting billions of naira for that conference. And back room, office of the first lady. Some few days ago, I was talking about that. Kini pet project, my woman. Somebody was telling me, "Kini come for women." What the crap does that even mean? When our kids, as young as 13 years old, when she prostitutes across West Africa. Why can't you use that as a connection with a lady? That's a lady. Why don't you connect with that? Mama spinach in bucket in Aso Rock. Spinach see what you call the Tinubu je. Amazon pay on be spinach. Harvest spinach. She and I best on. Kini pet project here. GD first lady. Mama she paparazzi kakri. Mama dress mama dress lady. Mama no mama 10 pounds of articles of you. I mean, that's just what they do. This is the same lady that was telling us that we don't need Nigerian money. We are so rich. We are okay on our own. That's our word.
They're okay. You just, I don't know. Honestly.
Defend on people. You can't defend these criminals.
Because I can see what you are not seeing. You get my point. If my own take is, look, the policies, if they are properly marshaled and executed, it will succeed. Because what is not matching so far is the price of the food on our table and the food we are putting in our stomach. The moment Nigerians can do that, They don't worry about anything. We are very easy to please. We are very easy to please. In the first place, when he came in and found out that maybe what they have in their head or they projected that is the state of the economy, once that thing is not there, and you find out that, look, the food security is threatened, what you do is to import. It won't kill us. It's better than the palliative. How much has they spent on palliative now? Import these things. Give people, you don't even have to spend. Just give people a temporary license. You bring this hundred of thousands of.
Baba, ẹ̀yin lẹ máa ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ máa wá bíbá ẹ máa sọ ẹ máa flesh out àwọn policy ti fi Tinubu ogún ẹ fúnra ọgbọ́n òní. Àti ogún láti ìgbọ́ lórí platform wọn mà ní bíbá ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n porúkọ ẹ̀ ìtòpẹ́ rẹ̀ ní Atlanta economist ẹ̀gbọ́n porúkọ ẹ̀ kùlátà. Àwa bíbá wọn máa sọ wọn Dogo Turenchi máa sọ yes kìnnìkan the opening
it's not Dogo Turenchi. Whether you like it or not, RM, whether you like it or not, we're talking about policy, and there are policy wonks. You get my point. If this country has been saturated with produce imported, we will all not be talking about this. There wouldn't be a power mantra on the street.
And then give idea. Does Tinubu and his team, do they have this idea? That's the question.
Yeah, that's the question I ask myself too. That why are they not doing this? These are the simple solutions. Because what you are spending on palliative is sufficient to do this.
These guys are not ready to govern. They are not ready to lead. They just want to get there because they want to be president. They want to go in the annals of that history of that country as being the president. What Awolowo could not get, he got it. What do you mean? That's what they care about. They don't care about. This is the same man that will say, "Let the poor breathe. We have the responsibility." You know, that's their hypocrisy. We talk about this guy's hypocrisy. You say one thing, you're doing the opposite. Let the poor breathe. That's what he said. Are the poor breathing now? Obviously, this man doesn't mean it. Just want to say because of the hype of the election or post-election that time, so that people will see him as the man of the people. No, it doesn't mean it. He does not mean what he said.
No, I think he just dropped the ball, and I want to see it as temporary. He will pick up the ball later and do the needful, because the solutions are not too difficult to do.
Ending Tinubu, government here. All of you will all be here.
No, the only way to remove any we're in a democracy, and we are already honing our craft in that realm. So there can be any violent change of government. So he will finish his term, and the next election is what we all look up to. But even when I look at the terrain, RM, looking at the terrain, who are the people there? Who?
Yeah, so
show me.
That tells you because it's so bleak. The future for that country is so bleak because look at the people that are working with these guys, with this guy. They're not people who have ideas. They just want to be there because it's their time to come and loot. What are the ideas? Minister of Electricity, Minister of Power. What has that guy done? How many times has the national grid collapsed under this guy, when this guy was minister, under Tinubu? What has they done? If they could at least we can generate half of electricity for that country, or must slash this dependence on petrol and diesel. A lot of them, you see how the industry will just, you just see how some of those dead warehouses you've seen around Lagos and other parts of Nigeria, how they'll be roaring with machineries. People will be employed, people will be working. But no, you have to depend on diesel. You have to depend on generator to be functional. What kind of economy are you running?
What you suggested is more like the Ajanle Koko interpretation of economy. My own stake here is, look, there is something that is happening at the moment, which is good, but which we are not matching up with. There is less importation now because the forex is so high. People cannot do the calculation right that if I use this so much to import this, how am I sure I can recoup my money, make some profit, and still buy forex in whatever manner of rate is going by the time I finish selling this product to import exactly the same quantity, if not more. So importation is curtailed, discouraged. So we have opportunity for our local manufacturers. But what are we doing to help these local manufacturers? Because people like Erisco now will be kneeling down and thanking God for this breakthrough for him. Because I'm sure he's smiling to the bank.
What breakthrough are you talking about?
You mean?
What breakthrough are you saying about Erisco?
It is manufacturing tomato paste and all kind of tomato things, and it's making money because people are forced
So why
to
is it
now
making money? Is it
factory.
because its source is
No more competition. People that is sporting Heinz ketchup and all those things, they are no more in the market.
Oh, really? Okay.
So Erisco now is the one you are forced to now.
Dangote has his own. He has his own too now. Dangote has his own.
So they are all making his own. He has a farm in the north. I think the last time he wanted to resuscitate that farm too, because he closed down because of cheap importation of tomato. So he's trying to revive that right now. But then the government should put focus on our people, and they said according to they've given people money to help them. But you know our attitude to government loan. They have to follow up. They have to supervise these people. And at times even don't give them the money directly. Tell them to put in their Form M and back it up with government funds to import for them. Even at that, they can still sell the raw product you are giving them. But people will have seen that you are trying your best. Even if they sell the raw product, they are not re-exporting it. They are selling it to somebody that will use it still in the country. That person will use it for something. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So these are the things they have to do. Because if we start producing now, I think everybody will relax. If we start producing and bringing those things we cannot get, which people really need to feed or to bake our bread and all of those things. And also empower the researchers, because we used to have cornbread. We used to have a cassava bread and things like that. I don't think they do that anymore because we are enterprising people. But this quick fix and start distributing money, it irritates me because we can't count ourselves. We don't know how many we are. If you take 10 Nigerians now, line them up and start asking each of them what's the population of Nigeria, they will give you 10 different figures starting from 200 million. Some people will tell you 230 million. So we don't, in a situation where we don't know how many we are, how do you give out palliatives? On what basis? Did this palliative get to people who actually need them? No, of course. Because a man who already has 6 bags in his pantry will not mind even putting more 4 free to make it 10, whereas his neighbors are suffering. They don't even have 10 kilos. No talk of you now acquiring about 600 kilos. So it's a problem for me. But if we are counted, everybody have their own national ID card. You have your national ID card, then we can actually know that, okay, these are the people that need it. Please, this person. The computers is a very veritable tool. Go to this place and collect your own bag for the month, which will contain a sizable number of red oil or granite oil, maybe 10 kilo bag, tomato, one tin or one big can of tomato and things like that. That's the palliative I know. Getting to the right people who really needs it, who are really hungry. People in the villages, People who cannot even be reached by a car. Let them come out because they already you've counted them. They have their national ID. They are in the national data. They get these things directly, rather than give one person and they'll tell you they stand in the marketplace or they go to this. These monies don't. It's just waste.
Baba, from the way you've spoken here, I think I can deduce that you must have lived in some West African country. Now, countries like, when we say this now, I will hear people say, they push back with that, they're a very small country. Benin Republic there, Togo there, they have what they call card d'identité.
Oh, yeah, of course, they have. Even for foreigners, they have.
So, now, every citizen that is born, they issue that card. In fact, way back in the late 80s, early 90s, they've already had it like microchip, like a real microchip like that. I know everything is from France, but my point is this, is that they know their citizens, at least 95% of their citizens, they know them. You can tell who is a Beninois or who is a Togolese or Togolese or who is not a Togo, who is not a Beninois, Beninois. They know. So my point is this, is that what is the problem with that country that we cannot have a database of who are truly Nigerians? Because a country that does not have a database, a real database of at least less than 70% of who are true Nigerians, that country is just it's not a country. It's not a country.
It's a tragedy in this age and time. We don't even can count us. Even NIN card. I hear now that some people have 2 NIN card, NIN card. Can you imagine?
So
the NIN has been bastardized already.
Because some people, you see, when you allow people to compromise institution, like this guy that is there right now, he has compromised. For me, the institution, he has compromised so many institutions. I know some people can push back. That's their own. When you allow somebody to compromise, you see, even though you're not, maybe he doesn't realize he's doing it. That is just the beginning, because it only takes somebody to start something for other people to follow suit. The Nigerian institution, the other day I was hearing the police IG says, Tinubu wants help me. I was like, come on. Should we be hearing this from a police IG like? You're not there to serve Tinubu. You're there to serve Nigerian people. Make it sound like, oh, Tinubu did him a very good favor. And so therefore, I was like, what is going on? This is how we've compromised.
At times they are so happy they don't even know what they are saying at times. They just say things they shouldn't be saying out.
Now, the other day, I was listening to the chief of staff, chief of defense, and another thing again is that, you see, when you have any country whereby already you are compromising cases, even before the case go to court, or even before you start investigating the case. And there's one guy I used to watch on one other guy's talk show or his own platform. That guy is from Delta State. He'll be bringing anybody as caught, or maybe they caught them in some kind of criminality. He'll start interviewing them live and putting the video out there. When there are other people who are still yet to be arrested, they're already compromising. Now, all this idea of bringing people to having them videoed or whatever, questioning them. What kind of country are we running? You don't interrogate a suspect and you release a video of it outside, because you are compromising the case. If there are other people who are so at large, who are also part of that case, who are accomplices in that case, they would have gotten that tip of, want to arrest before you, when I'll be going to Libya, I'm Libya here, I'm going to whatever. So you are already. So what kind of law? You see, that country. These are the things I expect Tinubu to come in with idea and all those kind of. Apparently, this guy does not have this idea. You see, when we say this guy is not fit for that road that people are championing him to be, that propaganda that people are talking about Lagos. For me, you see, we and I will live in countries like this, and we've seen how government runs, how you run a system, because you cannot allow any system to be compromised or any institution to be compromised, because that will be the downfall of if I often talk about this guy does not have morality. He's an immoral man. So when you let somebody who's a leader, who's an immoral man, that's my own estimation. You can debate that with me. If you allow him to be the head of a country, as an idea of morality. Forget it. You're joking. Tinubu does not have it, and you cannot expect it to give it to us. So for me, in every way you look at it, at the way, you know, there's only God that will deliver us from this mess of a country that we find ourselves.
I think our problem is much more than that. Look, our problem is actually foundational. There is trust deficit.
It's foundational.
There is trust deficit in our country, and the nationalities that were the foundation of the country, we all refuse to surrender our sovereignty. Like Babaja used to say here, that he's first a Yoruba man before a Nigerian. Same here.
But have you asked
I'm
him
first
why?
a Yoruba man before a Nigerian.
Because I believe there's always some kind of solution to whatever how naughty a situation can be. Why did Aja? Let us address that. Let us just take that as an example. Why did Aja said he's first a Yoruba before being?
And I say the same thing. I share his sentiment.
Well, okay,
I share his sentiment.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, you as a person, why do you say that?
I said that because Nigeria is a creation of the British, 1. 2, so by interpretation, apology to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, it's a mere geographical expression. Before Nigeria in 1914, there was a group of people called Yorubas, Igbos, Hausa, Fulanis. We all live independently, different culture, different tradition, different people entirely. And somebody, an outsider entirely, and say, look, I'm your colonial masters. For administrative convenience, I want to bring you all together for economic reason in one circle. And we say, okay, I don't want to accept this. I don't want to accept that. I say, okay, whatever it is, sign on to it. After 100 years, if you still feel like this and it's not working, you each can go back to your tents. And Nigeria came into being. So my forebears came into it as a Nigerian. My forebears were going to school. They were going to Britain. They were already learned before Nigeria. If they had birth certificate, their birth certificate did not read Nigeria as a nation. So I came into it as a Yoruba man. I was born into Nigeria as a Yoruba man. So I'm first Yoruba. As far as I'm concerned, I share Aja's sentiment. And whether we like it or not, that's how we all are today.
Yeah, I agree with you. But underlining that at the very root of that sentiment that you just expressed, that, oh, I'm a Yoruba first, or because, like you said, it's the creation of the British. So why is it that? Because from what you're saying now, that creation of the British, which is called Nigeria, most countries of the earth today, I mean, like the United States here where we live, there were different Native American tribes. The Cherokees doesn't see the Apaches as their own clan, even though they are all Native American. So there's this issue of clans and tribes. It also exists in other nations. Even in China, there are the Mongols, and there are the other people that China is trying to side. So even in India, there's different parts of people. So, but the point is that even they come under one name, either Nigeria or India or whatever, but people have to buy into the idea. It's because you don't feel like you buy into that idea. That is why you're feeling that I'm not a Nigerian first, I'm a Yoruba first. Because you feel that.
Okay, this is where it is RM. It is because of the trust deficit.
Okay. So
where you now said we should all bake our cake and submit it to the central.
Okay.
The cake I bake, the central usurp it and start sharing from that same cake back to me. So whereas the real direction is supposed to be, I bake my cake and I cut to the central.
Okay.
To the center.
Okay.
You understand? Which is the proper thing. You, the other one, you cut from your cake to the center. You cut it, then the center will now use it for the common good of the tripod.
Okay.
You understand? But now, when you have to take all my cake and take it and start distributing back to me, and giving more portion to those that did not contribute anything to the baking of that cake. That is where I distrust the center.
Okay, so you see,
Baba, you know who first came up with that idea in Africa of everything the country comes to him and then he distributes it. It was Mobutu of Congo, and he was the guy was a good friend of Ironsi, so Ironsi wanted to copy his friend, you know. So he decided to come do the same thing in Nigeria. He didn't know that Nigeria is not Congo, where you can take over and just rule forever. So they will kill you, man. In Nigeria, one man can rule Nigeria forever. So his idea was to take it to be the dictator and rule forever and control everything. He wanted to be like Mobutu of Congo. But that one succeeded. He ruled Congo for 40 years. He died. But Ironsi didn't think twice. So when he got killed, now we all inherited that rubbish, where everything just go to the center. Now they take what belongs to you and give you something and share back to you. So they take 100% from you and give you back 2%. I mean that system is terrible, man.
It's terrible. Look at the oil. The people who owns oil, they can't even enjoy their oil. And you carry the money and say it's you take it to the center and you start to give them peanuts. I don't like that kind of system. I take VAT for instance. That is one of my major grudge. That is one of my major grudge.
So from what you're saying, Baba, so we need to address that grudge, right? That everybody feel like, okay, we are Nigeria first. That's because the issue now we're talking about is the issue of patriotism. Right? That's what we're talking about. That's the question now. That's where all this lip service that we all play, where some of us come here and act like as if we are more patriotic than other Nigerians. We know it's all just facade. It's just because I don't know, maybe you feel that's why you're coming and shouting patriotism, like I see other people are not patriotic.
I don't shout that. I don't take that as a mantra.
I'm not saying literally you. I'm not saying literally. I'm just saying.
No, I say this. You're a man first.
Yeah, so yeah, I agree with you. I would say the same thing like you just said. But what the discussion I'm trying to have with you about is this: what is underlining that sentiment? It's because we do not feel belonging to that country. We don't identify with that country. Because either you understand, either you accept it or not. Every country of the world, it's a contraption, it's a contrived idea by some people. Either they are locals or they are ancient warriors or conquerors. In this case now, in the case of Nigeria, it was a British Empire. Let's just set that aside. If we want to go by that name, that we want to continue to identify as a Nigerian, why don't you address the main issue of why a Yoruba man does not feel like he's a Nigerian first, or an Igbo man does not feel like he's a Nigerian first, or a Hausa man does not feel like he's a Nigerian first. That they have to talk about their tribe before talking about Nigeria. So the issue is the issue of patriotism here. I mean, being patriotic. So why are Nigerians not patriotic?
I'll tell you. For me, this is my own explanation, rational mind.
Okay.
What belongs to me is the hard work of my region, of my people, God-given, or something we fashion out with our own hands. If we are going to work together, let me keep mine thing. Tell me what I will give to the center out of what I do, I earn, and I will willingly surrender that. As far as the other people contribute the same measure to the center, it will not be a case of monkey they walk, baboon they chop. I cannot, for the life of me, have my oil in my region and I'll surrender it to the center totally. And the center will now apportion to me or appropriate to me a certain amount. That they decide that. And I would now take it willingly. Meanwhile, my land is being degraded environmentally, degraded environmentally, spoiling. My fishes are dying. I can't swim in my river. Our lungs are dying on us. And you say, I should be happy? I cannot be happy
Hey,
because I'm not.
Baba,
Yes, sir.
a quick question. So, when the British handed over Nigeria to the Nigerians, what was the sharing formula for revenue? Was it the same as it is today, or was it different?
No, it's different. We have 3 regions, of which politically the Midwestern region was carved out of the Western region. So that made it 4. Each of these 4 regions have their specialties and gift, natural gift from God. We have cotton, granules.
They control the region, control their wealth. They just contribute something to the center.
Everybody control their wealth. Even small Midwest.
Wonderful.
So another word, Prince Daddy, another word, like the state that have the oil today, they will own it, they will control it, they will just contribute to the center. That would how it would have been today.
So then if we return back, if we return to exactly, if we return to that system, would you still buy into the idea of a Nigeria as a country?
Good question. Willingly, Prince Daddy. Willingly, I will
you have no reason to have any beef with Nigeria now. What's Nigeria done to you? If Nigeria leave you alone to be yourself, you understand? When Nigeria is not robbing you, so what beef do you have with Nigeria?
Prince Daddy, that system so worked that the Western region had surplus money and borrowing the center.
So at the end of the day, just like most things, the British really, I mean, nobody wants to be under colonial rule or master. But at the end of the day, it appears that the British actually, they did okay. So the bastardization of Nigeria as it is today was in the hands of Nigerians themselves. Am I wrong?
It was Nigeria that created the problem, not the
No,
British.
it was Nigeria. It's we that created the problem.
It was not our problem. It was not Nigerians. It was not Nigerians that it was certain people that created the problem. Okay, we put it as
who are the people?
From Ghana or Togo?
the people who are Nigerians now, they come from one part, but they are still Nigerians. You know, he's a Nigerian man, so we can't say
exactly.
So
it's our greediness that has brought us to this point. It wasn't so much. So the British actually gave us a good system, and I heard also there used to be a shared formula.
Prince Daddy, the British did not give us that system. It was a system that was fought for by.
We came together and actually had constitutional conference.
So it was a system that was advocated for by certain senior elder statesmen from different regions. Even at the time, the idea was that for them to be a clause in the constitution that should any region want to leave, they should be able to do so peacefully through a form of referendum. But that clause was also fought against by certain regions as well. Those ones who are claiming who wants to leave who wants to leave the country today. It was their leaders that fought against such clause at the time. So regional system of government was something that Nigerians at the time wanted. They wanted it that way, and they wanted to create a system whereby if we then choose that we don't no longer want to be together anymore, we should be able to leave.
Excellent. So, Baba, quick question.
Why are you speaking? Why are you speaking in secrecy to yourself? One region. Why can't you mention that region?
You mention the region.
What is wrong when you can't? We can't tell ourselves the truth. Why are you saying a region? This region is one region.
I say, Baba, if you put Gida, now you know.
So quickly. So at any point in time, since independence, have we had a constitution that would say it worked for everyone? Was there any constitution before that worked for all regions or the entire nation?
Pre-independence, it was the colonial constitution that was used to govern the country.
The one we did for ourselves was the Republican one in 1963, where we attained status of a Republican fully and as a nation. And that's the other ones were made by the military for civilian use. That's the 78th Constitution for
So
Shagari.
is the 73 Constitution? Are you saying that's absolutely the best Constitution that we've ever had?
Yeah, it's not no constitution can be that perfect, can be perfect 100%, but it worked for us then.
The reason I'm asking because when we had the guest, the last guest, I believe, it was so adamant and against the military. He called it decree rather. He didn't even call it constitution. He refused to call it constitution. So and the woman did say that look, every time there's a break, an interregnum in our existence as a nation, that we cannot go back to that constitution. We have to bring about a new constitution. And I'm trying to see the logic behind that. I mean, can we not revert back to an old constitution that works for us as opposed to adopting a new constitution by the military, for example?
Yeah, this is where we make the dubious mistake we always make. I believe man makes law for themselves. The law does not make the man. So why can't we, by fiat, of which the military came in and reverse everything and go back?
Exactly. Woman said, no, that's like Second Republic or First Republic or Third Republic. We can't do that.
It's all nonsense.
Who says we can't do that? I mean, who's stopping us from doing it? If it works for us,
nobody stops us. We are stopping ourselves.
Exactly. See, this is our linear way of thinking and doing things that baffles me sometimes. And the way the woman talked about it, makes it sound like, no, it's like a taboo. We can't do it since we have a break in democracy.
We put the limit on ourselves. Nobody stops us from saying, you go dust that 63 Constitution.
They stop us. The military stop us. The military didn't want us. They didn't want us to go back to that old system.
But the military, they are gone. They're no more.
Gone now. Hold down. The military that should have done that to take us back to what we used to be did not do that in 1979.
But is it not the same constitution, the American type constitution they gave us in 79 is been what we've been copying and copying till date? So if we copy it, why can't we do away with it and copy 63? So that's what we are saying here, that we don't put limits or restriction on ourselves. We are the one putting that burden on ourselves.
Yeah, but look, what you need to understand is for us to be able to achieve that, we need another, I don't want it, but it's almost like you got to need another military government to come in and then bring that.
No. I don't. Why? We are
the National Assembly. What are they there for?
Politically, it's impossible.
But it will be difficult for them to come to a consensus. But
who told you that?
It will be very difficult. One region.
Politically, it's impossible.
Wait. Let's
take. Change that every region we agree. One region we will look at it as something that won't favor them, and they will go.
That's what you will say, but there is nothing that says it's a taboo for a motion to be tabled at the National Assembly. It's not a taboo. Taboo will subject it to discussion, debate.
Can I make this point? It will be easier with a dictator. A military man, dictator, just no one will challenge a dictator now. He will just dictate and just make changes, like Ironsi did, like they did in 1999. So when military, when they say, okay, this is what we have won, no one can challenge them because no one wants to get shot. But with the democratic means, they will just debate it and fight it and argue it, and people will start protesting, and they will say, okay, let's end it. Kind of like this is they did now, the one they did during
the confab.
Confab, exactly. We just end up with no one will implement it because the president will be scared to do it, to sign it, because he would also want to lose votes from other regions. So it will be
Mike, did you listen to the last guest? Did you listen to the guy talk about the way he talked about the current constitution? And you right now you're saying that, okay, if you get the military in again, then they can make the change or changes.
No, man, I don't want military.
No. We're just saying that the power to easily make these things the way they should be could only come from a military. It's not like we're advocating for them.
I hear you, but if you know the guest I'm talking about, progressive. So I mean, somebody like that guest would never accept such a constitution when it's already damning the one we have right now. So what will be the structure or the framework to actually have the civilian in democracy system, democratic system to write their own constitution
Okay,
that works for everyone?
so this is what happened, right? We had that constitution whereby each region was called almost kind of a sub-country on its own, whereby they have certain level of independence, whereby the central has very little powers at the time. Just the army, I think immigration, a certain level of government that was at the center. So a lot of other form of government, agriculture and everything, education policy was on the regional side. It was good at the time. That was what the people said. So what happened was that when the first military coup happened, right? So those people, because they felt at the time that they were more dominant in the military, in the army at the time, and they had more men in the civil service. So they thought if they dissolve such system and centralize power, it will greatly enrich their people. So, but what happened was there was a revolt, and that is why you see today we have a lot of Northerners. That was how the Northerners start enlisting high numbers into the military. So they have the upper hand now. They're not going to give it up. It's just look for them now. Where we are right now, it's almost like look, we've fought hard to achieve majority, so we're not going to let it go. So if you go to an average Northerner today to tell them about let's come and sit down for one, and then they tell you, guys, leave that thing. It's good like this. Even though they are poor, but they just don't see the sincerity in the southern people to do what is right. Because I think people, if we want to be honest, we the South, we've always betrayed the North. It's the other way around. Those guys have always been faithful to whatever template that is put on the ground. But we've always turned around and say, no, it shouldn't be like this.
How are the South betrayed the North? What are you saying?
I just told you the first coup that happened. That was the southern coup that took out that tried to take out the North from power. Not try, completely eradicate the North from power. Then when they came back in 1999, had an arrangement that it's going to be shared between North and South. Then they had a Southern president. Another president came, he died in office. Instead of Goodluck Jonathan to allow the North to continue their term, oh no, he refused.
How will you allow them to continue? Then even the arrangement that you are talking about, was it a written agreement or was it all these party?
This is the problem.
That time I thought was PDP. That was PDP.
Yeah, but this
agreement too. I don't know how it became.
Was Jonathan a member of the APC?
No,
what do you mean by
that so-called Tombai? I know what you're saying. Well, you can say no. First of all, it's not even like the party.
It's not. You cannot even be talking about progressive. Sorry, Mike. You can't be talking about such a thing now. It was a party arrangement within a party. Now it's not a constitution of the country.
Do you understand what it means
to have trust? They were just talking about it within the party.
Do you understand what
it was not even within the party? It's not a written say. Okay, we'll be rotating between North and South.
And Jonathan wasn't a member of the party.
It's not in their manifesto.
Okay, so
it's just something. They just deceiving each other. Even that thing they say is just to deceive each other. Even Atiku did it during the that 2019 election.
If Atiku had won, no, Mike, let us even use APC for example.
This is important. Even Atiku used it to trick everybody in our PDP during the 2019. Oh, let it be not to. Then after this variety, it will be South. And then guess what? He ran. He deceived them. So they just deceive each other without turn by turn. Trust me.
Listen.
Turn by turn. Every election there will be a Southern campaigning.
When Buhari was leaving office, did the Northern governors come out openly and say is the son of the South? The APC Northern governors.
He's only APC now.
Exactly. The old APC, the old
No, it's not.
APC.
No. You can't say.
No,
You can't
just
say
hold on.
50%.
If Atiku had won that election, what do we think? He would have been our president. Nothing will happen.
No, nothing will happen. But I'm saying that genes was broken by Jonathan
Progressive,
from
forget
the
about this
beginning. So
party
You can't say
thing.
Jonathan is not
50
It's
ready.
not.
because
You
of
can't be talking like it is a
individuals.
sacrosanct. It's not
Because of because some
sacrosanct.
individual said
Look,
it doesn't mean
what
it's not
Jonathan should have
exactly.
done, listen, what Jonathan should have done at the time was hand that power over to the North. Say, listen, continue your
It
term. When
doesn't
you
make
finish,
sense, man. How can a German
yeah,
have opportunity to rule
but
Nigeria
how
for the first time
how
in
do
his
you,
life?
how do you then go to a
Come
north?
on
How
now.
do you then go? Hold on. How do you then go to a northern now and say, oh, look, let's come and have a regional system of government?
No,
Trust.
progressive. Hold on.
Progressive, what are you talking about?
It was the vice president. The president died, and by
Yeah, but you don't,
constitution,
you
the
guys don't
vice president
understand
should
what I'm
take
saying.
over.
We're talking
So we will
about,
not
we're
say
talking
he's
about
not doing.
progressing.
They should, but
Hold on now.
I would say,
Hold on.
are we going to have an election, another election, or what?
Hold on 1 second. If you and I, we are working, we are sharing, or we are working together. Time to share something. You take advantage of my weaknesses. Another day we hold a meeting. You come and
You
sell
didn't take
anything. I'm not
advantage
going to.
now.
It's an issue of trust. Look, it's in a society like Nigeria, there have to be trust. For us to come together and negotiate anything, we have to have trust among ourselves. We have to trust that, okay,
But
this
we
one we
never
play is part,
negotiated that
that
turn
one we
by
play
turn.
is
That's the
part.
thing. That's what you are failing
It
to
doesn't
understand.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It
It's
does
just your
matter. You never
no.
no
It
hold
doesn't
on.
matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
First of
but
all,
you
we
see,
don't see ourselves as
why do we have issues trying to restructure the country? It's trust.
my brother. You can okay. Simba, go ahead.
Oh, me, I did not even. I just came here this morning to even ask Baba and Baba Jale Kuku a question. Because these regional things that we are talking about, it was so good. In fact, Nigeria that was the best time we had in Nigeria. But I could remember, though I was not alive then, though. But my dad used to tell me that was when Nigerians, even it was like Japa. Nigerians were just moving away from Nigerians, going to Ghana, going to Ivory Coast, and all those. Before that was what happened before independence now.
Oh, before independence.
You understand? And it was that time that we are talking about the regional government. Nigerians were moving all over the West Africa country looking for better, greener pasture.
Simba, no. It's not because home was hard, but Nigeria are traders mainly then. You find Congo region, all West Africa, Nigerians were there. They were not going there to look for jobs. They were traders and they entrenched themselves in that area. In terms of education, those who couldn't get space in the university that had to go abroad to gain admission. And none of them, nobody I can remember, stayed behind because our currency was better and we earn more money and there are employment opportunities waiting back home. So immediately, even most people I went to school, I do come home.
Baba, was there
at least
employment opportunity
every
for people?
3 weeks.
Baba, sorry, was there employment opportunity for people in villages in rural area? Or was it just cities? Was it just
You mean
Lagos?
No, opportunity was
because
everywhere.
when people always say we're enjoying that time, it was just people in the city.
No, have you seen the son? People like our president's son, Mr. Olanipekun, and all the rest. They have tribal marks. They have tribal
Baba,
marks.
what you are saying is against the law of how will I even say it? If Nigeria was so good and there was employment, the economy was booming, and Nigerians are not saying no, we're entrepreneurial, we have to go and be going to Congo, go to Cote d'Ivoire, go to Ghana to go and be doing buying and selling. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't, because my father told me, and I knew the number of people he took to Ghana that time because of opportunity that they have in Ghana.
The question I have is, if Nigeria was so good back then, why was everybody always leaving villages to go to Lagos and Ibadan and all these cities to go and find jobs?
No, that was not.
What we normally
that was
do.
The only places they had jobs now. Back
anytime we always have this habit of going back and say, that time was better than now. And is what we are continuing to do up to today. You see now some people who come and telling us that during Jonathan time, the year was so good, the price of rice, everything was the economy was you see.
So what I'm trying to say, Simba, was
Baba ní sùúrù ẹ̀kẹ́ bèrè lọ Simba ṣọmọ Èjìgbò ni ẹni.
Kí ló dé?
Mo ń bèrè ni.
Àwọn Èjìgbò lọ sí Ghana, àwọn Côte d'Ivoire Èjìgbò lọ. So if you know the people that went to Ghana, if you are true Yoruba people, you know the people.
Àwọn Èjìgbò náà wà ní Ghana.
Lọ sí Côte d'Ivoire ní ọmọ Èjìgbò wà, Ìwó and Èjìgbò, they are predominant. Even if you get to Èjìgbò today, you can get a bus that go to Abidjan.
Mo bèrè ṣé wọn Èjìgbò ni ẹni ọkàn sọ pé kọ́ lọ sí Côte d'Ivoire. So
I'm not from Èjìgbò.
All right.
You see,
the people from my area at that time, people from my areas, they are predominantly, all of them went to Ghana.
Did they go there as artists? To look for a job? No, they did not.
They went. My father was a businessman then. In fact, he was dealing with diamond and gold.
No one
today was dealing with diamond and gold, and that was because they have those things. That was what he was dealing. He was selling diamond and gold. That was what he was selling in Ghana at that time.
That's what I'm saying here, Simba. Nigerians went to. We have Iya Saro, we have Iya Senegal. All these people are some of them go through the river Niger.
I don't think people migrate when your country is rosy. You can't be saying that if your country is so rosy and then you not say you are not going. You are going for expedition.
No, this is entrepreneurship. Simba, calm down. It's for entrepreneurial adventure. They go there to trade in the Congo, in Ghana, even
Gabon. The Igbos are very many in Gabon that time. The Igbos.
And today they are established.
But today, no one is going to Gabon and Ghana to look for jobs.
And say because they want to go and trade.
Do the same thing, trade. It's the same thing. So no, I don't think anything changed, man. We see Nigeria still Japan.
Okay, let me put it again, Simba. When Ghanaians came to Nigeria, what were they doing? They were doing shoe repair work.
All this small artisan job. That's what they are doing now.
That is where we are.
Mike, is it Mike that said he doesn't think anything changed? What are you talking? Listen, what are you talking about, bro? Like we had in public schools, foreign teachers, Indians, teaching our public schools in Nigeria at that time.
But that was.
What are you talking about?
Okay. Which public school was he? Was he in a village? Was he not in Lagos?
What are you talking about? Is in the village?
Even village, yeah. Some villages.
Which India are going to be teaching village in Africa?
You're talking about this.
The thing is, Lagos back then wasn't so.
No, Mike. It was true because I even they were still there till when they now started chasing that war was not even during when those people came to Nigeria. It was not even during the regional government. It was in the 70s. It was in the 70s. So don't come there. Keep on telling you. It was in the 70s. It was in the 70s, not during the regional government.
Akim just put that to tell you that when those people came, it was a different thing entirely they came for. But when we went until today, even when they sent us packing in Ghana, for instance, is because we are not giving their people chance to compete with us. And even in Ghana till today, that is the case. That is the grudge. That we undersell most of these things so that we can gain advantage. Yes,
Simba máa ń ṣe kinní kan tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ a kàn máa mọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó tí mo mọ mo máa tó pààtàn fún ìtàn tó pa fún ẹ tó alára kékeré a máa ronú bí èwe a máa sọ̀rọ̀ bí bàbá rẹ̀ máa sọ èwe làwa so àgbàdo lẹ́gbẹ̀lẹ̀ rẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ lórí àfẹ́ máa hàk ní ọjọ́ wa so my point is that sometimes come here come on. We're not saying that Nigeria was better those years by the standard, but if you look back, it's better than what we have today. That's what we're saying. We're not saying it's best.
Rational, it was far better than what we have. It's far.
Why are we looking at Obasanjo's time and saying, Obasanjo did very well than any other president that came after him? It was because things were not as bad, even though things were bad. We had
sorry. What the question we should be asking ourselves? Then why are we retrogressing? That is the question. We should not be looking because it's just like comparing two bad time and say, okay, this one bad time is better than the other.
It's not too bad time. Okay, look, this is how I always categorize Nigeria, right? So when you see people who did not go through the military times, right? They will tell you Nigeria is the worst. It's the worst it's ever been now. Then people who also witness that early years of the good Nigeria will tell you, oh, this is the time. So people have different perspectives.
Progressive.
Let me tell you what changed. Let me just say this.
Mike, sorry, Mike, give me 1 minute. It's you that you are saying this. I could remember even in the late 70s, early 80s, even my father they were still complaining that time that things were so hard. Nigeria was no good. We now have the benefit of comparison. That's why you are saying what you are saying. There was no time that Nigeria was saying this country was so good. Everything was
my mother told me how poor they were growing up, how poverty was so, they used to be hungry. I've never seen a time in Nigeria
I remember in 1979 when they started free education back. Wait, I remember in old Oyo State.
Fela was thinking about poverty during his time. And when was this?
In the old Oyo State that time, when Bola came in 1979 and started free education, come and see how people are going back to school. So that means even that time, it was so hard for people to go to school. Even I don't know how much they pay, but they were not even in school. A majority were not even in school.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to explain to you. That these things happens in phases, right? You don't forget, we're talking about from independence to the first coup, right? It was a very short time. So you go from there, you have some legacy projects that carried over from that time forward a little bit, push the country ahead. But you see, from 1979 up to 1999, it was a disaster, a total shithole. The country was, for me, I
agree with that.
I think this period now, it was even better than that time. That was, you see, that from 79 to 1999 was I
witnessed all the roads, everything just damaging, just destroying.
It was
everything. Like the bad roads in Nigeria today is as a result of that 36 years of military neglect.
I think that is the gap. That was the gap.
That was the gap. Plus the 8 years of Obasanjo, like the roads in Nigeria was just abandoned.
The gap with which the country regressed so badly.
They military only focus on the capital city where they were staying. That's it. Those guys have no business governing. They have no like business governing, or they were not even there to govern. They were just there to enjoy. That's why they were doing coup after coup, because we go take over. They were just there to enjoy themselves.
No, they were not.
They only took care of where they want to live, which was they built Abuja for themselves.
Mike, I remember that time, right? Growing up, my mom used to own a restaurant somewhere in Benin. I said, these people will start tying road in rainy season. They will put quota on that road. In the evening, rain will fall and wash everything away. And that's it. The road is done already.
Lagos was, by the time they left, Lagos was gone. All the roads were gone, man. Lagos became a shithole city. Where Abuja looked like heaven. By the time I went to Abuja like this, I said, Abuja was looking like heaven. Like Lagos was gone. It just
they were not even renovating schools. They were
not renovating anything. They were not. What they would do is they would appoint one guy named Usman something from one no go school. He could be the governor of Lagos or governor of Benin, and they will get one guy Okonkwo. He could be the governor of Osun. They just appoint people who don't come from anywhere. The governor, there was one captain Kiniko or one lieutenant colonel Garuba is the governor of Oyo. Like, wait till you concern this guy with that place, you know? That's how the military were doing it. And then, like, now put all the top main officers, the real people ruling, all of them want to stay capital city. They only take care of the part where they live in. They can't share money, they loot money, just they will be maybe one bridge, something they build usually for them to enjoy, like Third Mainland Bridge, and then they now build Abuja. The plan was to build Abuja for them to go there and enjoy. So those military guys were just there to enjoy themselves. They didn't have any plan for country, nation building or anything. No plan.
They were not like Thomas Sankara. If they were like Thomas Sankara, okay, it would have been, at least the country would have moved. But these guys were looters, man. When you see people loot, these guys, they were looters.
Do you know when I almost joined the Nigerian Army, my mama wanted me to join, and then I was saying some kids like that, where the children of soldiers now. I was having a conversation and they were telling me, let me go. I want to be part of the cool plotters. This young kid, these are primary school kids. They're talking about cool. Like when they join the military, they want to be cool plotters.
You guys are not sincere with what
everybody want to Nigeria, that military that time, everybody they aim for cool. We can't take over just so it can be rich,
Can you guys listen? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
You guys are not sincere with what you are saying, and it shows that you didn't witness even that military rule compared to what we have today. During that military rule, we even had better, we had good governance, better than what we have today. You can disagree with it.
I disagree on my own part.
In terms of what Baba tell us now, in terms of infrastructure,
I will tell you. Yes, we had good governance back then than what we have today.
Can you explain?
The local government authority was functioning. Hold on one minute.
I want that Obasanjo go explain the development anywhere in Nigeria. Because
can you hear me?
You can hear me
now. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Tell us about the development during the military time.
What I'm telling you is that when you are talking of development, if you want to talk of human capital development, we had it better back then than what we have today. The investment.
So people went to school. Is that what you mean?
Hold on now. Do you want to listen? Hold on. If you want to talk about investment on education, under the military, they invested heavily on education than what we have today. Under the military, they invested more on healthcare than what we have today. Under the military, they invested even on the road construction, infrastructure, better than what we have today. So, and the local government functions.
So what happened to the roads now?
Now, let me now. You guys
what you're telling us is kind of
You will continue. I just want to ask you a question. Did you go to school under the military government? Did you went to school in Nigeria under the military government?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They invested heavily on education, better than what we look. Let me tell you this. In the 70s, the medical student at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, they eat free at their canteen. They don't pay for nothing. Free meal. Good meal, not just meal.
Let's focus on the 90s.
Everything.
80s and 90s.
Go and look. Hold on. Go and look at loot in the 70s and the 80s and compare the infrastructure, the facility, the equipment. What they had back then was of international standard than what we have today. What are you guys talking about?
Okay, Baba, hold on.
Or do you want to talk about
wait.
Don't
forget the population was low then.
Other than the population was low, we are talking about the way it functions.
Let Ajadeko finish.
The way it functions. It functions at its excellence than what we have today.
Okay, Baba
give me 1 second. The doctors, just 1 second.
everybody were well committed to that because government, invested heavily in that sector.
Let me say this real quick. The infrastructure we had in the 60s, 70s, they were still looking good. Were infrastructure that was built by the British pre-independence and before the military later took over. So they don't destroy just in that short time. They were still looking good. So they gradually just destroying. What we are saying, you can't tell us that in the beginning when they took over a mansion, and you want to tell us because the mansion looked good when they first took over, it means things were good because when they took over. No, you talk about how the mansion started looking with time. So what we are saying is that that infrastructure you saw in the 70s was something that was built by either the pre-military government and the colonial government.
Mike,
So the infrastructure was still looking good by the 70s. Of course, they won't die, but by the 90s, they were destroying.
Hakim, wait.
By the 80s, 90s, they were just gone.
You don't know about this thing. It's not that
all those structures you're talking about were not built by the military. They were things that were.
It's not that whether it looked good. We are talking about the way it functions.
So
compared to what we hear today, when you cannot even build, you cannot even build anything. Talk less of even make it function.
Babajali Koko, please hold on 1 second. So whenever I have a conversation here with you, I always use my own personal experience, right? And that is why I was so specific. Time frame 1979 to 1999. That was the time frame I put. I did not say 72, 73, 70. I said from 1979 to 1999. So what I
disagree with you. I disagree with you too.
What I was saying was from 79 it started going down. So
that is not true.
Hold on. Babajali Koko. The primary school I went to, Olua Primary School, is in the heart of Benin City, right? In that school, most of the time at school, we didn't have chairs in the classroom. There were no windows. There were no ceilings. It was a comatose. Go to that school today. It's been completely renovated, fenced, everything looking smart. I'm not saying it is better overall, but I'm saying it is better than that time when I was there. It was a disaster. My secondary school.
When I go to Nigeria today, the schools are looking better than when I was there.
I attended a grammar school, right, in Benin. It's still in the heart of Benin City, Egosa Grammar School. 20 minutes walk from my primary school. That school was a missionary school, so you need to understand the level now that it was not even a government school; it was a missionary school that the handover that the military took over from the missionaries. You could see the infrastructure inside where you have teachers, where the houses where teachers stays and everything. Before I left school, I was in secondary school during the military. Everything was already coming down. Everything was
progressive. I think what Babajali Koko is looking progressive.
Sorry, big budget on education. They were putting those budgets in their pocket. We never saw it.
And they were focused on the capital city. Yeah, I think where Babajali Koko is looking. Babajali Koko is looking at Lagos during that time. He's looking at the military government, maybe the military government in the capital city. But what Babajali Koko is not paying attention to is the governors, the military governors in other states like Benin or those guys were not doing anything. So you can't tell me that the military governors were performing better than the civilian governors we have today. Are the civilian governors today? Somehow they chase them up and down. Like people are chasing Obaseki now. Say, come, do something. Like they chasing Weekend Rivers. He's doing something. During the military time, it was one Garuba guy that would be the governor of Rivers State. Nobody there near him go to even say his name on it. So those guys were not doing anything. So you have to look. You have to look at the whole country. You can't just look at Lagos and maybe Abuja where you were, where the head of state was staying. Of course, they will do something good around near the head of state now. But we are talking about the whole country. You need to travel around Nigeria today. The governors are doing few things, though they may be stealing, but they are still doing something.
Look, what you are saying are doing, they are not doing nothing. They are not doing fadding.
You need to travel around Nigeria. You see at least you fly over. You see something.
In that 79 to 99 that Hakim was referring to, I want to tell you that in 1979, between 1979 till that time, that even under the military, most of the cities were having pipe-borne water. Where are the pipe-borne water today? Where are your pipe-borne? Why is the pipe-borne water in the city?
Where did you live? Where did you live in Nigeria? Where did you live in
Hold on, man.
Oh, you had to go live in the cage.
There was pipe-borne water in Lagos. There was pipe-borne water in Ogun State. There was pipe-borne water in Ibadan. There was pipe-borne in most of the West. And even in that Edo you are talking, Benin City, I believe there will be pipe-borne water in Benin City.
Yeah, there was pipe. There was no water.
When was that? When
the water don't dry up by the 80s. All those water, I remember that.
In 1979, there was no water. In 1979, there was no water.
No, I'm not talking about 1979.
They were gradually drying up, but those pipe bombs were built by the British, the colonial masters.
The Polytechnic and what is it that Ambrose Ali built then, and all the teaching hospital he built then, was it the military that built them? Were they built by this present this thing? All the infrastructure that you saw today in terms of education, most of them were built during the 79 to 84 when the UPN were ruling their place.
But that wasn't the military government now. That wasn't the military government now.
It was part of the years you mentioned.
No, we are talking about the military government. The military, even
under the military, the local government function, the rural life was even better than what you have today.
Okay, name a military governor that performed better than Jack Conde in Lagos. Was he Marwa or was he?
You can't have it now. How can you say military performed better than Jack Conde?
Exactly. Now you're proving my point. Now you're proving our point. What we are arguing against.
I'm not pulling your point.
We are telling that the military government, they destroy everything. That's what we are. They didn't perform. That's what we are telling you. You're arguing against us.
But that is to say totally that. Oh, that is not true. You can't say totally they didn't perform. They did the little they can do. But what I'm comparing between what they did and what these civilian governors were doing, they did better than the civilian.
They did it better. No.
Hold on.
One funny aspect. Let me remind you one funny aspect. Do you know until Jack Conde came?
Yeah.
They were still carrying shit for head, even in central Lagos.
Like Barak.
Owó gbẹ́kì irun bàbá.
Ọmọ àgbọn la gbé pò. I know them. Owó
gbẹ́kì irun. Ó ní bàbá kan. Ó bàbá yẹn bàbá lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ gbà yẹn. Owó gbẹ́kì irun lọ pé.
Tó kọ sí mọ́tò ẹ̀ owó gbẹ́kì irun. Shit money dey dey smell.
Company tí mo ti jẹ́ gbà ẹ̀ lọ́ba fìnánsì àwọn fẹ́ẹ̀kù tó fi.
Wọ́n lówó burúkú o. Owó
burúkú ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ bàbá yẹn. Owó gbẹ kò forúkọ ẹ̀ bọ. Owó gbẹ́kìrún lọ pé lọ́wọ́ máa kí owó gbẹ́kìrún bàbá lóde mọ́ máa kí.
Jack Conde stopped it.
Yeah. So we yes, the military, yeah, they did some bad things, but you know,
they did a lot of bad things. They did worse. They did worse.
No, these your governors did the worst.
The governors are doing something. I'm telling you, they are not doing their best, but they are at least doing one or two things.
No, look. If you
some of them, who can
any state government that does not allow local government to function, it's a bad government. It's a bad state government.
What we are talking about is in terms of infrastructure. Okay, which military governor can you compare to Sanwo-Olu and Ambode and Wike and maybe some of them in North? I haven't traveled through the North well. Like Golam.
Look, how many years did their military governor spend? How many years?
36 years.
How many years did they spend?
30-something years.
These people that have been there for 25 years.
So 25 versus 36.
No. What do you mean by 36?
If you count from Buhari, it was 85 or 84 or 85. All the way to 99. That's around 15 years or so.
All I'm trying to say is that these governors should have done better anyway, but they have failed us.
Yeah.
They,
I think you need to travel to Nigeria.
ruined, they mismanaged the resources. They destroyed the, the society. You know,
Baba
we
Jale, some
could
of
have
them perform.
developed better
Some of them,
than
Baba Jale,
where we are today.
some of them perform. I'm telling you, just travel to Nigeria, go to some of these states. In fact, I'm telling you, you prefer to live in some of those states than in Lagos. Some of them perform. Like I saw what Aregbesola did in Osun. The guy literally built the road, new roads, a lot of them, brand new roads.
And Aregbesola try. He
The
tried.
guy did a good job, Baba Jale. I'm telling you, you want to live, you go to
He
Osun,
tried,
you
but
want to stay there.
he almost bankrupt the state now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what we are saying is you see,
Ajali Popo, he was following your
whereas
socialist,
someone like the military
socialist
government,
ideas.
all
That's
those
why.
states, I couldn't even go there. The only place you want to stay during the military government was in Lagos and Abuja. That's it. Every other
Ajali
state, you don't
Popo,
want to go.
Ajali Popo, Aregbesola nearly bankrupted the state because he was following your socialist ideas. That's why.
Which ideas was he following?
Your socialist ideas, giving everything for free.
Free this, free that.
Well, I don't think so. He didn't
Okmoifa free.
He didn't manage it well.
Did you see the
Okmoimo? I say Okmoifa, Okmoimo. Free he distributed.
Yeah, so going full socialist idea in a state, in the civil service state, that they don't have any form of any industrial base.
You know, they say they have to cancel that program because man, they realize that one woman would bring like 8 children.
Of course,
now they don't say Nigerian women is gone.
Under Adegbetola was the first time I saw. You will see families take their children out of private school and put them into public school. They were getting free school meal in school. They had this, like, if you see the school this man was building, like private school could
Even
not even
uniform.
Hakim, that is what we should have in Nigeria.
Of course,
but that is what you have a system where the private school, we will have few private school, and you see our school system, the public school will define how our school system run, and majority of our children will be in public school. That is how you integrate the children of the poor.
Affordability have to be at the center of your policies.
Yes, the children of the poor and the rich and the middle class, they meet at that public school and they know each other and they develop together, having the same mindset and sense of
in America here, the children of the poor and the rich, and are they all in the same school?
What are you saying?
The children of the rich, the poor and the middle class, they all in the same school in America.
Okay, Mike, listen to this now.
There's nowhere in the world they do that,
Mike,
man.
listen to this. Mike, listen to this. Even with all the good things he did, yeah, he was struggling to pay civil servant salaries. That was one of his biggest downfall. Not people forgot about all those schools, the road, and everything that he was doing. You know, even at the time, Aregbesola was paying 13 months salary. He was paid 13 months.
You people are just arguing points out of context. Aregbesola and APC in Osun State, they looted heavily.
Stop that nonsense.
Hold on. They looted heavily. They did.
Do you even know who Aregbesola is? Do you even know who he is?
I beg you, for spare me that. Who is he? Who is Aregbesola? You tell me. Who's Aregbesola?
No, you go ahead.
I don't know. No, they looted. It was a template of Lagos they used.
Oh, come on. Now, what do you mean?
Come on. If you don't know the story, say you don't know the story.
Okay, tell us.
Okay, I will tell you. What made them remove Ambode? Was Aregbesola not part of those people? Hold on. Okay, can I land? So
yeah, go ahead.
My point is this: is that it is chop by chop. They will give an impression of doing something. It is tokenism they were doing, but the underlying thing is they were looting the money. So not because they were doing any social program to the benefit of the common persons. No, that's not what it is. They will just give you an impression of doing something, but underneath it, they are giving out millions of naira for those contracts.
Well, looting or no looting, I saw a massive development in Osun State, and I was very impressed by the guy, man.
Okay,
I mean,
rational mind. Rational mind. Can you name a governor?
The point is that
can you name a governor in your own opinion that you think that's done good?
You know, you even say something that you cannot substantiate. You just accuse somebody of stealing money. Do you have evidence of what you are talking about?
Continue asking me for evidence. Continue asking me for evidence. So are you telling me that all that debt that the Osun State had is tantamount to what the project that they did?
Hold on now.
There was massive project, a lot of roads.
Can you name a state now that
I'm asking you a question.
Can you name a state in your own opinion that you think has done good, that the governor have done?
Just what about? Yeah, I'm not here for this. What about?
It's you that you are even doing what about now? Because you just came here now and say somebody looted because he was doing a program. He used it to loot.
He looted, yeah. He looted. It was.
Yeah, but
it's very easy to make accusation now. Anybody can even accuse you now. What you are doing is very easy to do. You can accuse anybody based on you don't have any fact, you don't have any evidence. You are just
accuse me, and I go open book for you. Accuse me and I open book for you. You see, the point is that you like to read people.
You still haven't told us. You say they use Lagos template. That is what does that even mean?
The Lagos template of
what does that mean?
Share the money. Share the money. That's the Lagos template.
Share the money. What
I saw Lagos template of development.
Or what? Are we having a serious conversation?
What development is in Osun State?
I maybe need to go there and drive through.
You keep saying massive. What is this massive you're talking about?
Maybe a lot of you guys need to leave the diaspora and just go home and instead of sitting in the diaspora.
You can see the way rational mind. He did not witness it. He has not been to Osun. He didn't. Were you there?
I'm never to Osun State.
Well, no, don't you read?
Don't you read?
Ibo lo lọmbẹ ibo lo lọ táìmù lo lọbẹ
àwa
tá a jọ mọ ọtún sọ̀rọ̀ tó wá àkíyèsí wa nílùú wa.
Farabalẹ̀.
Ondo talk about your state. Talk about your state. Leave us alone.
2019. I was in Bogbabe Ekiti. Ogboshin Ekiti.
Láti bo ọ̀nà bóyá tell us how you take it so that a fi mọ̀ bóyá òun parọ́ ni. How where did you pass through?
Which road?
Which road?
Wàá bèrè receipt lọ́wọ́.
Which road?
Google the road. Google the road.
Yeah, should lead you to Ekiti State now.
Look, rational mind. If you want to have a proper conversation, like we have a proper conversation, like all this. All this propaganda in Wendo.
No. It's not propaganda. You guys cannot defend Adegbetola that he did steal money now. What are you guys talking about?
What are you presenting?
Nobody is defending.
We are not saying he didn't do something, no.
If you bring document, then
yes. Is there any government that doesn't steal? Even the so-called Awolowo Zik that we are talking about, they stole.
You see this.
So what are we talking about?
You see this guy called Simba. This is what about?
It's you that is doing what about now. Who is doing what about? It's you.
You said it was Lagos template. What does that mean? Share the money.
You see. Continue asking me. Share the money. Go Lagos. Go and ask how did they deal with Lagos. How did they run Lagos? They will tell you how did they run Lagos. You see, okay, hold on. Why did Oyetola says what he said when he was doing what's it called? They were having that debates. Why did he say that he met a lot of debt on ground?
Of course, the state was owing money. Have you listened to what we were saying?
Owing money? Was it tantamount? Does it equal what the project that this guy said he did?
Did you listen to what we are saying?
How do you measure that?
That's whatever crap he was talking.
Did you listen to what we have been saying?
No, I wasn't there. I was sleeping.
I'm going to explain to you again. I'm going to explain to you. Adik Bishola built primary schools that were better than secondary school in some states.
Come on. Save me that thing. Save me that. You know what they call tokenism? Have you heard that word, tokenism? Do small things. Show say they do work. But the overall picture of the money that was budgeted out for those things Is it equal to those things that they said they did? That's the question.
Okay, okay, you carry on.
He did it in only the capital, not across all the local government.
No, Baba Jelekoko. No. It was even in my village. If it cut across all of
the villages, man. I went to the villages.
Even in the my primary school. Just hold on. My primary school, which used to be all those small classroom that we used to have, was converted to a 2-story building. In fact, when I went there to collect my certificate, I couldn't even recognize my primary school again. So what are you? They don't let us bring politics into all these things.
But the point that Rational Mind is making is that it is not.
How did you measure that, Baba Jelekoko? What is it?
That is good. That is good.
How did you measure it?
No, that is good. But what the point that Rational Mind is making?
Before I started,
let me land now.
I did not even support Adigbesola. I was saying that he was pursuing a socialist policy.
Yeah, and that is where Rational Mind is tackling you. Rational Mind is saying that it's not the socialist system that bankrupted the state, but mismanagement of the resources.
Yes. The state has, what do they produce?
It's only Peter Obi that did well in Anambra. It's only Peter Obi that did well in Anambra. Empty brain.
Pushing beyond the resources of the state. There was a time when before Adigbesola left office, or soon when they go to collect federal allocation, they were collecting minus federal allocation from the federal government. Adigbesola was the governor that when allocation came, we called head of civil service and said, look, this is the amount of money that came in, like openly and transparently. That was when they were paying 60%, 70% salary because the state could no longer afford to pay financially anymore.
Hold on, Akim. Let us be honest with ourselves. He was not a prudent manager of resources. Look, when the governor that took over after him came in, or Yetola, Yetola did not borrow one dime, and yet he was able to do a lot of things. The only thing that he did,
Yetola didn't do anything close to Adigbesola.
Hold on.
Yetola is a capitalist. He revised a lot of those policies.
Hold on. I don't know whether he reversed a lot of fraud policy, but what he did, let me hold on now. He didn't borrow a dime, tried to speed up. He was able to pay off a lot of loan that this guy, what do you call? Adigbesola
Baba Jelekoko, how did state pay their debt? How do you know how they pay their debt?
I can't say.
Okay, let me tell you. Though you can't give any credit to anybody. You know, when we are talking about debt in Nigeria, even this national debt that you are talking about, Nigeria is owing. Majority of the debt are being held by the states. I hope you know. You understand that I will be castigating the president that he is only the president that are taking the loan. Majority of this loan were taken by the state. Now, what they normally do is this. It's not as if they will be the one to be raising money to go and pay their debt to. The problem that also had that time, most states also had it. You know, during the Jonathan regime, when there was all this oil windfall, they are sharing the SS crude, whatever. That was when he embarked on all these big projects. And as Progressive said, up to 2013, Adigbesola was still paying 13 months salary to Osun State civil servants. But when the oil price started dwindling by 2013, 2014, that was when it started having problem, and the allocation started reducing. We all witnessed what happened that time.
No, they will not listen to that. He stole money. That's what they will say. They
I can say that he miscalculated. He thought that money would keep on flowing. But what he was even getting after the
I beg you.
That is lack of capacity too. He lack resourcefulness,
so
you know, to improve on internal
but
revenue
what you are
generation.
saying, Babajare Kuku,
How
that
can you
that the
depend on
guy
federal
paid.
government?
No. So what they are now doing is that whenever they want to share the allocation, they will remove the debt, some of the debt, the way they from the allocation before it gets to the state, and that was why even before he left, because he was still there until 2018 or 2019 as the governor. So before he left, he didn't have enough resources to be paying full salary. That was when he started paying 50%, 60%, 70% that everybody was talking about. But up to today, I'm not his fan, but we have to be sincere. Go to Osun today, move around Osun, you still see all those infrastructure. Osogbo used to be like a glorified village. It's Aregbesola that made Osogbo to look like a state capital. And all these things that the school that we are talking about, I could remember even in Osun that time, it was free health, free education. They were giving students food. And
We love
they were giving them uniform. I remember that time, even I mentioned it on this platform. That was even the agricultural scheme that was empowering people to be raising broiler, to be the poultry, for them to be getting the meat and the egg for that school health program. So
this guy developed Osun to the point where foreigners are moving there. If you go there, you see Black Americans moving there. Like the guy developed that.
All these things that we are doing, like rational mind, we know that na bad belle, anything APC, na bad belle, rational mind they do. It's not saying anything very tangible. It's just bad belle.
Look, we have to look at it this way. Look,
want to talk about rational mind want to talk about Peter Obi and Tinubu. That's where it's going. Empty brain, rational mind.
He went to Baba Ikofe, my poke rational mind. He went to borrow so much, and he lacked the foresight that look, this revenue, this allocation from the federal is not fixed. It's not fixed. It can go up, it can come down. So, and he failed. And he failed. He failed to develop revenue generation base in a state that can sustain that state in times of crisis. That's a bad leadership. And you went to borrow so much, you pump it into gigantic project. So if not for Buhari that came to the rescue during the time of COVID and some other useless states too, the state will have been that state will have collapsed totally.
Babajare Kuku, it was not peculiar to Aregbesola. What you are saying, you know, and you just said it now. You remember even when Buhari came in by 20, and it was not even, it's a national disaster. You remember that time, even Obasanjo was saying it. Even federal government, Babajare Kuku, even federal government were borrowing money to pay salary.
No, look,
they were borrowing money to pay salary.
Yes, you are right. Yes,
it was.
So you cannot just isolate somebody and say, okay, no. In fact, that was when we started hearing bailout. You remember that time, 2016, 2017. Why has to be giving them money to be able to offset their backlog? Some states could not even pay salary at all.
Look, Baba Jali Koko.
So why are we now isolating him as if he was the only one?
No. We are not isolating. What I'm saying is that he borrowed more than he can pay on his own.
Yeah, Jali Koko. See, 1 second, right?
He was relying on federal allocation.
Baba Jali Koko, is there any governor you like at all? I can't think of. I don't used to like Obi at one time, long time ago. You got the.
No, look. If we really,
I don't know any governor you like in that country.
No, if we really want to say the truth, look, Obi was a prudent manager of resources. He prudently managed the resources of Anambra State. He didn't bring so much infrastructure, but when it comes to when it comes to the management of resources, when it comes to investment of the state fund, it did well. I'm not saying that it's not corrupt, that it didn't eat. I'm not saying it didn't do what do you call it? What do you call this thing? When he invested in his company, what do you call that? What is that thing?
Beauty.
In beauty. I'm not saying that they didn't do some corrupt practices, but what I'm saying, if you look at what they did in terms of saving, managing of the resources of the state, investment of their fund for to yield more revenue for the state, I mean, it did well. So the facts are there, but
so
but the only problem we have with some of these facts is that they're trying to describe him as a saint.
More revenue to the states, and he couldn't grow the IGR of the states.
I would think you will naturally accept somebody like Aribishola, because everything that you stand for, what he was doing in government, as a governor.
What did you say?
I said I would have think that you will naturally align with somebody like Aribishola, because it was everything that you advocate for that he did when he was a governor.
No, he did well, but I'm saying he shouldn't bankrupt the state. I mean, all during the Second Republic. Hold on. During the Second Republic, it was purely socialist system that we operated in the West, the entire West, including the Bender state. Then free education, free healthcare, housing. Housing projects, in their thousands. Yet the state were not bankrupt. So, but what I'm saying is and that is where rational mind is right. That it wasn't the socialist system that bankrupted, but because he mismanaged the fund too, he stole some money heavily.
Rational might say they looted heavily. That's why they were in mess. No, that was not what happened. They got caught up with the dwindling oil revenue, because it borrowed a lot of money to carry out a lot of those capital projects. So what these people were doing, what you need to understand in Babajaliko is this: it's like you have a job today, right? Okay, so you've calculated that in this my job, I earn certain amount. By the time I pay my bill, pay my this, I still have enough money to do this. So you go and borrow money and say, okay, what's come to us, I'm paying maybe so percentage out of my salary every month. So you've already borrowed against your salary. So you use that money to go and build a house or do something or do whatever you want to do. All of a sudden, you don't have a job anymore, or your income goes down drastically. You're going to struggle to meet up to that loan repayment or whatever expenses that you need to meet. That is how government. That was exactly what happened. How do you need to explain this? These people go and borrow money. You can say, okay, part of the money borrowed, maybe by giving contract and something like that, it was eating some of those money. They were stealing some of those money, but that is not the reason why why this whole thing happened. This whole thing happened because the non-anticipation of fall in the revenue of the state happens. So if somebody who want to openly steal is not going to start a school feeding program, giving free
progressive. Even great country, they go into recession. They go into recession. Even America go into recession. So it's just an economic problem, and it's not even peculiar to Osun. Even the country had it. Nigeria had it. Nigeria even went to recession.
Look, for me, I think he overdid his own socialist policy to the point he was giving free uniform to students. For me, I think he in some ways he went too far. And I think that was what he did was good, but he could have reduced it to a certain limit and use those funds to cover up all those unforeseen circumstances. And I think that was where he got it wrong. He went overdrive with his own socialist idea.
Me, I won't lie to you guys. Me, all I want built in Nigeria is infrastructure. All this other crap about anything, I don't care, man. You mean build roads
Mike,
and give electricity.
Mike,
That's what I care about. All
Mike,
this other extra shit you guys
the
always talk about.
the only difference between now and when all those times that Babajeku was talking about in the 70s is just the population and the resources that were available to that population that time. That was all. It's not as if they did anything very ingenious or whatever. Because all these things that he was mentioning,
So when
when
people
they
start
were
praising Obasanjo, every time during Obasanjo time, every road was just bad. He was just a miserable
I know I
governor,
used to
man.
say
You
it,
know,
Mike, and
you guys don't
Babaje
fix any
also
road, nothing.
alluded to that one today. Obasanjo, if not because he was a toothless head of state between 1976 and 1979, he had all the opportunities, the so-called regional government that they were talking about. And Babaje could alluded to it, that when he was about to hand over to civilian government, that was when he's supposed to revert back to that regional government. If he was really a patriot. But he didn't do so because he was just there like a figurehead. He was a figurehead head of state. Danjuma and Yaradua, they were the one ruling during that period. They just put him there. This guy, what Muritala wanted to do when he took over from Gowon was to hand over to a civilian government. So do our bidding, and that was what he did.
Ọlọ́tẹ̀ ni Simba Ọlọ́run, you just looking for a way to attack Obasanjo. He's just looking for opportunity. Oh, opportunity come! I have to go after Obasanjo.
Look, you see, Baba Jali Koko, you see,
No, actually, what you see, what Simba we say, you see, I was saying it earlier. We should have returned to that parliamentary system in 1979. But a lot of political people in the political class, and particularly in the North, you know, they believe that if we should go back to that system, what happened that resulted
in the war,
it resulted to civil war could repeat itself. So in order to prevent it, they said, okay, let us have presidential system of government, and you know, create different state, federal government where all of us we look up to federal government and stuff like that. So
Baba Jeko, who was the president, the American president that time? I couldn't remember his name. He was the friend. He was the friend of
Carter now. It was Jimmy Carter now.
He was, so that was why he brought the American distance to us, Jerry. Because of Carter. He was his friend.
No. Look, okay. Let's be honest about ourselves and still try to see from the area of these people. Look, so these people, you can complain about the system for as much as you want, right? You know, these people themselves did not envisage the level of corrupt leaders that we have today, that we're going to have this level of corrupt leaders. So the system, yes, it's a problem for us because it is just too expensive to run the kind of system that we have financially, too much. But then on top of that, you now have this satanic corrupt leaders. These guys are their level of corruption. Has no boundaries. These guys can look, if you key into money tomorrow, change every single Nigerian. That is how corrupt a lot of these people are. So look, I don't think they did it with the wrong intention. Maybe they thought it was a good way, but come on, man. The guys that are there now, things like they are something like some of these people like it's only in Nigeria. I always ask myself one question: like, how many British or American government officials you will see that will have houses in another
Again, it looks like your system is having problem.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you, but it's cracking somehow. But you can continue.
Okay, maybe it's my network. So how many of these American or British politicians you will see that they will have properties in another country or they even have bank accounts in other people's country. But our own, every little opportunity they have to take resources out of that country, they don't even need a second invitation. They're gone straight away. And this is
Hakim, I think it's our mentality. Even people that are not politicians, they do the same thing. Believe me, it's not peculiar to politicians. Any rich Nigerians, tell me, once the people are, it's a status symbol. It's a status symbol, Hakim. It's our mentality.
It is not a status
No, they
symbol.
are following the footsteps of politicians. No. Following the footsteps, they saw, okay, if our leader does not even believe in the system, so I have money too. Let me go and put my money in bank account overseas, and anytime I'm bringing it back, I can make more money. So it's an investment.
That mentality, this is why I say for Nigeria to get better, that mentality need to be reversed. Like it need to change. Or we've lost a lot of resources outside of Nigeria that this politician will just take out, and those resources never come back into the country. And the level of poverty you see today can be traced to this looting and freight of our common resources among this what you call the elite. For me, I think that trend need to reverse. Our leaders need to start having this mindset that okay, even if you want to loot the money, put it inside the country. Stop taking it out of the country.
You know, the only way you can have something like that is to have the institution have to be stronger than the man. Meaning the institution will be stronger than every person. So if someone violate the institution can punish that person. Yeah, like place like America, for example, like the institution is stronger than every man. If they can indict the president, indict governors, jail them, the institution is too strong. But in Nigeria, the men are stronger than the institution, man. Like even a common governor is stronger than the institution. They'll prosecute. We find a governor, indict a governor, but then it will call this couple of people, and next thing they will squash it. They will, so the institution is too weak. The men are stronger than the institution. That's the problem of Nigeria. Yeah.
Mike, the problem with Nigeria, everybody has a price. Do you understand? And that's why the institution is not working. People who head those institutions, people who work in those institutions, they are not there for the benefit of anybody. They are just there for the benefit of themselves. People join those institutions for what they are going to get. It's not what they are going to offer. That's it. You see people joining custom because of corruption and because they collect money from smugglers. People joining police because of what they're collecting from people, through safety and all those things.
This is what I want to ask here. Why is this a problem among many African countries? This bad governance, bad system, bad way of life, everything that is so wrong.
If you don't create something, you won't value it, and you won't really know what to do with it. So if something is not something you created or it doesn't belong to you, you just use it. You don't treasure it. So what do I mean? They didn't create the system. You understand? It was a system created to them by colonial people, and those people just left it, and the Africans saw that place, those institutions, a place to go and use to better themselves. You understand? It wasn't like they sat down
Mike,
and said,
Mike, look at what I'm trying to say to you. You see, like our president now, when they want to treatment everything, they will be running abroad. So you ask yourself a question, right? Why can't these people just say, okay, next budget, whether we're going to die, 200 billion, we're going to build a medical estate. A medical estate, even if it's in Abuja, somewhere whereby it will be good enough for us as leaders. Any governor, any president, that want to
I'll be honest with you. The reason I think these guys leave is because they believe the Oyinbo doctors are just better doctors.
Okay,
if you ask me,
that's not that might be, but the major reason, let me tell you, is because of lack of. It is not because of facilities or maybe they have better doctors abroad. The trust, that confidentiality. You understand? You want to tell me that if Tinubu's doctor is one Nigerian doctor, everything will have been leaked. Everything about it will have been leaked.
Yeah, you're gonna tell his friends. You're gonna tell. You go home and say, "I tweeted the president, and this is what's wrong with it," and that one will share it.
He will sell it. He will sell the copy. He will sell the document.
Hold on. So did Oshibajo did not have a knee surgery in Nigeria not long ago?
But you can't compare knee surgery with your whole body. I mean,
did not have a surgery.
Okay, Akim, what does that one tell you? It's not as if we don't have the technical know-how. You understand?
Yeah, but why did they not leak all the information?
What they are doing for him in France or wherever he's going, he can get it in Nigeria. He can even move everything that they are doing for him.
Hold on. Before Tinubu became president, before he even became president, he also had a knee, because he said it with his mouth, he had a knee replacement, but he did his own abroad. But Oshibajo did his own. Why was a city?
Another one you need to also understand. A lot of these ones that are rich before they came, they already had their own personal doctors. You understand? You know, like it's not like Tinubu probably already had his. He always go to France. I don't know why. I think he had a home in France. He already has a personal doctor there, so he kind of like just follow up with his personal doctor. I think that's what it is, to be honest. Because your personal doctor always keep your record. They know your medical record. You keep following up with them every year. If you have your primary care doctor, you follow up every year. They keep your record. They know your body. You're using the same doctor for years. And people always recommend that I keep the same doctor for a while because the doctor has been following your body for so long. So a new doctor won't know what your body was like 5 years ago. You understand? Compared to the one that has been treating you for 20 years and knows, like, okay, this is my head.
The doctor does not go inside your body. Everything is documented about your medical record. So the new doctor
but which doctor will start reading 20 years of documents? They won't do that now. But the one that's been following you for 20 years will remember that 5 years ago, I remember you had a mini stroke or something like that. He knows you. Or 5 years ago, I know you have blood pressure. So your doctor that has been following up with would know you more. So by the time something is happening, he will even remind you, like, remember.
That country need a Showore, somebody like a Showore, so an ordinary person to come around that country. That's all. And one of the very ordinary people, you just need an ordinary person to come in and dismantle the whole system.
Yeah, and that's the problem, Akim. No ordinary person can run that country. That's the problem. You can't just go. You can't discount the people that have spent time to be part of the system, rightfully or not. And you think you're gonna bring in an outsider like Shore? Let me tell you, if Shore became the president today, he can't run Nigeria. It's impossible.
I suspect the guy has to convince me that he's not a CIA agent, man. Because that guy, man, as much as I like him, I'm not convinced that this guy is not connected to all these.
Well, listen, anyone is any prominent person in Nigeria or Africa, it's indirectly a CIA agent. This is the bottom line. Especially though, if you have a connection with their country, like United States. There's nothing they want about Shore that they don't have or they don't know. So Shore is not
the question I want to even ask people. I don't even know what people are talking about Shore. What has this guy demonstrated to even warrant all this attention that we are giving to you, apart from maybe I want to lead revolution, I want to do that riot. What has it demonstrated in terms of economy?
In terms of people are saying is that he's the enemy of the whole system. That's what
it happens in most countries and most society. Anytime they want a change, it doesn't matter what the change looks like. They are going to embrace that change and go with it. You can bring somebody else. I mean, any other face other than Shore, people will still gravitate towards that person because they want a change in the system. Tinubu, Buhari, name them, all those guys, they've been around for a long time. They belong to the same cadre. They essentially, Nigerians see them as the same people, regardless of the party that they belong to. So it makes sense. But the way
I think that's right. That's true. That's why people kind of look at the guy like, okay, it looks like you're not a friend of any of these people. So maybe if someone like you enter, you'll be a complete revolution. Like
so beside that
but it
sentiment,
doesn't
that is
guarantee
not
that
as
you
if
won't go.
he had any special skill that he has demonstrated any ability.
Simba, we need to understand this. It's
No.
not the one thing people need to understand is this. It's not really the a leader that should have the skill. It's a leader that understand to involve people that have the skills. You understand?
And Shure does not have. You're right. Hold on, Rene. Mike is right on that point. I accept that point. And Shure has not displayed that skill or ability. He doesn't have it. Okay, I don't think he does. Maybe I'm wrong.
Baba, sorry, Prince Daddy. Let me tell you why sometimes I consider the guy. Like I actually went to a meeting. The guy came to here in the US because there was a time the guy was coming to different cities, and he came to the city I was living at that time. And I was someone said so he was trying to meet up with Nigeria. So I went there, and the guy was literally he was engaging like manager. He one time he engaged the manager of this airport in New York. He was a Nigerian guy, the airport manager. And he said, if you become president, that the guy will hire the guy to manage Lagos airports like that. You understand? And then he also met with some Nigerians that are sheriffs, sheriffs now, working sheriff's departments. And he was I was there, was exchanging ideas, and they had long conversation. He even engaged a guy as a tunnel engineer, and they were exchanging ideas. So I'm like, this guy here look like if he become president, he's just going to bring he's going to like kind of involve a lot of Nigerians that have really advanced in different areas. And when I go to Nigeria, one of the problems I see is the people they are managing things like they hire to, like if you go to Lagos airport, it's just the area is so disorganized, and I'm like, dude, who's managing this place? That kind of those basic things. So that's why I was like, you know what? I think if this kind of guy become president, those basic things he can take care of it. He can,
Mike, Shure is a showboat kind of a person. See,
so do you think? Okay, based on what I told you just now, do you think if he become president, that airport manager, the Nigerian guy that was managing that airport in New York, he won't hire the guy over the current manager of Lagos airport?
Hold on, let see. I heard what you said, but here's the thing. Shure is trying to manage Nigeria from outside in. Think for yourself. Is that possible in the country that we live? You're going to bring in the expertise like nobody's done it before. You're going to bring all these people and you're going to run Nigeria from outside.
Who's doing it?
Well, I understand when Obasanjo became the president. He brought some people from outside.
But he only brought the thing they did was he brought those ones on a very, and the one thing we have to understand, he brought those on a very top level, like Coach Real. That what Nigeria don't understand is, I think Obasanjo did it. What the mistake he made is he only brought those ones for those high positions, and this is what people don't understand. What our leaders are getting wrong is this: if you want to build a building, no matter how you go get the best architect, the best engineer, the best drafter, all the best whatever, if we don't hire the right guys that will lay the bricks, that structure will collapse. The engineer can design it the best, most beautiful structure, give all the best calculation and everything, but the main guys, the foreman, if you don't hire the right foreman or the right bricklayers, and those guys are doing shitty job, they lay rubbish bricks, that structure will collapse. And that's where we got it wrong in Nigeria. We'll go and bring Obasanjo. That's what Obasanjo had it wrong. Hold on. We don't pay attention to like the little thing I just told you. Like if I go to Nigeria now, the problems I see, it's not the problem caused by the minister of aviation. Like if I enter Lagos airport, it's not the minister of aviation is probably a guy that's very qualified, but it's not there on a daily basis. The real guy that's the problem of that airport is the airport manager, not the minister of aviation. So that's the area they are ignoring. They will hire one guy that's not competent to be managing, or even if you go to a Nigerian embassy, the person that's working there, they're so disorganized. But the minister of interior minister, which is in charge of the embassy, is probably very qualified person.
Prince Daddy, this is what Mike is trying to explain to you. You see, this
before Mike, let me
you can say it, you can continue. So you see somebody like Shure has been using that airport, so he sees all these things himself. So the elite, like Tinubu now, when Tinubu land, from a long time, they have their own VIP section which they go through. A lot of the things that you will see in that airport, He's probably never seen them in a
They
long
don't
time.
see them exactly. All those top guys, private jets,
Yeah.
don't go through that airport like we go through every day. They don't walk through the street and the basic things that we experience every day. They don't experience it. They
See,
don't know.
a good example of sure would be Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro was a man of the people. He walked the street. He ate with the people on the street. He did everything like a commoner. But
Another
what became
person is
of him?
Gaddafi. Gaddafi was the same person.
Okay, what became of him at the end of the day? You know the story. So
What do you
sure,
mean?
yeah.
But what do you mean? What became of who?
What became of Fidel Castro?
He did best for his people. If they were not, if America was not sanctioning his country, put an embargo on him, despite all that, he did better than all the Nigerian leaders. What are you talking about? Gaddafi,
Well,
let me tell you what Gaddafi did. Do you know
that's the story. Do you know how much they embezzled? Hold on. Do you know how much embezzled? Do you know how much corruption?
So you guys stop all these embezzle. Do you have evidence? You guys like going to straight up saying corruption. Let's talk about the actual work they do for their people. Let's
Did
not be talking
Castro
about this.
embezzle, or what is Prince Daddy saying?
Don't mind him. You
Yes,
know what? That's what they will always say.
Where do they have the record that Billy Castro has a bank account outside
At the end of the day,
Cuba?
at the end of the day, Castro was just like, and it's not unique to Castro, just like every other leader. His position
You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Castro
You're following all this
position
crap.
separated
You
him from
listen
the
to all
common
this
people.
crap and that's your what do you call it?
Western media,
all this mainstream media. Those are
But
the crap
I think you guys are funny to yourselves. Let's
So
put
the
it that
point
way.
you're making about
What do you think about Castro? Is an angel? Gaddafi is an angel. Is that what you're saying?
that education?
What
Do you
do
know
you think
that
about Gaddafi?
education? Do you know that education is free?
Don't tell me what
Do
I
you know
know.
that education is free?
The Cuban doctors and
Hold on. Let me land.
Do you know that
story? I know those stories too.
Let me tell you. You say it's a failure.
But Prince, that
you don't know.
I never said. Hold on. I didn't lie. I never said it was a failure.
Free education to any level in Cuba.
I know you like that socialist stuff.
And the health management, the health system is even better than many countries in this world. During the COVID, they were able to contain COVID with their own medication. They didn't get any medicine.
Despite the embargo and the sanction and everything they put on.
Look at you.
Gaddafi
You just want to
Gaddafi did great things too, but you don't see what you're saying is very common knowledge. And I know all
which is common knowledge. Which common?
Yes. Cuba sends a lot of doctors or nurses around the world to help mostly third world countries that they are well educated or funded in the medical field.
Who you think that did that? Who did that? Is it not Castro?
Well, I'm not questioning that. I didn't say he didn't do anything that was good. I didn't say that.
So what is your argument?
What's your argument now?
But I'm making a submission that you don't know, but you rather shut it down because you think Castro is not an angel, nor is brother Rahul Castro. They're not
nobody
angels.
came here and say it was angel now. We just say
that's what I'm trying to say. But I'm trying to make it. Let's go back to Shore. I'm saying that Shore is the common guy right now. He has nothing. Essentially, when he was detained, he said he has BlackBerry and a couple other stuff as his assets. My point here is that eventually, when Shore gets to a power of a presidency or a top position, by the nature of his position, he will be separated from the common people. It's just normal. Because it's not going to be walking.
But we don't know. We don't know until it gets there, though. That's the thing. We can't just say someone. We don't know until it gets there. But the point we're making to you, Prince, that is, hold on, calm down. The point I think Progressive was making to you is that he walks through that airport every day, and he walks through certain regular spaces where the people that are currently dead don't even really experience. So he's more likely to fix those small problems than these other people. That's the point we are making to you. We're not saying it's going to.
I heard that
we don't
point.
Know, but we're not saying it's going to. We don't know. Okay. I mean, I don't know what we do until they do it, but we're just saying that someone that walks through a place, and the fact that I told you that when he was here, when he was meeting, calm down now, let me learn now. When he was meeting with the airport manager, the Nigerian guy that was managing airports in New York, I think it was JFK, that JFK or LaGuardia, one of these two airports. And he was asking the guy question how to do it and things. And the guy was like, in Lagos, like the airport is just like they wish they can hire a manager like that. But then he told the guys, if I win this election, you get ready to quit your job here because Whatever they're
Okay,
paying,
you
I'll
already
pay
said
you
the
more.
story. I get that story. You don't
So
have to repeat the story.
I'm not
Do
saying,
you
hold on now. I'm not
remember?
saying he's going to do it, but he's likely going to do it. That's what I'm
Mike, do
saying.
you remember?
Let me blank that. I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said that.
Please, one second.
Hold on.
Do you remember
I'm
that
glad he
short
said.
time when Oshibajo
Okay,
was?
let me land. I'm glad he said that, Mike. That we don't know he's going to do it, but it's likely to do it or whatever. For sure, right? Other people too that rise all the way to the top. They start from the bottom. Most of them start from the bottom. So there's nothing unique about what you're saying, anyways. I mean, big deal. Most people that right now on the top with all the money in the world, they started from the bottom. They walk the street also. They went through what you call it? They didn't fly first class to start with. So what you're saying is, let's get back to the main point. The main point I'm trying to make is that look, sure, Rich can't fix Nigeria from the outside in. It has to be just like you said.
What is outside in? You explain what outside in means. I don't understand.
Well, bringing, for example, the guy at the airport that's managing the airport at a Heathrow or JFK, one person, and this and that. Okay, fine. You can
So the guy won't be able to wait. The guy that's managing JFK won't be able to manage Lagos better than the way they're managing it right now.
That's irrelevant. I'm not making that point.
No,
The
it
point
is
I'm making is
relevant.
that
No. It's a relevant argument. I'm sorry, it's a relevant question. A guy that's managing LaGuardia Airport, JFK in New York, and do you know how hard it is? You're telling me that if you now take over the Lagos to manage Lagos Airport, you won't do a better job than
let me land that point.
Do. You won't do a better job than at least I'm not saying he do the best, but he will do way better. I mean, look at it's guaranteed that the guy will do a better job than whoever is managing it right now.
Point. Let me land my point. I'm not making a point about
you're just moving goalposts, man. I don't even know what point you're making. You make one point or debunk you say that's not the point you're making. You're trying to shift to something else. So come on, you still stand on your point now. Stand on your argument, my brother. What's going on?
Let me land that point. I'm trying to make a point here. You don't understand. If you don't understand, you ask questions.
That's why I'm asking the question now.
You're making a point about. You're making a. Can I talk, man? God damn it! You're making a point about.
Question, it's okay.
Oh, okay, guys. Later. Bye.
I was going to ask you, do you think your man will make it to the election? The way they
who's that?
Trump now, do you think he will make it to the election?
You get locked in that's the only for Russia or that one. I don't know why they're trying to kill Trump, man. Second assassination. If I'm that guy, I'll just quit, man. The guy should quit because two assassination. The third one, I don't know if they'll miss. So
you people are pursue Prince Daddy.
Nobody pursue him, man. The guy just, we say he should talk now. Nobody pursue Prince Daddy, man. No, I know the guy. When the guy won't lose argument with Jack, he go right.
Prince Daddy is a soft person. He doesn't like struggling with people.
Where's Babati?
Babati go work now.
Okay.
Hello, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I've been listening to you. You talk about Showara and the rest, blah blah blah, like that. And Mike was making emphasis that if
which one is blah 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 again? Who said blah blah blah?
I'm just kidding. Just don't worry too much about that. Okay, and Mike was saying that if you brought somebody from New York, blah blah blah, that person can do magic or make it better. No, every country have their own antecedent, and the people the way they do. If you brought this man, it's not going to just change it easily like that. And you should remember that the airport in Nigeria still belong to the Nigerian Airport Authority. It's not privately owned or it's not being privatized or commercialized so that a country can come and run it.
It's under the federal government, right?
Yes. Unless they change it first. Maybe if they commercialize it or they privatize it, then anybody that buy it that cannot bring anybody to come and run it. That is what you see in most of these airports all over the world. But with Nigeria, the problem we are having in Nigeria is this molding up together. Because when you go to the airport, you will see a lot of incompetent hand. And the reason why it's like that is because of recruitment all over the country. Because of the balancing of the major tribe and whatever and other tribe in Nigeria. So, and Another thing is an average Nigerian always think about his own personal interest first. This has happened over the years, and you can't blame them when they see their leaders also tiffling the money into their own pockets. What do you expect the rest to do? And the society we live in worship the rich and talk very terrible here about the poor. So everybody already knows that everything about life is about money. They don't care about principle or name or whatever anymore. And the people
let me you see, on that airport, let's talk about that for just a few seconds. I swear to God, I don't care what anybody say. If they tell me to manage that Lagos airport, just a manager, not like the minister or anything like that. Too. You know, the job of a manager is like someone managing a restaurant. It's like you open a restaurant, you hire a manager to just. The job of a manager is to make sure everyone is working and every department or whoever is doing their job. That's the job of a manager. That's the job of that guy in LaGuardia, the GFK.
I understand you.
Hold on, but wait now, wait. So you can't tell me that a guy that his job in JFK Airport is to make sure the cleaners is cleaning. He know how to set up their schedule. Whoever is holding his counter is doing his job. There's no sitting around. The guy that has to clean the restroom, this is the protocol. This is how he has to clean it. The guy that he's been managing that kind of airport. You telling me now if you now come to manage
I will tell you,
Mohammed, he won't be able to do that.
I will tell you why he's going to fail. I will tell you why he's going to fail.
Tell me.
First and foremost, I told you in just a few minutes ago that airport belonged to Nigerian Port Authority. They are civil servants, and they were recruited all over through Nigeria with various interests. So if he comes and he wants to be like a manager, I want to do my job, that means he's ready to fire a lot of people. And when you fire them, all those people working there, they're under civil servants. So you cannot fire them back.
Remy, you're getting it wrong, man. You're getting it
no,
wrong.
no. What, let me.
But are you saying the civil servant can be fired? Is that what you're telling us in Nigeria?
No.
So if the civil servant break the rule, they don't fire them.
I'm not saying they cannot be fired. There's a process.
Say big one now. Can they be fired or not?
I said they can be fired, but there's a process.
So if they don't do their job, can they be fired?
Can you just give me some 10 seconds to finish and then you come back again? So what I'm trying to say is that there is union there. And if it comes very high and then because these people are lazy and they're not doing their job at the right time, and then you want to suspend some of them or maybe fire some of them, it can only come to Nigeria if this airport is being commercialized or privatized.
What the hell is we talking about real long?
What I'm trying to tell you is that if it comes the way Nigeria is,
let's keep it simple. Let's keep it. Let me use one simple, just a simple area. Progressive. Wait. Okay, when I go to Lagos Airport, I will see a group of guys where their job is clean. They will just sit there by the toilet. They will sit there. They're not doing anything. Now, what they do is just ask anyone, passengers that are trying to use the toilet. They ask you for money. Oh, God, give me money now. Give me money now. So you're telling me that he won't be able to stop them from doing that? He won't be able to tell them, make them do their work?
Mike,
because they are civil servants. Explain how he will not be. Can you just explain how he will not be able to do that? Just make them do that.
Let me tell you something. Those ones you are seeing them sitting down, asking you for money, they are not civil servants. Those jobs are contract job. Okay, they gave it to another company to help them manage the toilet.
Yeah, so you fire that company now?
You are talking. That one is different. But I'm talking about
the civil same thing now.
Okay, I'm talking about the civil because not the listeners you are talking about is not only the people washing the toilet. What about those other custom immigration that all what they know is just to collect money or ask for money? What about all the other people that are there that are working in the offices? Are they doing the right thing? Year in, year out over the years. These are people.
Okay. Do you know the job of a manager? The job of a manager is to make sure every employee is doing their job, right? So if a president hire airport manager to make sure everyone is doing their job and organized manner, in a structural manner, you're telling me that some people will say, we are not doing our job because we are civil servants. I don't even know what this argument is.
that guy, no, that's not a terrible argument. If you are telling me that guy will come in and will be like a contract manager or a manager to the company that they gave the job to manage the toilet, sweeping of the floor or mopping of the floor, then I can agree with you. But if you are telling me he come as a manager, the floor manager of the entire Salah Mohammed International Airport to control the customer,
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Remy?
Remy is not happy because you are saying it's Showore that is bringing that guy to come and manage the airport. That is his problem. Because he doesn't like his Showore at all. Anything that has to do with he doesn't want to hear it.
Listen to this.
Like this, the country where you live, as if they don't manage, somebody is not in charge of the airport there, and they are not managing it well. You know?
It's not even that.
It's almost like he's telling me that Nigeria cannot be fixed.
It cannot work.
Nothing can work.
Anything cannot work in Nigeria anymore. That is what he's telling us now. It's because of the Showore's name that is making him to talk like that. If you say it's one of the APC now, yes, if we say yes, everything is going to work.
It's not about Showore name. What I'm trying to say is this: everybody we are in abroad. We know how they commercialize or privatize this airport. If you do something like that in Nigeria, that would be
Remy, hold on now. Remy, hold on 1 second. Remy, hold on 1 second. See, Showore met that guy, right, at the airport, right? He met the guy who was in charge at the airport. Probably the guy in charge in that Lagos airport, you will go there 1 month, you will not see him. So it's not even in control of those guys on the floor. So if you are working somewhere and you know that there's a chance that you can come across your boss in the next 30 minutes, you will fix yourself. Nobody will tell you.
Can you answer this question? What is the airport in most European cities? Is it being controlled by the state or is it being privatized or commercialized?
It depends on the country.
It's not relevant. Whoever is controlling it is still the airport manager that will manage the airports. Whether he was employed by a company, by state, or by federal, the airport manager is the one that will still manage the airport.
Go to that Lagos airport. You'll be there one day. You might not even see that airport manager in your 1 week. If you will not see him there, how are the people there not going to misbehave? When he doesn't even turn up at all.
Progressive, I didn't know what working is all about until I left, until I came to America. I understand that when you're on a clock, you're supposed to be working. Every minute, every second, you're supposed to be moving and doing something. You gotta be moving.
Bro, the man that owns your company, if you work for a company, the man will be there. If the company opens 7 o'clock, he will be there 6 o'clock.
Your guy is moving.
So you are not talking.
So when your guy, your own boss is moving, you can't sit down.
You are talking now. Talkless of a Nigerian mentality that has been bastardized or whatever. That most of the civil servants that they don't go to work on time because
they are just copying. They are copying their Oga. Remy, this is what I said. They are just
Remy, when we came to America, if our Oga was sitting around, we too would sit around now. But when we came to America, we see Oga working. So I had to when Oga they work. When I first came to America, Remy, let me tell you, when I first came to America, the first day I worked was a restaurant. Remember, I entered like this. The manager, he shake my hand back. Next thing, he say, okay, they show me what to do. Next thing, the manager himself did my job. He was doing it with me. Oh no, the way the guy they flip the burger, they flip the fries, they put them back, they move. I had no choice to start moving, following him. You understand? From there, like my guy, that's why they didn't tell me that this is how you walk. I just saw it and I started walking too. You understand? Because there's no way I can see my guy walking like that. Me, I'll come there, I say, okay, how do I walk? I already,
the manager in that Lagos airport, you will not even see him. You will not see him at all.
Mike and Midwest, you are not even working in America. I live in China. I can tell you, I've worked for 60 days non-stop every day.
And I'm surprised you're talking like this then.
Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. You guys, I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. Those guys are workaholic. Boss and workers, we are both working together non-stop. non-stop for 60 days.
So in Nigeria, people just sit around.
So when you now compare, when I see the way these people, the hours they are putting into work, how this country will be great. There's no even a woman or a lady, the way she put in a shift of more than 15 hours, 12 hours, just go home, sleep, come back again and continue it.
So we can agree that maybe the problem in Nigeria is just work.
We became so lazy because there's so many things given to us free of charge, okay? But when they don't give you a lot of things free of charge, you have to work for it by yourself. Here, even in Europe, I know that work pieces, probably I don't know whether it's in Europe or in Japan. I don't know where you are. But if you are in Japan, he will also tell you the work ethics of Japanese. And here in the white man's, if they tell you 1 hour, you are going to put out an hour work off. They will calculate it. They already measure it. You are not going to escape. And if you are telling them you are sick, they are not going to pay you because they pay per hour. So if you don't
Remy, this is how you get. This is what you call efficiency. They are efficient.
Hakim.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let me say this. Let me just say the problem Remy is talking about. Let me give you. At least when I was working in Nigeria, I rose to a high level in my profession, and I knew the work ethics of another Nigeria. I think I mentioned it on this platform before. Nigerians are so used to not working, and anybody that will bring change, you will see what they will do to you. Look at what the civil servant and the work ministry of work did to the minister. They will do everything to frustrate you. They will give you names. They will, no matter, they will just say, look at this one. They want to carry government work on his head as if it's his family business. Where our mentality is so bastardized that anything government, people don't see it as you have to work hard, that this thing belongs to us. The Nigerians don't see anything belongs to the government as their own.
But in those places where they work, do they not have clocking? Do they have?
I said there was I'll give you instances. As a doctor, I was the deputy medical director of a hospital. You put doctors on duty, they will not come. But several times I will be the one that will come and stand up for them. I want to do anything for them. You see all these people, Oba will come, one politician will come from somewhere and say, hey, leave him alone. Those are the problems that
Simba, where's Simba? He left. He dropped off now. I don't know. I was going to ask him something.
His network was bad.
Yes, network. I don't know how it is in Europe, or I'm very sure it's the same thing, or in Saudi Arabia where Simba is. But in America here, when they employ you in a company, the first thing you go through is something called orientation. You understand? Orientation. They'll first play video, and in that orientation is basically they're showing you what the expectation is, what the company culture is, the kind of work ethic they're expecting from you, what they are trying to achieve from you, what they are trying to achieve with you, so everything is laid out clear, what you are there for. So the moment you start working, and the moment you start falling short of any of those things that they went through in your orientation, they will look at you, and everyone start looking. So you know already. But in the case of Nigeria, when they hire people, they don't go through orientation now. You understand? There's no orientation where this is what you're here for. It's just okay. Most jobs in Nigeria are just through connection. My brother, they work there, don't connect me, make me say enter there. You know, I don't know if Simba. Simba, are you there?
Yes, I'm back.
You're the one I want to pass this message to. I don't know if you heard me. I was asking, I say, I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia or in Europe or whatever, but in America here, when they employ you, right, the first thing you go through is something called orientation.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same.
In that orientation, right? In fact, there will be a video. There will be even some of the manager will come in there to so they kind of show you. In that orientation is basically to show you what the expectation is, what they trying to achieve, what with you being employed, what they're expecting from you, how you do your job, how you are supposed to perform, what they're trying to, with quota you're trying to meet, the purpose of you being there. You go to orientation and understand it, and what you can grow to, how you can go to the next level, or whatever. So you go to orientation. So the moment after the orientation, when you get on the floor, you start walking, you already know what you are there for, and you know that everybody else already know what they're expecting from you. So the moment you start falling short, you yourself will start feeling it, because the way they don't need to talk to you, they just look you. So they will look you, and you know what they are looking at you. Like, that thing where they show you for orientation, and now you know they do. That look alone will don't tell you, say that which you know they do. So I think that's where they got it wrong. But in Nigeria, when they hire people, there's no orientation. It's just, okay, most jobs is just get it through somebody. In Nigeria, SNE, yeah, my person I know they work for, they don't connect me. It means that they don't hire me. So you just join them there. So you don't even know what the standard is there. You just join. That's why you're having all these problems, remember, where people don't know, there's no orientation. So just enter there, freestyle. Everybody enter there, just want cash out, make money, and collect bribe or do whatever they like, or people just doing party. So it becomes politics. So to me, those things are easy fix, man. All these things are easy fix, man.
Akin, where are they? Akin.
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, we don't have a year.
Well, sir. Well, I'm going to be out there.
Always there. Saturday is victory's ours. So see, victory is ours.
I hope so.
Concert today, na me, Masimba,
I did ask him how they prepare for Saturday election. Not saying opposite man now.
Saturday is
election on this Saturday.
Yeah.
So by Monday we know we new governor.
No, yeah, but Sunday we don't know who be the new governor by Sunday anyway.
Sunday will be the next governor.
I hope make peace dey the town, because the way they did, IPC already run PDP out of town with federal might. I just hope make peace come.
So now Labour go win, I mean,
Labour.
I don't know.
Labour.
No, the way APC they go right now with federal might, they don't almost back it up opposite strong men. They are on the run.
When I see voters go decide now, you can bring all your
Yeah. Voters go decide. But this time around, before was 2 ways, now are 3 ways. So like before. But let's see how it goes.
You know, say PDP doesn't really stand chance to do. If not be that last time we Ushomola Obasanjo just fight, Obasanjo just use PDP platform. You understand?
What you say? Come again.
I say PDP be not get grant for Edo now. If not be
no. PDP now. I don't know PDP is stronghold. PDP.
No, but what I'm saying was how PDP enter power was that thing that happened between
Ushomola. Yeah. They were out of power. Yeah, you are right. They were out of power for 8 years. Before for 12 years. When they were out, actually, you are right. They were out of power for 12 years. Then oppositely all just decamp.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. If it's not that decamp,
right.
And it wasn't really because of the reason people voted Obasanjo. It wasn't because he was PDP. It was just because they were siding with him. It didn't really matter which party the guy would have used. He just needed another plan. It wasn't the platform that people voted for. It was him that they voted for. That made PDP.
PDP is strong. It's a strong party in Edo. PDP is a strong party in Edo.
Yeah, but PDP is a very strong party in Edo. But PDP, Edo is one of their stronghold. Mostly again, Edo Central is one of their stronghold. But they were out of power for 12 years. Mike, you are right. And it wasn't
been 16 years now. If that didn't happen.
Yeah. Before the camp was 12 years. Before the camp, because Oshomole did 8 years. Obviously, did 4 years. That was 12 years. So then he now the camp at this thing. And as you said, I agree with you. It wasn't the PDP they voted for. They voted for Obasanjo because of the same party vote and protest vote against Oshomole and for Obasanjo. But right now, he's going to test his popularity. But it's not on the ballot box. He's actually a likable person, no doubt. Just that people are trying to use the scene of Obaseki to rob us when.
No.
And the APC.
So who you dey support? One piece.
APC
I don't support anybody. You know, say me. I present my own show now, so me I did neutral. So I did look everybody.
APC in this election, if election is free and fair by 12 o'clock in the afternoon, they lose the election already. They presented one of the worst governorship candidates in the history of the state. Like, are you common, man? Like, even them themselves know that there's no way they're winning that election if they don't rig it. There's no way they go to the APC, especially in those south. If APC got 15%, they should thank God.
APC. Talking about APC.
The APC don't get chance.
He said they don't have chance because their candidate is not up to tax. Yes, the guy is not. The guy have is questionable character.
In a free and fair election, APC by 12 o'clock, they would that election they would have lost already.
So now Labour get out. You
which Labour forget that?
We never know, Mike. We never know. Leave one I can talk, so we never know who gets to. Because right now, you know, I tell you say.
Hakim, let me ask you a good question. Who is the current? Is it this guy that is APC? Is he not the current senator?
Oh, yeah, he's the current senator.
What are you talking here? He's the current senator of. Is it Edo Central or what?
Yes, Edo Central. Yeah, Edo Central.
I'm just waving it away like that. What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
If you don't like him, why do you vote for him to be the even under that? When Labour was so strong in Edo State, they voted him ahead of other people.
If you guys don't have the background to the story, you ask questions that they will explain to you. Okay? This guy is APC and is representing Edo Central. Edo Central is as pure PDP. Even when you say Edo State is PDP, Edo Central is even worse. Is PDP enshrined? Them Tony Anini, all of them came from Edo Central. Edo Central. So what happened was the people voted against the sitting senator Odia. They said he cannot go for a third term. The man refused. He wanted to go by all means. So the people voted against him. That was how people won that election. It's not because he was popular. No. The people just voted against that incumbent senator.
So why don't they pick Labour candidate ahead of him?
Do you know if Labour have candidates in Edo Central at the time? Labour, don't forget, Labour did not fit candidates everywhere, you know.
Do they have candidates for Edo Central?
I don't know.
I don't know. But
Remy, where I think you Edo people are making mistake.
Yeah.
See, you guys need to understand that the party that's ruling the country, when the candidate of that party rule a state, he go favor that state. Because I don't know why when you guys turned against Oshomole, I was like, I think that's a big mistake because Oshomole is a big man in the APC. You understand? He's right there with the Tinubu and the Buhari. He's like a big man in that APC. So whatever Edo would have needed from the center during that Buhari era, when if for the favor Edo state, you understand? He go to represent now for there for Edo, maybe one federal project now for Edo, you understand? If for they make sure say Buhari send down, make it happen for Edo, you understand? But when I was like, well, that time when you guys are siding with Obasanjo, I'm like, well, you guys, I don't think you guys are, thinking it through, man. Like because Oshomole a big man for APC, you understand? The guy, if you waka enter president office anytime and tell us say, come for Edo here, we need this federal, like the way they build the second Niger bridge, that kind of project. If you say need that for Edo, and it go make it happen.
Oshomole had the same power with when Buhari was president, right? They even made him national chairman of APC. There's Binia Uchiro. Go and look at that Binia Uchiro. Why did he not bring
Obasanjo is turned against the guy now. Obasanjo is the governor now. So you want me to fix a road for another governor? We no like him.
If you know where Oshomole house is in Iyamo, it's along the road. Go. It not go inside street or not. Along the road now. Along Federal Road. I'm telling you that Federal Road is a shit.
Let's break it down to 3 senatorial districts. I don't know. The current senator is Adam Oshiomhole. Can we say APC have that one indicated?
Yeah. APC is going to win Edo North. That's not that.
Okay, thank you. Edo Central, the current senator is the gubernatorial candidate of APC. Can we say 50-50? Can we say 50-50?
No.
No, I'm just asking you because you can tell me your opinion. You are from that state. Can we say 50-50 or can we say 60-30 against the APC candidate?
It's gonna be like 60-40, 60-40 or 50-50.
50-50. Okay.
Just central.
Let's go to Edo South, where we have majority of the people, right? So what can you say about that? Is that the battleground?
Edo South is gonna be very decisive. Oh God. Right now, let me tell you the way it is. I'll tell you for free. Aki is a Obaseki man, which is okay. I don't have nothing against it. Right now, Obaseki's sins is rubbing off Aswen. All those mantra he did last before is not really working. So the town is divided 50-50. People are for him, people are against him. The intellectuals are like, okay, he did good policy. But the artisans are more than the intellectuals, you understand? Those ones are feeling it. The market women, he shut their market down and so on and so forth. Those people said, no, they don't want it. They want now he has a protest vote against him. And Labour is strong in Edo South. So any vote for Labour is -3 votes from PDP, +1 for APC.
So when you say Labour is strong in Edo South, which part of Edo South is Labour strong?
It's not really mean part. Edo South is their base.
Are you saying Labour is going to take votes? Are you saying Labour is going to take vote in Obaha?
No, I'm not saying this word by word, but general vote together, they'll come up with something very good, and that would be minus from PDP. Now, Labour have won back-to-back in Edo State. The presidency, they did good. They brought Senate. You understand? Now, those people, those figures going to play. They might not have the biggest vote. They might not have the vote that decide the election, but the vote anybody that are getting from Edo South is a minus from PDP. That I want you to look at Akin.
Yeah, but they will get some vote, but not as big as you guys are thinking about. Well,
no,
first of all,
any vote anybody that get is big. Look, APC vote is safe. APC have not lost their voters right since the day they have been in opposition. Their vote has been safe. They have been getting their 200,000 vote plus.
People need to understand that there's a difference between obedient and Labour Party in Edo.
Yes. I can just listen. I'm not talking about Bina right now. Listen, there's advantage for APC and disadvantage for APC too. Now, APC for a very long time they have not lost their followers. You can give them that. Even they had an internal problem, they know how to fix themselves. For the last election, presidential election, for the governor election, they came up with almost 200,000 votes. Presidential election, they came up with about almost 250,000 votes. Yeah, the House of Assembly, they were able to produce 8 seats out of 24. In the local government chairman, opposite ran everybody out and got 18/18. Now, what does this now mean? It means that Mark is out. It means that their 200,000 votes is sure. Now, their 200,000 votes is sure. Now, Labour have come to say, if Labour might not get that 400,000 votes, 300,000 votes that you get in presidency and all that, they might get 50,000 or 60,000 votes. 60,000 minus whatever vote PDP is supposed to get is a problem. Minus APC's a safe vote. That's the headache. That's what you have to look at. All this noise, those noise they are talking obedient, that's not the issue. Opposite can say no the real issue.
One piece, my brother. You yourself, you know very well, right? But the caliber of Pastor Sagi Isayamu in Edo South, right? So if Pastor Sagi Isayamu was on the ticket in Edo South, right, and APC lost every single local government in Edo South, how do you think Emode Bobolo will then come and look, all PDP need to do in this election is to fend off Labour's vote in some certain area in Edo South. That's all. And that the election.
No. See, they need to win. See, look at it. The elections like this, you have to win 12 local government plus majority vote. Now, what PDP want to try to do is to try and get at least 3 local government in Aunchi, which Oshome will not even allow. I doubt. Because Oshuma will take the majority votes. We take if we take the major local government. The local government that will give Oshuma a problem is Onwa. That's why Obaseki is trying to get his 2 local government from Onwa, because the 2 local government from Onwa, the remaining 3 from Auchi. So if Labour is strong there. If Labour go 2-2 with PDP might end up not even get 2 local government from them, and they might end up getting 1. Now, Edo Central,
From where?
Auchi, that is Edo North. Onwa, usually have
I just told you that Obedient is not Labour Party.
Yes, it's not about obedience. Labour Party is strong there, regardless. They are strong there.
Listen, Omobayo, who is the current deputy
Omobayo is not stronger than Adoto and the rest people. Omobayo the camp is just one person. The Labour Party they still have other forces there. I'm not saying they're not going to get people are going to get this thing, but I'm telling you,
Progressive has a point too. Remember, during presidential, Labour they deal well in Lagos, but when it comes to governor election, a lot of them, those Labour are just obedient to. They're not really Labour people.
Yes, I agree. But right now, there's an interest. There's a Labour candidate too now as a governor.
Yeah, but they are not obedient.
It doesn't matter obedient. Forget all those. See,
a lot of people that voted for Obi and they became Labour. They just saw that election as the Southeast turn to be president. A lot of South people that went Labour. It was because of Obi and because and the only reason was because they felt like it was Southeastern turn to be president. That was all that Labour was all about.
Mike,
so
true.
This Labour thing, I don't really think it's real, man.
No, Mike, true. But right now, Labour Party has their own candidates in the bus. I'm not saying they're going to win, but they're going to get the votes. Check it like this. Obaseki is trying everything. Obaseki knows the reason. See, Labour vote is not APC vote, it's PDP votes. Plus 3. Because people decamp from PDP to Labour, and people further decamp from Labour to NNPC and the rest. So this was have vote too.
No, this is where I disagree.
Sorry, what please? Akim, let me tell you something. When election is about to take place, you look at the local politician, how they are swinging. The party they are swinging to, they already know what is going to happen. The party they are swinging to, that party have an edge over the rest. Go and check your Edo, check your local politician or those ones that have name. See the way they are decamping. See where their grassroots movement is going. Then you know the winner of the government.
So who is decamping now? Can you tell us who is decamping to where?
I won't tell you. You are. I know, but I won't tell you here. But you are from that state. You know the situation.
Let me one second.
You know the reason why I don't want to tell you that, because I can see that because what we said, you are what do you call it? You are Obaseki guy.
Yeah, because you don't know, you don't know what's going on. You just look at the campaign, you say, oh, because some big
I did not look at the campaign alone. No, I did not look at the campaign.
Also, I think when I see the thing happening between the Oba and Obaseki, I think that will kill PDP because I think there's no way the Oba is supporting PDP right now.
Our Oba don't play politics, but for the
I know it doesn't, but people can see.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm going to. For the optics, Obaseki is not a lack leadership skills. You don't make certain moves at the dying minute. You do not. For what now? On your final rally, you took your entourage to go and see the upper subject, which is Isama of Benin Kingdom. First of all, Atiku is not unified. That's why Atiku will never. That was the day I concluded Atiku. We dodged the bullet. So Abi is even good. Atiku was worst. If Atiku was a leader,
backward, man.
Yes, sir. If Atiku was a leader, regardless what, if they are told Obaseki, if you know cannot go to the palace, let's go to the campaign seat straight from the airport. That would be acceptable. Then later you can go see Esama on the evening, whatever. But you cannot leave the airport and go see Esama and ask for their blessing on the disguise of you got to tell your mission of coming to Benin that you came for a rally. When the king is there. For the optics, I know it's official. You cannot say because PDP and APC booked 12 o'clock and your own time is 2 o'clock, so you cannot go. It's not done. APC will not sit to the palace now because they took political stand here in Benin that day.
Yeah, but what peace? We had this issue last time. Where these people
No, forget that was opposite you're looking for swing party. Opposite you're looking for swing party. Opposite like a drowning man. See, I'm not telling you I'd like you to come to my show. See, I've done a spreadsheet on my show and you see it there. But I don't bring politics to my tradition to my show anyway. But it's like this, it's clear to our face. We might not want to say it, but it's in our face. We are humans.
These guys had the same issue last time, 4 years ago, when Wiki and all of them came. Obaseki took them to the palace. What happened? These guys came and started shooting guns.
Leave 4 years ago. You cannot use what about.
Come on, man.
No. I can't listen. No. Okay, no. You are bigger than this. Leave that alone. That's why white people always look at us and say, "Why are we trying to progress at all?" Like Donald Trump, they are saying this is trying to assassinate him, but he's still campaigning. But let's put that aside. See, hold on now. See, hold on. I beg, hold on. What Obasanjo have done is that he will not go see anybody. He will just go to the campaign ground. That this excuse will be valid. From the airport, they'll go to Garnet Memorial and do their campaign. That's why didn't you go to the palace? Because last time when they went, they almost fought them.
Listen to me, my brother. Listen to me. Look.
No. Aki, you need to listen to me. Aki, you need to listen to me. No, Aki, you need to listen to me. You get drop bias. You need to listen because I'm free on. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm independent, and to be independent in a state election is worse than being a party member. Everybody will bully you. APC will bully you. PDP will bully you. Labour will bully you. Even my own will bully me all the time. But I just keep quiet. But I'm saying what's going on. You do not. Please, anybody should take this and drop your say. Mike, Remy, just drop bias. You cannot leave a airport, take your entourage to go and see the king's subject and display your loyalty and tell them you go and tell the king's subject that the reason why you are here is to inform me about your campaign in the state. Please, Mike, help me make that make sense. Or Remy, can anybody hear me?
No, look, what you are saying, I
can hear you. So you are trying to tell us that they went. Sorry, Akim. They went to Edo and they did not pay homage to the Oba.
They went to the Esama, the Oba subjects, to pay homage to that one because on the guy that one has a birthday. But you went there to from the airport with your campaign regalia. You went to that one's place and visit him and tell him the mission why you guys are in Benin because he go have your final rally and that guy is a PDP man and he's having his birthday. How does that make sense?
So you mean they did not pay homage to the Oba at all?
No, at all.
No,
for the optics.
That's a mistake.
And Fatima, the vice president was in Benin. The vice president was in Benin. He went to see the Oba, and the vice president was scheduled for 12 o'clock, while Atiku was scheduled for 2 o'clock, so that they will not meet. So what happened before will not happen. Yet you are having an excuse. I don't know what about that thing. It's just asking badly.
Can I speak now, please? So you see, let me listen to this. 4 years ago, right? When the campaign was going on, them Wiki, all of them came to Benin. Obaseki took them to palace. That same day, the palace also had an appointment for an APC chieftain to come to the palace, right? So when you are doing a calendar, a timetable for things for an event like this, as an institution, right, you should at least say, okay, if APC is coming today, PDP, you come tomorrow. If PDP is coming today, APC, you come the following day. Okay, forget it. Don't make them come the same day. That day, what happened? There was a big clash in the front of the palace. They were gunshots between both followers of both parties in front of that same sacred palace.
So one piece, right? I want this to happen. Is that what piece? You wanted to start shooting again?
So the same again. Why can't you just?
That is the propaganda they are running. Let me tell you what Akin is saying. Even the gunshot that Akin is claiming, it was the Obaseki guys that did it. Now, what happened that 4 years ago? Hold on. What happened 4 years ago was Obaseki was scheduled to go and see the Oba. Meanwhile, Captain Osa, APC does not have a student that was going to see the Oba. Captain Osa, which the late Mr. Rest in Peace, the late billionaire, was coming to because it was almost a festive period. Because this time around, Oba started his festive activities. So Captain Osa was going to the palace too, and there was a a scuffle at the gate. Now, the shooting and all that took place took place at the gate and was responsible for Obasanjo guy because Obasanjo was in power. He shot at APC, did all he did, and still blame on APC. And we also blame APC at that.
Not even in front of Palace.
Yeah, hold on. Everybody blame it on AP. Everybody blame it on APC that why I thought you try to stop the entourage of the governor, and they claim that they escorted Captain Osa, leave Captain Osa there. So it was a class. Not like Captain Osa have a booking. Don't listen to this what guys are saying. Now this time around, the two giants, the sitting vice president had a booking. See, APC have a final. Why did APC PDP do their own different? Labour had Peter Obi is in Benin as we speak. All of them were in Benin. All the political jobs were in Benin last week. Peter Obi, Labour started their own early. I think Labour one started on Wednesday. They went to the palace and see the Oba. They were doing their grand finale, final rally. Then Labour, APC had their own for Saturday, which you don't just book one day before the Oba, you book a year. This is Oba you're talking about. You do not book one day, and this period of a time in the Benin calendar is difficult to see Oba because he has started his Igwe ceremony activities from now to December. So if you are booking, you book a year ahead, and they'll give you a date. If the Oba not going to see you, they're going to make pronouncement of that. They cannot see you. They will give you the reasons why and all that. Now, for the presidency, power government, they will find a way to see you guys. Now, PDP, Obasanjo decided to book their own final rally on that same Saturday, which APC already have long ago. Then the two information was already sent to the palace long ago, like 3 months before now, and you cannot schedule one for another because the vice president is coming to represent APC. I think he was supposed to be the president himself. Hold on now. He was supposed to be president. Let me tell you the inside graph. He was supposed to be Tinubu that was supposed to come. Hold on, let me land that you speak. Yeah, you speak. Let me finish. It was supposed to be Tinubu that was supposed to come and do that grand finale. But because Tinubu was abroad, Shetima was scheduled. Now, vice president former vice president and president aspirant for PDP was scheduled to be in town. These are two political powers, and you like it or not. The former vice president and the aspirant is the political power to have security and all that. So they were scheduled for Saturday. What happened? Now they now fix APC for 12 o'clock. They now fix PDP for 2 o'clock. There is no way they're going to be a clash. Now, if PDP don't like it, or APC don't like it, what they would have done, either of them would have from the airport go to their campaign ground. You understand? That would be understandable. They have done it before. They will just leave from there and go to a campaign ground. When Jonathan came to Benin, obviously he did not go to the palace. Only Jonathan went to see the Oba and came back to where he was going to. The rest of people went to the ceremonial ground where they were going to do their launching. APC would have left from that place, go to their campaign ground, do their campaign, then go bubble with Samalita in the evening. That's okay. But not from there, you out and went to Sama's house in Jare and do what you're supposed to do in the palace, in Sama's palace place, telling him the reason why we came here. Now you finish that, you are seeing the backlash, and you started coming, because 4 years ago there was a clash, this is that. That's why they have to opt out. Why didn't they tell the palace? Hold on now. Why didn't they send the request? Hold on now. You hold on, my king. Why did the government? It's the government you're talking about. Too short. Why did they send the cable to the palace that okay, sorry, we cannot come anymore. We for security reasons we have to avoid it. Don't you know the palace have to make arrangements for all these things? You don't just opt out of a decision like that now on the Oba. You must send the cable to that. We're not coming again. We cancel. You didn't do that. Then you are coming out to tell the public, the reason why, not that you're saying that people like Akim Adad that want to come up with this story, the reason why they all part of the place is because of this. Come on now, Akim, it doesn't make sense. But it's okay. I use the floor for you. You can say all you want to say anyway. I'm not voting.
All right. So this is I've laid the foundation as to what happened previously. Okay. So for me, the vice president is coming to the state. You give him priority. Fine. I understand that. And that is fair enough. It's the sitting vice president. But there should be a level of communication to say, okay, PDP, look, we have a sitting vice president coming on that same day. it won't cost Atiku anything to fly in on Friday and stay in Benin overnight for the rally on Saturday. PDP, can you guys come in the Friday, a day before your rally? Communication, simple as that. What is wrong with that? How is that? How would that affect anybody? Why would we all saw what happened last time, where now you are scheduling
Sorry to interject. The governor of Edo State is Obasanjo, right?
Yes.
And he knows that his party is going to have a final campaign rally. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
He has access to the Oba. Yes or no?
Of course.
So don't you think he has more leverage than the opposition party? I think we should put the blame where it's supposed to be.
What is your point now? What is your point?
My point is that your Obaseki and his campaign team, they did the wrong thing. Because they have an edge. He is the state governor. He has everything in his hand.
Yeah, what are you talking about? The government does not make schedules for the palace. The palace makes schedules for everybody.
I understand you quite well when you are talking. Even if you have talked to the Oba 3 months ago that so date, we are coming for our grant, we are going to pay you meet at so. If the Oba said no, that date we cannot meet you, the Oba can give him another date.
No, even if the palace said yes, we're going to accept come on Saturday, but the palace can go back to them and say, look, the vice president, the city vice president is coming. We are giving them priorities. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Okay, if they give them
priorities, Remy, let me tell you one thing. Every Oba schedule the Oba have in this palace is via the governor office stroke the local government chairman to the palace. Everything that is coming to visit the Oba, the governor already know and gives sanction to it.
I thought Obasanjo and Oba have a case in court.
Yeah, no, Obasanjo, the Enige.
Don't have
Obasanjo don't have a case with Oba in court. The Enige, some dukes. Now, every meeting appointment Oba have to receive delegate, the governor knows. So what I keep saying here?
But this is what I'm saying to you. This is a political visit. The palace should have rescheduled the one for PDP to Friday. Simple as that.
You are trying to do something on nothing. I just told you, every political appointment, every dignitary that's coming to the palace to visit the king, the Oba of Benin, it goes through BTC. Hold on now. It goes through BTC under the Commissioner of Art and Culture, under the governor. So the governor knows everybody that's coming to Benin knows Oba schedule. Leaving the town, you have to approve it. Coming to the town, you have to approve it. People that's coming to see the Oba, he already knows. So he knew that Oba has a political power power wind that is coming on that was scheduled for 12 o'clock, 1 hour meeting. Then they put 2 o'clock for PDP. That's an hour for them to clear out. The space of that must have been cleared out before PDP will come. That same day, the OB of Agbo came. You know how many people came that day on a different hour schedule? So what is Obaseki excuse? That's not an excuse, man. Don't make excuse where you make mistakes. You just accept it. Okay, it just show that he's filled with the palace. It's obvious, and everything have a repercussion for the optics. So I'm saying for the optics, in this kind of time, you don't, even though they are rubbing your face, you try to wash it away. Like no, I don't have an issue with the palace. You don't make that such thing now. Aspen have not officially come to the palace to declare he's running for the governorship election ticket. You can imagine that. He has not officially gone to the palace, where the rest candidates have gone twice for the beginning and the closing. And you think the people that
you think Aswa has not been to the palace?
He has not think. I'm telling you, Aswa has not been to the palace officially to declare I'm going to run.
You are talking about the one in front of camera. That's what you call officially, right?
Yes, that's officially. Do you think Obasanjo don't go to the palace? Obasanjo goes to the palace almost every Friday. You think Obasanjo don't go to the palace? Obasanjo was in the palace on Tuesday. Hold on, Obasanjo was in the palace on Tuesday with the Oyogo. I'm telling you, we're nearly down begging. You think Obasanjo don't go to the palace? You think what he does on the front, just that what he do at the back? He'll do whatever he do at the back and come back and be showing stubbornness. Like he's begging Tinubu now. They should call off the It's easy on his part, but he will come and be boasting his do or die.
What do you mean he's begging Tinubu?
I'm telling you, keyword, he's begging. They have sent delegates to let the election be free and fair. All his boys is I'm telling you, my cousin's on the run. He's Obaseki boy. My cousin is in Tom Secretary. They are all on the run. They're looking for them, which I don't support.
Yeah,
they are
look.
packed. Look, Obaseki is like this now. He cannot even give the commissioner. He cannot give DPO command, and they will respond to him. He's practically naked.
Doesn't need to give DPO election will
No,
come.
so what are you not talking about? He doesn't have his boys to work with. He doesn't have. What are you talking about right now? What is going to do is not fair. What is going to Obaseki is not fair. But people is not taking it. The people are not showing. I don't know. People is not buying into his sympathy anymore. The things you have done, so people buy into his sympathy. He's making it worse. He's too stubborn. He has skills. He's gonna rule himself.
People don't need to buy into his sympathy. Obaseki,
And he's not in the pilot boss. That's the problem. He's causing problem for who is the pilot boss. Also, he's not that popular apart from paid popularity.
When Obaseki finishes the term, he's going to go. Okay, it's not going to. He doesn't even have a home in Benin. I don't think he's going to go back to.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have a home in Benin. He has an equipment when he bought when he came to Benin. He was residing from Lagos. We all know that. But anyway,
he's going to go back to Lagos when he leave. Guess the people that's going to suffer the bad governance.
Yeah, just like bad governance. Let me tell you one thing. Forget all those bamboozling. Either thing of that and win. Nothing will change. As well, nothing will change. It's still be bad.
If APC
wins, the question I have is how do people see Obaseki's performance? They see him as someone that performed well.
Depend on the area you're looking at. In policy reform, he did good. In institutional reform, he did great.
I think it will come down to his performance. How people will vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Depend on the area.
Well, and they want.
Depend on the area you're looking at. In policy reform, he did very good. In institutional reform, he did very good. But when it comes to infrastructure, he did poorly. How can you lock up? How can you lock up women's markets? And you're telling them now that they should vote the next person will build the market. How can you be destroying people's buildings? Took their buildings. When I call to election, I send them to come. We destroy people's buildings with COO. And I tell them to come.
Midwest, I just need to ask a simple question. Comparing Obaseki with Adam Oshiomhole rule, who do you think?
None of them is good. Just that Oshiomhole did a key project in the key area that you can see as catching. Oshiomhole left Edo State indebted. Now basically make it worse. Basically took it from 200 billion to 600 billion naira in debt. And look at flood just came in which day here. The state was flooded. We understand flood is a natural phenomenon, but the keep occurrence is another bad thing. That's a show signal of nothing's there. Look at it, just it's flooded.
So, So okay, let's go. Let's take it one by one now.
So can we say election is 50-50 between APC and
it's 50-50.
Let's say progressive opinion on it.
Let's take it one by one, right? So Oshiomhole did road. Oshiomhole renovated schools. Okay, Oshiomhole built what do you call it, a university in front of his house in Yamo. He built one central hospital. That's it. That's what Oshiomhole did. Finish. There was no. If you look at the civil service state in Edo State when Oshiomhole was a governor, it was a comatose. It was a disaster.
Kim, Oshiomhole constructed a lot of road. We all see that time.
Did I say Oshiomhole constructed just now?
I mean, you didn't listen to him. I don't think you listened to what he said.
Did I say Oshiomhole constructed just now? So, and what you need to understand, Remy, is that when Oshiomhole came in, Edo was at rock bottom. It was at the 8 years of Igbine of Lucky was in terms of road wise, it made the work that Oshiomhole did look like some marvelous job. It make it look better than what it should be. It's not like Oshiomhole performed some miracle. It was just that what he came into was a shit hole. So when he started constructing roads, it was like, oh, yes. Go ask what peace that is here today now, right? Since Obaseki became governor, right? The level of expansion that you see, especially in Edo South in Benin. Benin City used to be 3 local government. Today, Benin City cover nearly 6 local government. The level of expansion. When Obaseki is doing road, there are strategic roads that open up communities. Those areas where what peace is saying Obaseki was demolishing houses. 10 years ago, if they dash you land in those communities, you will not take it. But because Obaseki create a new road that link nearly 8 or 9 communities, those people started selling government land. That was what happened in that community, in those places. They went there and started to sell government land. People started.
That's not true. No, that is not true. That's not true. Yes, most of what you said here, yes, far in most of what you said, no, but it's not. That's not the totality. What happened? Those areas Obaseki opened up. Go and check properly. Obaseki have interest in those areas. What's the interest? He has brought private company like Saros and others, Saros Farm and others to come and build or do whatever in that area. So you need logistics to get to that place. That's why this area was tied and it was opened up. And Obaseki took their land. What causes the Enige problem is because one of the Enige have sold one of the lands to Presco in totality. And people voted. Why would you just carry our extra land and the full community and give it to Presco? And this is the same person that is his uncle, which is Oba's younger brother. So this, if you look at it clearly, I will tell you for a fact, very honest, I don't have a dog in it. I will tell you, but the truth is bitter. Go and look at the area Obaseki developed. Obaseki have an interest. But let's forget that now.
No, we cannot forget that. We have to take that.
So, let me tell you, the area is developed, that you see, the area is developed.
Hold on. When Obaseki constructed the road from Sapler Road, that Okaberi Road from Sapler Road to Ted, what interest does he have in that access?
But then you go and look at the new modern city that you want to build in Sapler Road, that up and through Sapler Road. That's why you need logistics to move. That's the place that caused problem. And sir, he took people's land. That was not, they were not coaching people or government's land. So then it's compensating those people now by force, by fire. Why don't you do that before?
No.
Now, election is here now. You're starting telling people to come out. You know this. Tell people to come out with your COO now. We want to compensate you. You that don't have COO, we want to compensate you. And the same land you were selling then.
The government has always insisted that those people who have valid COO will be compensated. That's what
I'm not arguing what you are saying, but what we saw recently, he came out with his commission and they said those people who don't have COO should come. Those who don't have the should come too. Why do you do this?
I've not
okay, I can send you the video, but that's not the problem. That's not the problem. Like I said, I agree in some areas, like his trial reform obviously did well. Policy, he brought a good policy. Like now, the Agberism he eradicated in Benin, I gave him that. Junior Bakisky regime, political assassination stopped. And this is what I fear for APC. There was no political assassination. It's talk your talk my own. You can campaign now, you can insult anybody. There was no political threat. Not like before, you cannot talk against one governor or one chairman. No, Obaseki reduced that. It turned so many things to digital. The algorithm turned to digital. You collect money digitally. Before you don't go to ring road because Kabaka and his boss is controlling ring road. I give him kudos for that. That's what Showman messed up. Showman empowered these people for to mess up ring road.
Is that not why they're fighting Obaseki from the
war? No, that's not why they're fighting Obaseki. No, that's not why they're fighting Obaseki. That's why I don't want Obaseki tell you. See, the division of in Edo State. How can Obaseki go to a political season, go to Irua and say go to Ekpoma and Uromi and say the reason why Oshoma is fighting is not about money again, it's not about Agberu. The reason Oshoma is fighting is because he used state money to do state burial for an enemy. What kind of division of the country in that state?
Many of the reasons.
No, not many of the reasons. You don't say such in. You are the most history officer of the state to de-escalate situation. You know what that means?
Why can you not say it? When
you can't. You don't. You are just because this thing there.
No, there's nothing.
So there's not. See, I don't have anybody in this platform that is neutral. If I ask Remy, you feel ambassador because Remy is APC. You always
You cannot go. You cannot go to. You cannot go to. No, listen. Let me tell you something. If somebody comes to your house now and tell you your son, hold on.
Comment there and just cover it up. When Obaseki made that
No. I'm like, that statement is wrong. Don't. This is the problem I have with Obaseki people. You always see everything Obaseki do is right. Nobody. You want to install rights. When you install the public rights, just rights here they send during the epidemic. People are still coming out to defend until national nation news. Picking it up. Obaseki nationally agree that they're sending rights.
I'm going to say this one. What you said just now is not right because what Obaseki said.
No. What Obaseki said is not right.
Can I just finish, please? What Obaseki said. He said Oshomole did not agree with him to give Aneni state burial because Aneni was not an elected official. He did not even use anything about whether
it doesn't matter. That's a tribal. You're working on tribal sentiment. You don't say those things. No. Listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. When Obaseki was doing that, it was APC. You've done it. You've passed. That's what national leader will do. Unity. You have done. You pass. You don't come back again. Now you are PDP. You are campaigning on a dead man. This thing on a mass community, telling the people that the reason why Shoma is having issue with him because he was doing a state burial for their son. You know what that means? You are automatically putting hate towards. You want somebody to hate somebody, not because you are assassinating the person's character. Tell them what you will do for them, their community. Not go and tell them about Shoma. It's not easy about Shoma. That's a blow below the bed. From Obaseki, you have thrown so many mud looking for one that will stick.
So when Oshomole
hold on now. Okay, sorry. I'm not talking on your tongue.
Obaseki wife cannot have a child.
Obaseki wife showed the first shade. How can you go to the campaign ground and say, vote our man? Our man is the one that have, but the remaining two candidates don't. Hold on now, my brother. Let's be fast right here. How can she? What's her business in the campaign anyway? She doesn't have a role in the campaign. Then just can she go to the campaign ground and say, vote our man? Our man, the only one that has a wife. The remaining of them don't have wife. You are throwing shade to many people, including Oshoma. You Oshoma don't have wife now too. You are throwing shade to them. Why do you bring family into politics? Even in America, don't allow it.
She didn't say that.
She said it. Which kind of video? Was not the same video what I watched? She said, you don't say our own man. She said, you don't say our own candidate I get wife for us, so the remainder do not get wife. She said it in pidgin. She said in increasing English. She said it in pidgin. Now they throw back at her now. She started crying.
Cried? When did she cry?
Oh, you don't know? She went to America, doing tour in America with saying I'm barren. They are accusing me of being barren.
She just came out to state her position. She was not crying. She came out to state her position.
That's crying. What's her business there? She doesn't have business. Oh. She's not Asogotalo's wife. She's not a ballot boss. She's leaving. This is the problem. When you want to talk about Obaseki, don't talk about Obaseki. He's not on the ballot boss. But when Obaseki makes mistake, you want to defend him. Obaseki is not a saint.
They're calling the woman barren.
So is she not a barren? Why would she go there and start? Why would she not go there and start telling people? Why would she not go there and start telling people they don't have a wife? Mom, did you know what they passed through to their wife when they were left there?
But you know the word you'll be saying to me since you come here. What is wrong is wrong. That is what you'll be saying to me. What is wrong is wrong.
Wrong is wrong. Yeah, but you're trying to justify Obaseki's wife. You don't see any problem with Obaseki's wife. What she did. No, hold on now. No. I don't like being one-sided. You don't see any problem in what Obaseki's wife said, but you want to lay all manner of problem in what Oshomole said. Oshomole was always giving back the energy the wife gave. Now, when Obaseki said the country will burn.
You see the problem we have in Nigeria. Oshomole is always giving back the energy. Oshomole was a two-time governor, a current sitting senator. Come on, what is the standard?
No, this is the problem. This is the problem I have with Obaseki. Obaseki likes the victim game. When Obaseki went to the podium and said, my dog state will burn, after that police just lost his life, when the IGO started arresting people, he said, oh, they're arresting my boss. That means you agree you have talk.
He said on national, or he used a different language. Now they are arresting my boys. If they do it again, the Nigeria will burn. How will a city going to say such word?
That came out and said they are arresting our supporters. So
is it our supporters? Wait. Don't let Obaseki reduce it to this kind of level now. I'm saying I'm quoting Obaseki and I'm quoting Godalo. Don't come and bring Godalo in.
I'm quoting the gubernatorial candidate himself now.
I did not say gubernatorial candidate. Mike, are you here? Can you just officiate this floor? Did I need to point straight up gubernatorial candidate? I said Obaseki as a governor went to the podium and said.
I heard you perfectly because you are.
So why you not taking the goal? Why not do what about him? Who is talking about Godalo? I'm talking about Obaseki.
Your insinuation is that it's Obaseki.
It's not insinuation. It's not insinuation. This is the problem. When you talk about Obaseki, Obaseki is a ballot box. One person talk about Obaseki, you move it to Aswan. No. Come on, man. Let's stay in one place first.
I'm not moving to.
See, Obaseki have been making some callous words, and you guys are not calling to order. Leave to the slaughter to go and slaughter. No, you're not trying to. No. What is not right, you explain for. What is right is that you see, the guy have made callous statements in the public. I don't think that guy fit to be a governor from that statement he was making. If they arrest my boys again, the country will burn. Because he has immunity. Because Tinubu was, it was also a Obasanjo time. Didn't think that it will be a problem. Because the country is corrupt, so they can, okay, look at the NNPC chairman. How can the NNPC chairman say, if they don't declare actually without the winner for the state, the country will burn? What are you going to say about that too?
So is the NLC chairman, is he Aswe Godalo or is he Obaseki? When people make statement, you refer it to.
Is he not Aswe Godalo campaign was and he made that kind of statement? Why would the NLC be taking part of taking side? When it comes to election.
When Tinubu said, I will give you Edo, did you not do?
Tinubu said, I give you Edo. Did he say Edo State will burn? Did Tinubu ever said that if my candidate does not win, Edo State will burn? You can't understand these things. You are inciting people in this kind of time in the country. Now, first of all, who are you going to send there to go and burn this country down?
Said in a democratically.
Let me tell you. Obaseki is begging. As yesterday, he's using Bori and Akwabe to beg. It's not. I'm not there to tell them who not to or whatever. Tinubu is the chief commander in chief. If he feels that the country has to be safe, which I shoot for peace. Let be peace in my state. I still have my father and my mother there. My cousins already on the run. They don't have run to London. DSS and SSS, they are picking up Paseki boys back and front, and he's still there making mouth. It's a risk to de-escalate situation.
How many people are they going to pick up?
They are picking his boys, not the voters. I'm not talking about voters. They are picking his boys. He's clapping on. They will pick as many they can. They will pick as many they can, and he will be naked on election day. Now again, I don't think Obaseki wants to win. Like I've said it before, I don't think Obaseki wants Aswan to win. I think he already saw the card, the picture on the wall, so he's trying to look for the place to he's trying to look for an excuse to hold on to. So this is because I lost. But you are making this man to lose. Generally, people like Aswan on his own. Yes, I give that to Aswan. People like Aswan on his own. I've interviewed Aswan now. People like him on his own. But Obaseki is rubbing mud on Aswan every day by day.
I know that
every day by day.
I know that PDP is going to win the election. And
I'm not saying PDP will win or lose. I'm saying Obaseki action right now is not acting the leadership role in the state. You cannot make local callous words. You cannot go to a podium and say this election is do or die. Then you are giving room for the opposition to do what they want to do. Don't forget you are battling against the federal might.
If
you're not putting your offense and you are shouting.
If APC find a way to rig themselves into office, look, brother,
APCs don't find a way to ring themselves into the office. They are ringing their face into the office in our face. We are seeing it, and we are trying to avoid that. You are justifying what Obaseki is saying. Why is Obaseki's party move is not working now? Because it's not like that you bamboozled everybody before. Nobody has come out to agree. Okay, this one you said, sir, is not right. Is it going there making those kind of callous words? If Saibu said that, we'll push Saibu. When Saibu was kicked out of there, even though it was wrong or it was really legal, people supported the move because Saibu was dancing more than Tinubu. And when they removed it, everybody said yes, it was good. Even Mike said, yes, it was good. That was removed there because he was biting more than he can chew. But you cannot just be making such statement in the heat of election when we expect leadership role from you. Okay, this guy, let me tell you that thing again. APC don't have, I don't think APC have a good administration for them. Obasanjo came to Benin. You are a chief security officer of the state. You have to. All you need to do is to air what you are saying in your state and sue for peace and make sure assure the people that life and property will be safe, the election will go on free and fair, that you do all you can to make it safe, and this is your grievance, take it to the federal government. But not telling the vice president, the former president of Nigeria, meeting president of Nigeria, that they are arresting your boys, they are doing this, the county commissioner is not answering you. Then you are saying that you are afraid as a governor if he doesn't know his role. Then you are telling the guy there and there that you are not sure that PDP is going to sign that peace accord. Are you on the ballot boss? Are you the chairman?
Okay, are you aware they just recently changed the state the commissioner of police in Edo State?
They will change it again. They will change it again. The night before election, they will change it again. That's with the pattern. So don't tell me they will change it again. It's not by we make a statement that make that one happen. They will change it again. The night before the election, they will change it. That they changed it up to 4 times before election. In his time, the last time that he signed 4 years ago, the commission was changed the night before then. So that's not a problem. Now, but I'm telling you, statement, don't shift the goalpost. Now, as a Benny, you didn't talk to the don't peace accord is not our constitution. You don't need to sign peace accord. As a Benny, you didn't tell you guys out there. You didn't talk to the guy, the people of like we're not signing, we are outing out, so that they know you are not among. But you went on the show, you stood there, and you make a title of yourself and walk out on the people that you're not signing, and you left and hold a press conference, and you came back again and tried to piss off the guy. Open your camera, I told you cannot just walk away from us and walk back. It was a mess. When Obasanjo started that move, why would the chairman make that move? Meanwhile, the people that started with that responsibility is also Godalo and the APC chairman, national chairman, not Obaseki. Look at what we are doing now. It's hurting me. Why I'm telling you this, not because I'm supporting APC of Labour, but Obaseki is giving the opportunity to APC to do what they are going to do. If they finally, I don't know which language I'll use. If it finally happen the way they are planning it, Obaseki creates room for that. Because he obviously have all the amenity, all the tools to stop all these things. You don't be making mouth now on air now, inciting words on air. No, you don't do all these kind of things, man. And you must be supporting, about this. If you're the ballot boss, I don't know if you don't want Arsenal to win or Arsenal to lose. But if I'm Arsenal, I'll start questioning him. Man, what's all this? You don't make a such statement on air. It's very wrong. And nobody has condemned him. Because that's the problem. When you have a dictator that nobody can talk to, and he is always right. Well, it's on Saturday. I hope the election is free and fair.
Good morning. Good morning. Can I come in here? Are you hearing me?
Come in. I can hear you, Midwest.
Brother, I greet the house. I greet everybody. One thing I want to say is this. Anybody that said APC is going to is ringing the election, I think that person is just a liar, because 4 years ago, it was TAPC that was in power when we conducted the election that brought Obaseki in.
4 years ago, Buhari was in power. It has no stake. Now it's Tinubu. It needs 2027. We should not deceive ourselves.
Wait. It was the same APC. You did not even say Tinubu, or maybe you said APC. So that's why I replied to that space. And again, people try to, just accuse other people without any single evidence. If you look at the person that has ever run an election in Edo State, it's Obaseki. The local government chairman election they conducted defined the man in Obaseki.
What was the man in Obaseki? My Midwest, hold on. Don't come and tell us what he did 18 over 18. 18 over 18 and round everybody out.
Let us not put it in argument.
No. See, this is what I don't like. That's why I say operation is the difficult part to play in Edo State right now. You cannot just come here in a public place and tell everybody that Obaseki did 18 over 18. I don't know if people can hear me. My hand touched my Bluetooth. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
You cannot come and tell me Obaseki ran an election 18 over 18.
the most worst local government chairman election in the history, because APC people pulled out before that time. They almost treated all the labor people neck to death. And you are telling me that that defined him as what? As an emperor or as a what? Please tell me.
It defined him as an undemocratic person, election ringer, and somebody that doesn't have value, iota of value for the rule of law. It defined him like that. So now, what is the pain of PDP and Obaseki? Obaseki is so desperate to make sure Asue is elected because he has done a lot of harm economically and financially to the people of Edo State. Now, he is looking for someone that want to cover it. Why are they complaining? They understand that they don't have anything to campaign upon apart from their candidate can speak English. That's all. He's fluent when he's talking. That's all. Nothing to campaign with. And as a result of that, since he cannot run it like local government chairman system, that's why they are complaining. They understand they are not going to win, but they were hoping with the vigilante, with all those tools on ground, they definitely, even if you require them to buy anybody, they will do. Let's go to ordinary B-board. If you look at Obaseki attitude towards B-board, you will even know this man, is he a dope people that really brought this man to power through a democratic process? That's what you're going to ask. So for people to say APC is going to wait, APC, I support Okpewo. I'm not an APC man. The thing is this, the only people APC is afraid of is Olumide Akpata, but to some extent, they know how to handle, not these PDP of a thing. People who believe PDP will come and win an election, they are just dreaming. They cannot win. They can't win Edo North, they can't win Edo Central, and Edo South, everybody will divide it. And that is why I'm very confident APC will win this election, whether they like it or not. We are tired of those who know how to talk. It is time for those who will work. Since 1998, if Edo people even want to praise any governor that have ruled us, it's Adam Soshomole. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying he did do what Nigeria politicians are doing, like taking some money that doesn't belong to them. But at least the Edo people were able to see some impact of development in their land, whether Edo North, Edo Central to some degree, Edo South to some degree. Not like this one. As we speak today, our people cannot farm. He has confiscated the land of the people, give it to so-called mechanization farming, to a companies that doesn't have a history of agriculture. They don't have anything to transfer to our people as a know-how, nothing. And we don't even know them. And if you look at it, the whole company constructing roads and everything in Edo State, they are not Edo indigenous owned. We don't even know who owns them. And most of these contracts, none of them last more than 6 months. So for me, if anybody is saying they want to ring election, it's Obaseki that has made up his mind that do or die. We must get it. There's no other way around. But it's very unfortunate for them. The local vigilante, those ones who get too head, make it come out that day. It's very clear. Because he has abused them, he has attacked them. They are no longer there for the people. And they have to sit in their houses. This is just my submission. There is nothing. Okay, look at Aswen, they are praising. Aswen will be a free man. Why is it that Obaseki was the one speaking for Aswen not to sign peace accord? The purpose of peace accord is between Aswen and the rest candidates. Partially, even the party chairman, not Obaseki. I did see Oshomole saying whether this one will sign or will not sign. That is not his position. His position is to market his candidate, the candidate of APC, his party, political party candidate. So likewise, Obaseki can campaign for Aswen, but coming out to say, hey, those state police is doing this, is doing that. My brother, a lot is going on in our state. Police where they buy. We don't know where they go home. But investigation is going on because if they start to bring that case come out.
Midwest. Well, I will not say APC gonna win. I'll stand and say again, my opinion, APC wants to ring themselves in, and Obaseki is making it possible for them.
They are going to ring because people love him. They love the man. They have done what they need to.
I'm not. Well, that's your opinion. This is my opinion.
This is my opinion. Do what they need to do on grassroots.
So I think you guys should bet, man. I think you guys should put money on this election.
Akin will tell you people will win, which I agree to.
Midwest Republic. So you, our damn references, you now come here and you're telling us that Monday Okpewo Bakomiza is popular in Edo. Is that what you know? Is that what you're trying to tell us now? Like
why?
That's
He's highly recommendable, and people They know him and he's highly popular. Not only beside popularity, he is the only candidate among the three that have an antecedent of good art, practically. When the Fulani were killing our people in the state, wait, Aswan was with Governor Obaseki. Obaseki was receiving 900 million. He turned a blind eye. This man was not a politician. He governs his people. So even when we are small, people must go to this forest.
So the S-men that were attacking people,
the person.
Hold on. So the S-men that were attacking people in Yokoriomo, it was Pebolo that went to go and stop those ones.
He didn't go there because that was not his area.
You see, when you guys are talking, sometimes you have to. You have to know that
where I come from. I just want to answer you. The village people, herders, decided to go. The governor didn't even visit that place. He didn't pay any condolence visits to the family. They did not care. So that's what happened. And as the time goes on, everything started going down. They form a vigilante. The vigilante, it was we from here who was even sending money. The governor didn't pay them. Even he still owing them for 4 months or 5 months.
Don't forget, we have people back home. If I call now, if you call somebody now, if you call one of my younger, put it on the speaker phone. It's still early, and then these people that don't even know who APC candidate is in Benin. Many people don't even know who is APC candidate.
Wait. You can criticize somebody to that point of saying, I don't know Pata, I don't know Aswen, I don't know APC.
People know Aswen, they know Abata. They don't even know who people. They don't know who is representing APC in Benin.
That is what you will say. People who doesn't support the other one can say anything.
No, I'm talking about neutral people now. Neutral people.
There
on the street,
even
on the street,
neutral. Okay, let me tell you one thing. The one I know, neutral people will tell you they don't know Aswen. In a salon, that Ewoimi, they will tell you they don't know him. But there are those who will also tell you, to be honest, I know this man. It's just like that in politics. So don't say they don't know.
You know the popular pastor Igodalo, the popular pastor Igodalo.
I don't know him. I don't know which pastor is Igodalo.
Okay, that tells me everything.
Yeah, I don't know.
So when you say,
the pastor was fingered recently. Igodalo was fingered in obedient money. Yeah, Asa Yusuf.
Yeah, it was fingered. Aisha Yusuf came out to clarify everything. This is why I keep telling people.
That is Asa Yusuf. Now doesn't mean it's put in their own care. It's missing within Asa Yusuf. How do they spend it? That's why I tell people nobody's the saint.
My brother, the only thing with me I advocate for, why I follow Okpebro, I want to tell you, my brother, as you said, the way they design Nigeria.
Pastor Itwa Igodalo. Hold on, Pastor Itwa Igodalo is Aswa Igodalo's younger brother. A very popular pastor. When people keep saying nobody know Igodalo, nobody know Aswa Igodalo.
Well, why would the pastor get himself involved in campaign funds? First of all,
I don't want to go to that side. I'm talking about the candidate themselves. With the way they design Nigeria, whether we like it or not, we are going to elect anybody among the three, someone that will be coming out the next 4 years. That person will be a multi-millionaire. Not Mike, the one that will sell us.
Mike,
in the name of investors, in the name of this, you don't even care about your people anymore.
Are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, I want to quickly tell you something. So, I want you, because you are a neutral person, I want you, this is what that APC candidate said recently. He said, talking about repairing federal road, he said, you can even make money. This is somebody want to be a governor. He said, you can even make money from it. You can use 10 million to fix the road, and you go and tell federal government that it's 20 million that you spend. Like,
yes,
perpetuating fraud on a campaign trail.
Michael, you see these our people. Mike, you see our people, you see these guys. Let me just come in here. Mike, listen to the person.
That is the guy they are telling us that is
every governor.
Yes, the guy said that on publicly. Just the way I'm condemning Obaseki. Now you can condemn this guy, but you cannot condemn this guy once he did the same. The guy came on air and said, somebody's on mute.
Mike, see, make I reply Hakim. Hakim, Oshomole spend close to that kind 8 million to do road. Obaseki collect 16 billion.
Obaseki cannot collect 16 billion.
He collects 16 billion.
No, Obaseki cannot collect because if Oshomole listen now, what pays all of us will go school, yeah, we go school small, at least we go school small. If Oshomole do road,
not be talk that one, and I Midwest talk that one.
Not be what piece this thing Midwest Republic. If Oshomole do road finish, now Oshomole go still submit claim, say to federal government. Federal government feel later can go pay the money to Obaseki, but Oshomole don't already submit the claim to federal government. Okay, any money when they go pay later to your predecessor, now money when you declare say now you take fix road. Now they go can go pay later. Not be Obaseki declare that money. Now Oshomole declare that money. So now what Oshomole declare, they go later pay to the next governor because now Edo state money. So Oshomole not go use.
Okay, yes, I agree with you. Midwest, wait. This is my problem with Akin.
Yeah.
You're able to run to which me I condemn on my show badly. That's outside corruption. You've never been a governor. You already telling us you are going to loot. You cannot do a road for 10 billion and go and tell the federal government 20 billion. That's outside corruption. Now we all condemn him. We mocked him. APC mocked him. PDP mocked him. Every other body, and APC try to defend him. But now you have never, ever condemned whatever Obasanjo have done wrong. That's my problem with you, Akin. I'm not saying Obasanjo has done everything wrong. The party has done wrong. Why can't you say he did wrong this place? Now, hold on.
No, because you say Obasanjo did wrong doesn't mean I have to say he did wrong.
No, not because the obvious. Now, the obvious APC who came out for the obvious. The obvious Obasanjo did our rights that was shared inside this end-back government. Obasanjo said he came out and said they didn't give him rights. He stood his ground. They didn't give him rights. He took the minister and another data minister to come and said, "We gave you rights. We gave you 20 tons of rights. Not only we gave 20 tons of rights, DANGOTE will give 30,000 back of rights to you." Before Obasanjo agreed, after 3 days pressure, now agreed that he received those rights. Meanwhile, Obasanjo have said that the rights that was looted, that was his own rights. You know, he said that he spent $2 billion to initiate. My brother, why is Obasanjo lying, robbing us openly? And nobody received that right.
Do you have any
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, play summer.
Yeah, please. If you guys will permit me, I'm not from Edo, but I find this very interesting. I was listening to War Peace and Progressive, and I find it interesting from outside. The way I watch Edo politics, I heard Progressive said something that is Monday Ekwebulo popular in Edo State. But for me, watching from outside, forget that guy, if let's assume he's an illiterate, I've heard even from his campaign and from people what that guy has been doing in Edo State. The guy won vehemently to go to the Senate. Ighodalo has not won any election before in Edo State. I'm just saying from outside. I'm not saying it categorically. It's from what I am seeing. I am talking. So just understand me. This guy won the Senate impressively in Edo State. Even if this guy does not speak English, there is something I want us to understand in politics. Politics is not about speaking grammar. Politics is not about intellectual, but it is giving back to the people. That is what I understand. Because I heard Progressive saying they don't know this guy. I still believe, in my own view, that Akpakomisa is more popular than Ighodalo. Ighodalo is only riding on Obaseki's popularity. That's what I feel. I just said I should chip that in. I found it very interesting when I had two of you talking about. I just said I should chip in what I know. Thank you, guys.
So what piece do you think Ighodalo is riding on Obaseki?
Please, sorry, Progressive. That statement is between you and Midwest. That statement is between you and Midwest. Me, I'm neutral. I'm just speaking out the fault between both sides. Now, that question will go to Midwest, and I will not agree to what that gentleman just said in totality. That Aswen is riding Obaseki plurality. No, I will not. But at the beginning, I would say yes. But now that man has done, the young man done well for himself. That man has done well for himself. He's now went on around Benin, Edo State. But well, I will leave that for Midwest to answer. But my own is to
My
pick out
brother,
thoughts.
to be
from the both sides.
frankly speak, to be frankly speaking, Obaseki and Igodaro, they are not popular. It was this guy, it was Oshomole administration that make Obaseki to be known to Edo people in politics. Obaseki cannot even win a class prefect election. That is why he can't go to rep, he can't go to senate. He knows it. Aswe the same thing. Aswe cannot win his own local government chairman. So he's relying on Obaseki incumbent power and the vigilante. If not because of the vigilante and incumbent power, he wouldn't have even been a candidate to PDP in Edo State. So let us see whether he's popular or not by Saturday. They don't know him. They know very well. They don't know anything because our people have suffered enough. They want to see the face they know. The question now, who is really managing Edo State resources? Our indigenous people completely rule out. So I don't know. Let's wait and see. Even Obaseki will, that place, that vehicle is rely upon, the 4-wheel, one is already out. So I don't know where the 3 will take them to before they will collapse. Let them go into threaten Nigeria. They have done it. They have been saying it. I think this Audio Olaye said it too. They will burn Nigeria if they don't win. Election is do or die. So APC will let them know whether they are really in power.
You know what I'm feeling. You know what I'm feeling. Yeah, I'm feeling the vibe of 4 years ago when APC would do all this grandstanding. Obaseki is not popular. Obaseki has failed. This that election come over 80,000 votes that between. Listen.
No, what gave up 4 years ago? Say it is diaspora.
Sympathy vote. Sympathy vote. Right? Yeah, that's what people always say. Sympathy vote. Look.
The diaspora gave him that vote, gave him that chance. The diaspora, Edo diaspora. Everybody can testify to it.
Okay, guys, can I say something again? I watched one video this evening of Obaseki's wife. I don't know if it's true or not. He said Oshomole didn't want to run as governor. He was Obaseki in Lagos with his friends that said they want to look for somebody who will take over the governor in 2006. And they called Oshomole as the Labour leader. Even Obaseki didn't know Oshomole at that time. When they called him at first, he said no, he didn't want to rule. He didn't want to become governor. But later, they invited for a dinner and he accepted. And they gave him about 450 million to go and rule that time. After he lost, he fought with the help of Obaseki, giving him money to go to court and some other people. She didn't mention the other people. And when he won, he didn't even have any policy or anything he wanted to do. He still came back to Obaseki. The Obaseki secreted a team for him to give him like a blueprint of what he will do. I just said I should tip that. I saw it this evening. It's about 30-minute video. I sent it to one man already. If you play it tomorrow, I don't know if you guys are aware of it.
So you see this thing you said now. You know they always call Obaseki an ingrate when it comes to the issue of Oshomole, that he betrayed Oshomole and stuff like this. But these people forgot Oshomole was from nowhere, was from absolutely nowhere. Oshomole did not even have the kind of fund required to contest a governorship election. Okay, I'm not going to say Obaseki was the one who brought him on, but there have been a lot of stories out there. But one thing that you have not heard is this, that Oshomole have never come out one day and tell people like, this story is not true, that story is not true. When Oshomole had problem with Pastor Isaiah, Oshomole was talking one day and he said, this is Oshomole's word, one Captain Osa. That is the word he used, one Captain Osa. And when Isaiah was responding to Oshomole on, I think it was Channel TV, Isaiah said, imagine somebody who was part of the people that fund your election, and you make sure you just refer to them as one Captain Osa, right? So there've been a lot of information out here and there that even me myself, I cannot say for sure that Obasekis and those people were were the ones who brought him. Philip Shaibu have also made his own claim that they were among the people who went to call Oshomole to come and contest. So people from different quarters have made different claims. But one thing I'm very sure is that the Grenadians were part of that, were part of the people who brought Oshomole in at the time. So
Yeah,
she
let
mentioned
me come in. Obaseki at 2008, you would have asked yourself, where was Obaseki 2008? Is Obaseki married his wife 2008? You know, these are just political terms. At 2008, Obaseki was running for his own dear life, running for ACC. He came to Benin to hide in Benin. After that global crunch collapse. So, you know, he had his investment this thing in Lagos that was folded up. He came to Benin to stay to sort his problem out. That's where he met, he was introduced to Oshomole. Oshomole was brought in by the tussle between the Grenadians and Aneni. Aneni wanted to project his own candidate, which is Ogbisia. Why Obasanjo made a promise to his late wife that he's going to give the power to he's going to make his younger brother the governor, which is Professor Osumbo. So during that tussle, and Aneni was riding on federal, because don't forget, Aneni was the chairman board of trustees of PDP. He was becoming so powerful, he put his people on position. He was overriding the sitting governor, which is Governor Lucky Grenadian, what's his name? Lucky Grenadian. Now, what now happened? So they wanted to override Aneni. So they went to bring Oshomole. They were looking at a popular person that can rival Ogbisia. So they went to Oshomole. Oshomole was a labor then. He was popular labor because Oshomole was radical. So but Oshomole said he does not have fund. He wants to call. They said, okay, don't worry, you come. We will raise funds for you. So when he came, they gave him people like Obaseki and the rest to go around to go raise funds for him. Not like Obaseki have money to give to him. The people that sponsored that election was Letos, Captain Osa and the likes of the other big wins in Edo and the governor himself. So they now form a great group, which with Zay Yamo and the rest, we're now fighting Aneni underground. But behold, on the day of the primaries for PDP, Obasanjo came to town, flew to Benin, and said they must fly to Benin or make a call direct to Benin that they must give a ticket to Osumbo. So they now gave a ticket to Osumbo. They now slighted Aneni there. That's why Aneni lost the fire. Aneni wanted to bring Ogbisia. So they now gave it to Osumbo. When they gave a ticket to Osumbo, now Osumbo now face on with Oshomole. Don't forget, Oshomole came under Labour. Oshomole actually was the one that formed Labour Party in Labour wing. So he came under Labour. They told him this Labour will not fly. He now decamped. He now went to I think ANC or that time, but NNPC, something like that. Tinubu Party. He now went ANC, something like that. Before he now went to Tinubu Party. So he now ran against Osumbo. Then Osumbo won. Oshomole actually won, but they ring it because everybody was for. Because nobody liked. Because people were tired of Lucky Grenadian. So people just wanted PDP out. They voted massively for Oshomole. But at the end of the day, they ran the election and they gave the power to Osumbo. A year plus almost two into the election and into the government, since they didn't allow any government person to become the governor, and then he was not happy with Osumbo, and then Osumbo was never in good terms. But Osumbo always see Aneni as a radical, and well, you know, Professor Osumbo is a professor, so Aneni never liked Osumbo because he's on his high horse. So at that time, Aneni was in charge of the government then, Jonathan's government. But since Aneni, when the litigation announced settled themselves, you see, was it Aneni that put the court through to according allegedly to the. Then there was no Supreme Court. Supreme Court not just Supreme Court, but Supreme was not Supreme Court that handles court at that time. I think court tribunal they call it was two. I think appeal. The main court and appeal. That's it. So they still made the court through to give the verdict to Oshomole. That's why Oshomole was under Aneni for a while. So then make the court through. Okay, since they have told you that differences, give favor Oshomole for the governor. So they now give Oshomole the Edofian won the governorship election through the court. Then that's why Ezeyamo was his chief of staff. So all of them now brought people. All the people that helped him, they now brought people for appointment. And then he brought his own. Dr. Major brought Ezeyamo and on and so on. The first Shomale's first regime, he was handicapped because he was answerable to a lot of people. That's why he couldn't do anything. But towards the end of his first regime, he started getting momentum, aligned with the people, the power that being in Edo State, started fighting. If you notice, he fought against Aneni a lot. You'll be wondering, why was he fighting against Aneni? Aneni is a different party, he's a different party. But it was Aneni, we had allegiance to Aneni. The Aneni was the people that actually make the move for court to give him the verdict. So he fought Aneni, and like us, the Igbine Judge, after he fought Aneni, he now turned back and fought Igbine Judge. This time himself, the people that brought him, and he fought a lot of people. The only person I know he didn't fight was Atinosa. Meanwhile, they gave him the this guy now, what's it called? Obaseki, because he was an investment banker that has issue before, to come and work the economic side of it. Because Shomele had no experience in government. The Obaseki now brought Aswe to come and consult. Aswe said that the state cannot pay him because that just was really broke. But he will work for free, consulting for free. He was working for pro bono. So they were working as an economic team, heading a Shomele economic team to fix the economy. If Shomele regime was good, then you will give kudos to them too. If it's bad, then they are part of it. So that's how Obaseki came into Shomele's government. Obaseki does not have 450 million naira to give to Obaseki. Those are just fallacies. Obaseki was running, hiding for his own debt. He came to hide in Ikokwan 2008. I should forget all this story. I should not be abusing anybody.
No, it's all right.
Can you hear me?
It's political story then.
Yes, of course, it's political story. They can tell that to people that don't know, not that we that is inside. Obaseki was actually running for ESCC that period. Which month does he have?
Because the way she was even narrating it, she said Obaseki was still in Lagos. That's why they had all the meeting and everything. She was just requiring.
Was
she with Obaseki then?
She was not Obaseki then. Does she know Obaseki then? She
didn't mention that.
She doesn't know Obaseki then. Now she coming up and said she got.
But according to the story, she said sometimes when they have meetings, she's serving them food, so she hears even some of the discussion.
No, leave that. That's what we said. Is she with Obaseki then? So she that came into Obaseki picture. She always came into the picture. She only came into the picture when Obaseki was about to become governor. That's when she came out from mysteriously. Which one when Obaseki came ran from Lagos to Benin to come and hide in Benin for ESCC case. Was she there? When Obaseki was hiding in Ikokwan, was she there? So all these their story they are saying now. So these are fallacious story.
But anyway, with this current election anyway, I just thought Monday Ekpebolo is doing a lot of things, even in their campaign. I don't know if it's campaign walls, they are rolling buses to carry people for free from one place to another. And he said he has always been doing that. So that's just what I think, that grassroots politics.
Let me quickly reply. See, our people, they are not willing to follow somebody who have good heart anymore. It's just like when you present yourself, you speak this grammar, good expression, and when they look at your background, it's an investor, it's a banker. Most of the country you live in abroad, like where I live in Sweden, if you're a businessman, you don't have business with to become their governor or neither their prime minister. If you have a business, so go and mind your business. It's simple, it's in their constitution. So these guys, look, this man is just a common businessman. He was able to give scholarship to so many people in his community. He was even helping them with Bueo. When he saw that these guys were too much in their forest, this Fulani, and the governor is not doing anything, he mobilized his people. He gave them vehicle, he gave them money, and that is why they called him to say, why you not go for this Senate? This man, they know they do anything. The guy can pay surprise, they vote for heavily. So let us be honest.
He won against an incumbent. He won against an incumbent senator.
My brother. He won against somebody who don't get money where. When Edo people tire for person, you get the way the election they be. That's why when people they say, "Aswan go daro." They don't know the pain where Edo people get. Go to our villages, This man just confiscated the entire land, all in the name of reserve, and he gave it to strangers. And he said it's a mechanization farming. These guys don't even have history of agriculture, for God's sake, none of them. And you gave it to them. They are not transferring the know-how to your people. They are not doing anything that will benefit the future of anybody. Let us be honest. They are not winning. They know it. They want to cause confusion so that when INEC say this man win, they said, yeah, they rang it. Which kind of ringing? How are they going to ring Edo election? It's not easy to ring any election in Edo. Let Obaseki be honest to himself, apart from because the only can ring election.
Sorry, Mr. Naru, I don't know if you're in the comment section listening to me. You are looking for my YouTube channel handle. I just tap it down. I hope you can see it. If you want to come to the show, come to the show. I think me and one man we're going to be having a joint session show on the live to stream live the show on Saturday. We are working on it so that you can watch it on my platform or one more platform. But you can see it there. If you want to come. If you want to do anything, come. We are waiting for you. But I will tell you the truth. I don't have a dog in the fight. I will tell you what I noticed. How I see it. Let me just continue. Thank you.
Okay, my brother, what I want to say is so short. Let us be honest. It is time we select somebody that have good heart. And those Obaseki have sold at those states. Now, most of the land where they go and destroy people's house, they are already selling them. How can you do that? This reserve has been, if there's even reserve, are you the one that made that reserve? Why are you selling them without consulting the indigenous people? You have to work with people that owns the land, if that's the case. If you really want your aim and objective is to come and develop them, that should be your priority. So it's sad.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, Saturday is just by the corner. We'll cross our hands and see. But for me, I'm not a part of the people who want to hear people speaking grammar or anything, because I even detest it when I see on TV, especially on channels, when they say that your APC candidate cannot speak English. Is that the yardstick to be a good person? I don't know if our media has decided to look so low.
Can speak English naturally. He has a problem when it comes to children right from birth. That's why they gave it that Akpakomiza. So when some children talk, they difficult for them.
No.
So
It's not even about that one.
Intelligent person.
Midwest. If Akpakomiza only speaks Edo language and he is the good person for the Edo, media is not is not the person that will be saying he doesn't speak English. You don't get what I'm saying? We are Nigerians. Coming to express yourself is not the yardstick, but knowing what to do. They check what unless if they have never mentioned that this guy has been doing this before. The only armor on he's afraid to come here, he doesn't know what to do. No, that is what I detest a lot. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not bring our election to only speaking
it's
grammar.
Just the reality. That's the situation. Our people just want to market somebody. Look, Obaseki is an economist. You tell us what we have benefited in terms of economy. Nothing. It's rival. It's from America. All they want is they are just transactional people. How to make profit at all costs. They don't even have their people in their mind. And those people have suffered enough. Let's wait till Saturday. The only thing I hate about them, why they say NPC want to ring the election? Tinubu want to ring the election? How? You did local government chairman election and councillor, only your PDP one. The rest people, even for them to approach court, there's a paper is supposed to give to them. He didn't give anybody. Ordinary big board, where they put for center of a city. No space for other political party. No space. The one where Akpata put there, they destroy all of them. If not for Abuja, they can't even campaign. Therefore, don't buy many people for Edo. They want to create fear and horror into the heart of. If it doesn't sign, what can Obaseki is too small to fight when it comes to Benin something. People just they look at. Make immunity come out. I tell people, say this guy 915 Benin people. Don't worry, make that immunity come off. You go see crisis. If Obaseki enter Benin, when they don't come off for power, go mark my word. Lucky Gwene don't know what he put to her. Upon the influence of his father for that land for where they be one killer for Ogbemudia Stadium. President say now he insult. Okay, he has a problem with the Oba. He has the problem with all the old people who receive for PDP. He has problem with the dope market women. He has problem with the youth. Even when you look at them now, PDP in Edo State, those who know how to win election, not there again. Now the new face.
It's Midwest.
Thank you, my
Let me
brother.
go to bed, though.
Bye.
Mike.
Okay.
We're
Mike,
out.
bye
Alright,
bye.
man. Good talking, man.
All right, thanks.
I think you guys should put your money where your mouth is. And I just a fight. When you not bet, I just a shout. All right, let me end the show, man.